booting it on. So starting right over. So I got some pictures. That's good. Stream is on. That is great. So Freedom 1 it is today. Your choice. Excellent choice. Long time ago I played Freedom 1. I got some practice hunts yesterday. So I'm not too rusty for dumb hunts. And I'm aware or ready for everything that you want to throw at me. And if there is no idea on your side, I still have things to do on my main account, which might be needed for collectivity. So
yes, we'll see what's. Oh, you're going to play on a separate account, are you?
no, I'm playing with my main account. He
Oh,
is in this account is in G rank and blah blah blah, etc. etc. Has everything, everything
Nice.
you want and love. So so
I should be live now as well. I don't think I'm missing anything. With 2 minutes to spare, actually.
okay.
5:58 a.m., ladies and gentlemen.
Jesus Christ.
Right. Yeah. Now, usually I have this bad habit of checking to make sure if everything is fine after I've gone live. So that's what I'm
Oh,
doing
okay.
at the moment.
So you
I think the biggest
booting
thing
up
also
and
is
then you
making
just
sure
see,
that
oh, I missed something. It's the same way I do it too. It's always like, oh damn, I forgot to change the title. Oh no, the tags are wrong or the gameplay is not right. I have the wrong scene.
Yeah.
It happened once and I took on the wrong screen and I just did some stuff drive by on Rise and I wanted to play for you and people saw my Rise screen for like 10 minutes until I realized, oh
think-
damn.
Yeah, I do think the worst thing that I've done, and I'm going to make sure that I do not have Discord notifications coming through. They currently are. No, it's not your Discord, whoever is watching, it's mine. That is now muted, fortunately. I'm glad that Discord had the presence of mind to allow people to have separate audio channels for the Discord notifications and for
Yeah.
actual voice conversations, because I can mute that. What I was going to say was that the worst thing that I think I did was actually stream to the wrong Twitch account, which was
Oh.
not a great thing, but yeah, I was thinking, no one's turning up. What's happening today? Oh,
Hold on.
I'm not live.
Does that mean you have like multiple Twitch accounts that you're streaming, or you're living with someone
Yeah, I
else
do.
and he's streaming to? Oh, okay, you have two accounts. Then.
Fortunately, it wasn't some random guy getting my live stream.
Oh,
Yeah, I do have multiple accounts.
that would be horrible.
Yeah.
All right,
I wonder if there is anyone that we can play with. I don't really want to have someone else's circumstances holding us up, but I was thinking it might be nice to hunt with some random people.
I am pretty open for everything. If you want to need some friends with you, I am good with that. I'm also very Gucci with some duo action. So,
Yeah. I think we may start with that. From what I can tell, the last Gathering Hall status in Freedom 1 shows that 4 people are currently playing, so I don't
okay.
think there's much room for us anyway.
Right. Hello, Chisel. Welcome. Good to see you, buddy. On this late nightmarish time. Very late in Germany. But we're still kicking. We're still kicking and hunting. In Freedom 1 today. So, I might want to have a look on Hunsterverse too. Or you do the communication on Hunsterverse. Maybe there are some people who want to join the hub.
Yeah, I'm gonna head in now.
Alright.
I just worked out that there was something that I forgot. I need to be able to monitor my own chats, so I'll get that set up now. Won't be able to hear you for a moment. I'll be back.
Alright. It's weekend. Oh sure, it's a nostalgic seeing the village. Oh yeah, I love Kokoto Village, and the music really gives me goosebumps all the time. I'd open up the screen again and going back to that. Greet your companion for me. Yeah, I do that. He just got live now on Twitch also. I sent the Discord link in the channel of mine if you want to have a side of his view on your screen also. Otherwise, when he comes back, I of course will greet him. from you. You might ask what kind of quests I have packed up today for our multiplayer session. I need still some materials from... Oh, welcome back. I should greet you from Chisel, one of my mods in channel. And he's wishing you a wonderful morning. So,
I hope he also has a wonderful evening, or wherever he may be.
He is also a German.
Oh, I see. I will be monitoring your chat as well.
Ah, very nice. Thank you very much.
Well, that makes sense. If anyone wants to also communicate with me in your chat during the live stream, I don't want to be ignoring them. What I'm going to be doing is monitoring it on 2 phones, and I'm going to have both phones sitting in my eccentric multi-device keyboard. It's just going to be sitting in there. Anyway, the wonders of my setup. Monitor that one there. I think you may have been talking about what you were thinking of hunting while I wasn't here. Did you?
Yeah, I got
have a particular
some...
monster you wanted to hunt?
I have a couple of monster materials that I still need to grind in Durang. Can you make him a little bit louder? Of course I can. Let me quickly get up the Discord and give him a little volume up.
Yeah, we always need feedback from your viewers on volume, because sometimes you just don't know until the stream's over and you can't do much about it after that.
I hope he is now fine with the sound. I turned it 50% higher than usual.
Was that for my voice or for the game voice or something else?
I'm just waiting for Twitch chat to communicate. I'm a very technical boomer in this kind of concept, so I'm very happy that I have a supportive Twitch chat, which is amazing overall.
Yeah, it definitely helps.
I mean, I know I also have those people that are like, scene, what kind of scene? There's no wrong scene on the screen. Don't troll me. But we know our fellas in chat who likes to attentionally troll.
Fortunately, I don't have any such viewers. My people tend to behave themselves. I think if they didn't...
Grateful,
well, I don't want to go giving them any ideas, but...
it's a wish for every streamer. So, a little bit louder.
Actually, no, it doesn't matter that I'm sitting through an ad on your stream, quite frankly. I don't need to... Well, I may as well look at the playback.
Good. So, any hub we want to get in? Let's see. Oh, wrong.
Yeah, we'll just probably just sit in the normal one, and which is usually fun. You can watch people come and go and do their own thing.
Let me go for manual and select the hub. Oh, it's this system with the ABC instead of the numbers. Let's go for the Gathering Hub G, because this will be a GG day. So,
right.
You're fine if I post up the first quest, or you have something in mind already you want to do?
Oh, no, I don't have anything in mind.
Alright.
I suppose I want to avoid hunting the same monster a lot.
Maybe,
no. 2 of the same monster is fine, but...
that was the first thought that I had when I sent you the invite, like make it a little bit more mixed up so we don't have boring hunts all the day. And I thought about we would make it a little bit classy this time and not going for some annoying monster in the first place, so we're going on with a Rathalos. Very classy.
Yeah, I mean, well, you've already stepped on my toes. I was going to post a Lao Shan Lung immediately, because that is the most fun hunt.
I mean, we only got 2 hours, and I don't want to waste it with Lao Shan hunts and Fatalis. I know if you want to do Fatalis, Lao Shan, I'm totally fine with that, but I would make those quests if the session would be particularly longer, so we don't waste like a quart of our time to fighting Ezer Lao Shan with the little 2 sticks and trying to beat him down. So
yeah, I have to say it is insulting that Capcom even brought Lao Shan Lung into the series in the first place, but I've said it a few times, it is so inexcusable that they brought him back in Monster Hunter G, Monster Hunter Freedom 1, Monster Hunter DOS, I think, Freedom 2, Freedom Unite,
again in
double cross Generations Ultimate. I mean, what were they thinking? Did we really need that?
I mean, I'm not a huge hater on Lao Shan in that way, or like in that regard, but he is a monster that... It's kind of annoying you can't kill him earlier, like you don't get really rewarded by doing well. You basically just stand in Area 5 to enter it once you beat him like the entire road, and then somehow he's dying at the very entrance of the arena and you can't carve him entirely, which is another problematic overall. Like, you can't carve him that consistently 9 times. And even with, like, crouching carving, it is super hard. And even I have my problems with that. So I can totally understand the jankiness of people don't liking Lao Shan, but I like him more about the physical, or like the overall objectively things. Like how he looks like a huge mountain dragon, has a little of a taste of an oriental Asian dragon taste. I really like that one.
Oh,
in
that's
that.
fair. I hadn't really... You see, the rage I feel when fighting a Lao Shan Lung prevents me from enjoying how he looks. But I guess you're right. He's got that, classic long Asian dragon look to him, and he's... I guess the story behind him makes him interesting as well. He's actually running away from Fatalis.
Yeah. The first time I heard about it, I couldn't believe it. Like, how can such a gigantic monster running from a Fatalis, and if you don't understand the entire story of Fatalis, you don't really believe or can grab the enormous force that is laying in his four horns, and he destroyed an entire hunter village with their entire hunting clan over a night with just one breath of fire, which is shattering.
I suppose, I think it's really interesting that Fatalis has this really basic look. Like, he's not a... I guess he's intimidating, but he's just a standard black dragon.
He doesn't look much, right?
Strong. Yeah. And that's kind of what I like about him. I think that's part of Fatalis' charm.
The first thing when I was a kid, and I see this cutscene where Fatalis was flying over Castle Shrade, and I thought, like, well, this doesn't look very terrifying at all. And one of my friends back then, they said, do you know what kind of things are on Fatalis' scale in his, like, scale coat or suit? I'm not, like, what do you mean? Is it, like, reptile, like, some sort of, like, skin or scaly? You know what a reptile has or dragon has? No, they're actually molten iron weapons. And I'm like, you mean his entire skin is shed by molten hunter weapons? Yep. And now I got the idea why he is so heavy. He doesn't look heavy at all, but now I understand why he's earth-shaking the ground when he lands. I'm on Gathering Hub G already.
Flying all day. You're in room G, are you?
G, yeah.
Okay, I'll head over. Actually, have to... In this game, just for anyone who doesn't know, by default, you actually go into a standard hub with everyone else. You actually have to go into the settings of the game to be able to select a specific room. So see, it's set to auto here. For my viewers, it's now manual, and I can leave and then enter.
Okay.
Hall G.
I am used to do that because of Freedom Unite. When I first entered Hunsterverse, we never got connected on the same hub, so people told me to do it manually, and I do the same thing on Freedom 1 too, so we don't have any problematic things. So there you go. Oh, it's a Azurath. I hope it doesn't change your plan of equipment.
Well, I did need to check what it was. If it's Azurath Losol, I'll bring something. Not a fire greatsword, which is what I currently have. Probably not a good idea.
Okay. I got very classy with a Divine Slasher. Very classy longsword. Greatsword longsword, I should say. I'm still thinking
what I'm going to have to do is I'm just going to have to flex to start with, because I've got the Lao Shan Lung greatsword that requires 2 Lao Shan Lung rubies to forge.
Oh, okay. I just got a really easy red Fatalis greatsword, so nothing to flex about. Nah, all Gucci. I mean, I kind of like the fact that it's a greatsword longsword, and he takes so much effort to swing this very finicky sword with so much human power. It's kind of funny and enjoyable.
Yeah, I like it. It gives you the sense of, well, it may not look heavy, but it is really heavy, and it's pleasant. I like it.
It maybe gives us also a little bit of an inside idea of Capcom having the idea of longsword early on, but they were having not enough time to make it in this game and actually develop the weapon. And they have also a lot of other weapons that have a similar feature, like lance with a gun lance feature on and stuff like that.
Yeah,
really
it
want a bunch of
definitely.
that.
The whole first generation of Monster Hunter gives you that whole idea of we're still working on this game.
Yeah.
Like, there are differences from, I guess the biggest differences were really from Monster Hunter 1 and, you know, the Japanese and English versions of those. Like, the Japanese version of Monster Hunter 1 didn't even have dual blades. But then here we are in Freedom 1, literally 2 games after the first. And dual blades still doesn't have its own weapon icon. It's still got the sword and shield icon. So, yeah, they're really just sort of pulling things together and trying to have a functional game, and it's kind of funny.
I mean, I played Monster Hunter 1 on the European version, and I never noticed or actually knew that it was a Japanese version without the dual blades. Not that I really played dual blades back in the day, I was not really a fan of that. As a kid, I liked big numbers, so I picked up Hammer and Greatsword, and I was good to go. But dual blades definitely had some grab.
It's very hard to actually bring myself to use a hammer in a game where you can't actually KO the monster.
Oh yeah,
I guess you have to just
good
get
point.
used to that.
Good point. Yeah, that's true. I disliked Hammer so much in Gen 1 because of that fact, but it has also something to do with if you play Hammer on Freedom Unite so much, you miss the KO like very badly. I think if there's someone playing Hammer like from the very first gen and he doesn't really play it without as a played with the KO, he probably is more used to it.
That's the thing, like I enjoy Hammer, but I don't use it a lot. I'm assuming people who, like you, use Hammer a lot, it would be so much more annoying to not have that KO. Because it's expected, it's literally what governs how you use the weapon. You're going for that opportunity, you're actually building everything up to the KO, and if you don't have that, it's like you're missing something really important.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it is just something you have to get used to. I think the whole of Gen 1 is this really interesting experience of learning to tolerate all the things that make you angry, all the things that don't make sense, and it's a very exciting experience once it gets comfortable. I actually look at Monster Hunter as a whole as that kind of experience. Monster Hunter, when you start it, at least if you're playing in an old generation of Monster Hunter, I started in Freedom Unite, it's not comfortable when you start out.
Yeah.
The game is really quite rigid. It's not forgiving at all. You're not really properly shown how to do things, and it's the satisfaction of going from that.
That is a nasty charge run. Oh, Jesus. It's scary every time he does that.
I was getting destroyed when I first came in here with him.
Can we have a little talk about the voice of Azrafalos, which is one of the reasons why I picked up this quest? Yeah. It is so different to the old other generations. It is incredible.
It is really weird. So basically, you do get slight differences across monsters when it comes to their roars. Like, for example, they usually try to have a slightly different one for a second monster so that you don't get them confused.
Yeah.
Which usually happens anyway unless you paintball them or break something. But this particular variant of Rathalos has a totally different voice. And it's just wrong. It actually sounds strange. Some people like it, some people are creeped out by it. I stand on the fence.
I mean, I didn't have anything against it. As a kid, I was very terrified by that voice because it was so darkish, and it sounded like he smoked a lot of like cigarettes, and his lungs are like kind of full with tar. But it somehow fits to that because you fight him in the volcano, and I'm like, that is the fire Rathalos. He's more fiery than the other one. And then, Little Baynes saw the silver Rathalos for the first time, and then he's like, ooh, shiny boy. And then, he has a boring voice. I thought they would develop each subspecies like that, but they didn't really.
No, I mean, it was just a one-off, but it's it makes the fight more fun, I suppose. One of the problems with the old subspecies was that there wasn't really a huge difference between the subspecies. It was usually like a color thing, and that was it.
Learning to tolerate the pain. Yeah, Gen 1 is all about patience and cope very hard to not drive insane. It's the same for the world record that I got. It's not about like mechanically skill or like you need to know routing and you need to like tank the suffering. That's all about it.
Yeah. Well, it's probably not good to fight him in the door like that.
Yeah, that was kind of smart. Sometimes
But
you
yeah,
suffer
you
because
can-
you do this, do stupid things.
Yeah. It's hard to have fun at first in first generation Monster Hunter, but again, as I was saying, once you do get to that point where it's gone from uncomfortable to comfortable, you get a combination of satisfaction in having conquered the difficulty and the clunkiness and the awkwardness of old generation Monster Hunter, and also just being able to enjoy the game. You're no longer sitting there getting angry at all the little things, so you can start to appreciate what's good about the game.
Yeah.
So,
I actually like the fact we have an alchemy book in this game. So you can have the skill alchemy just by hand, just by reading a book. Which is kind of interesting, to be honest. Mixing up
Yeah, I
large
don't know
barrel
if it-
bombs is also very gimmicky in this game.
yeah. Well, you'll probably notice for those watching my live stream, and I am reading the chat, guys. It's just, I'm having a conversation with a person, so I'm probably not going to be reading the chat constantly, but you will notice that hit lag, like actually hitting a weak point in this game, even more so than second gen, as in Freedom Unite, it's really, really
Booyah.
noticeable. Like your game actually stutters really hard, and it's nice. It's that satisfaction,
I think the
Really
stars are
feel
pretty
like it.
normal. Oh, let's see, let's see. Ah, scale plus.
One thing I hate in Monster Hunter in general is that you can carve a tail and not get a tail. It's like, come on.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if
How-
it's a rare drop, sure, but
How much frustrating moments I got in Monster Hunter Freedom 2 to get this damn Rathalos lance, and you need 10... Well, no, it was this game, where you need 10 Azure Rathalos tails, and I'm like, are you kidding me, video game? Like, 10 of them? 10 freaking tails? Like...
it's funny. It's not even the first game where they've done that. I think, well, actually, it may have been the first game chronologically that did that, but I know that they continued with that. I think in Monster Hunter, must have been Portable 3rd and 3 Ultimate, you needed like 10 Barrioth tails for a few things. Like, I know the Hunting Horn needed it, and I think another weapon did as well. It's like,
Oh,
why do I
yeah.
want 10 tails? Leave me alone. This is not nice.
Especially for a blunt type weapon that can't cut off tails, and you're searching for the boomerang very frustratingly, and you can't find it. There's none.
Yeah, Autonomic in my chat was confused by the fact that I was swinging my longsword as a greatsword.
Chisel said the
Yeah.
same. It's one of those gimmicks in Freedom 1.
What I do like to do is go into Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate and use what's called the Toyohisa sword. It is actually a longsword, but as a greatsword, and I go combo greatsword with it. I don't charge it, and then I can feel like I'm playing first gen again. But in fourth generation, and it's funny because people do have to do a double take. They're like, "Wait, what? Isn't that a longsword? Clearly not."
Oh, you're calling Generations Ultimate like Gen 4? Oh, no.
Yeah, it is. So, Generations Ultimate was the last of the fourth gen games because you had Monster Hunter 4, right, and then 4 Ultimate, and between that game and World, you had Cross and Double Cross, which was Generations and Generations Ultimate. So it still exists within the fourth generation of Monster Hunter.
Ah, okay. We got the discussion on the last stream of mine, if we would call it Gen 5 or it is also Gen 4. For me, like specifically, I don't know what Capcom thinks about it, but since they introduced new flagship monsters and an entire new village and not really a story plot, unfortunately, in the Burner City on GU, or Generations back then. It wasn't really like a new, like... I mean, for me it was a new generation, but they didn't really have a plot, you know, going on in Generations. It was basically a gameplay pump machine.
I suppose what you need to understand is that you can have multiple villages and multiple stories within a single generation.
Yeah, that's
Look
true.
at second gen, for example, with Jumbo Village in DOS, and then you had Poke Village with Freedom 2 and Freedom Unite. So typically you do have the two villages. They increased it in third gen even more. You had Loklak, Yukumo. Well, I suppose just to focus on the offline villages, it was Moga Village, Yukumo, and also... oh no, it was just those two. But still,
okay.
that's sort of standard. And then as well as that, you can very clearly tell that they're using the same building blocks for Generations Ultimate as they were with, you know, all the games that came before it. Like, there are literally the same assets being used for a lot of them. It does look different because they do work on them a little bit visually, but...
Okay.
aside from some animation improvements, it is the same, whereas 5th generation was literally everything was done from scratch again. It was
did you lose the sight of us? How did you do that? Freedom 1, jank.
Yeah.
It's like a dog in your house. It looks in the mirror and see himself, and he's like shocked about the ugly dog in opposite. He's like, "Oh my god, what's that?" He just looked at the rock and maybe saw his own face. He's like, "I look so terrible." Were there hunters?
Yeah, well, he can fly away all he wants, but it's attached to his face, like it's attached to his body, so he's gonna have to learn to live with it.
Oh. Oh wow, that voice, Jesus.
But yeah, I mean, what we're experiencing now, having to chase this stupid monster all over the map, that's just another one of those things that you have to live with in an old monster.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Yeah, let's try and find him over here. That might be... oh god, he's chasing me. Whoa, that was quite cinematic.
I didn't even hear him like start flying. He just came up from the corner and just rammed his claws in my face.
Well, that is the Rathalos experience. He just runs at you. What I love is that the run animation of Rathalos and Rathian in first and second gen becomes the exhausted run. Just the whole animation of falling on the ground like that. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh, that was you.
Yeah,
it looked like I got
me.
hit by the Rathalos. I was thinking, God, he's only limping forward, and I just got flung into the air. It was pretty funny, actually. Just the slight movement of his leg is throwing me.
So absurd. He's just coming to Area 9 to get one hit, and then he starts limping. It's like, okay. We just ignore that, I guess.
Well, I'm glad we're dealing good damage anyway.
Yeah. We definitely got some huge powerhouse weapons on our back. Greatsword feels really good, great. I'm not always liking to use sword and shield in this game, even it's super powerful. But I like my big swing sword.
I hope I've been playing alright. I haven't actually been paying attention at all. Hopefully my subconscious play can handle first gen Greatsword properly. I probably can. But...
it's not too hard, I guess. I can do very well. I just do okay, I guess. Oh no, don't tell me
well, my hope is that I've been aggressive enough to deal consistently.
Can you stay in 5 so I can maybe lure him there? Let's see what he's doing.
Yeah,
he is flying. And now he stops flying. Okay, this game is so jank.
Yeah, it is very dangerous to go and fight him in 6. Well, dangerous as far as you wasting your time, because often he doesn't stay there for very long.
No, he's flying to the ground. Okay.
And P. Berry in my chat mentions the around the world attack.
Oh yeah.
Rathalos still does in the late games. It is interesting. I mean, you're getting a taste for old Monster Hunter while playing the newer Monster Hunter games. You're literally just standing there waiting for him to fly around, and then he generally misses you anyway when he actually comes to attack you. So it's really strange that they kept that. It's a very awkward attack.
I think he left area 6. You might have a look there.
Yeah, he's here with me now.
Oh, okay. You can strike him down if you get him.
Just listen to the sound of his screaming. It actually sounds like this distorted screeching in my ear. It's like
the classic World Tour. Yeah, World Tour is not really an attack I loved from Rathalos, even as a kid. I mean, you can do cool montages when you just brought him down to the ground if you slam your greatsword in his face, but it awfully became a false idea and you just get rammed over. The World Tour of Rathalos maybe brought him to New World. Can be a thing.
Well, he could definitely cross the entire Earth with the amount of distance he travels flying around during a hunt when he should instead be fighting you. It's just ridiculous. I found that my worst experience with the Rathalos in the Forest and Hills, at least in first gen, is Silver Rathalos. He is terrible. He refuses to actually stay in one area.
Yeah.
I think I actually experienced, I think it was 6 times in a row. You know how you chase the monster and then he leaves before you can really do anything? Well, that happened with that Silver Rathalos 6 times in a row.
Oh my god.
It was several minutes of me chasing him and not able to deal any damage. It was probably, 6 or more minutes of just doing that, and it was intolerable. Like, how am I supposed to fight you? Just couldn't believe it. But yeah, I've been a little bit traumatized ever since then.
Totally understandable on this perspective. This is an entire thing in the Monster Hunter 1 speedrun that you have to move very specifically to avoid the chasing part of Rathalos, which can differ a quest between either normally a 25-minute first try Rathalos quest or a 15-minute Rathalos quest. And everything in between is totally fine.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was a way to control that, like if something the hunter did prompted the AI to fly away. That's good to know.
It is kind of strange, but if Rathalos is going to an area and you are standing there already, he will notice you, but if he lands, his AI is working again. Okay, now we have to get inside of the hunter. If he not has sight of the hunter, he will forget you, which is sounding stupid, but it is actually like that. And he will do whatever his AI is meant to be. And since Rathalos' AI in old gen is programmed pretty absurdly, like we can see here on Azure, he is tend to leave the area very, very often. And the chasing part of Rathalos is a very, very impeccable thing and annoying to deal with, but it is actually programmed in his AI. And the only way to avoid him doing that is making his AI thinking he is in combat, which means you have to get inside of him every time when he enters a new area, which is sometimes not that hard to fulfill, especially when you're in area 9 and you fight in this area where we were before, and then you go to area 4, he's flying there. But you need to react really fast. So basically when he turns up into the air, you need to immediately sheath your weapon and maybe go to the entrance or the exit of the area to go to area 4 once you see him flying. Bless you. And that is kind of like a weird thing on the AI. I wanted to test out if dung bombs do something similar to him to avoid him to go to area 9. But since I hate this area to fight him, even in the speedrun, it is horrible to do. But
well, dung bombs actually don't have that function, weirdly enough.
Fun fact, it does, but only on a very specific scenario, and it's a weird scenario.
Okay.
I saw that on another speedrunner stream. It is on Freedom Unite. I can tell it on Freedom 1 or Monster Hunter 1. I didn't test it out that, but I saw some functions there. I don't know if they added it in that, but it wasn't a fight on Rathian, on Pink Rathian actually. So she was throwing a dung bomb in an area where Rathian wants to land onto, and the dung bomb spreads out on the field without having sight. So you don't have a exclamation mark over the head of the monster and no sight before it, so no combat entrance there. And when the dung bomb is gushing out and Rathian is landing, she will fly upwards again and leaving the area. So that is something that can happen, but I feel like it might be really hard to implement this kind of thing in the speedrun or in casual hunting, since normally you see the monster, you punch his face, and
Yeah.
we saw Rathalos now in area 5 now, which is an optimal spot to fight in my opinion. So not really a use there, but if you want to prevent him to go to area 9, maybe that might be a strat to do.
It's interesting because in first generation Monster Hunter, I guess the very beginning of Monster Hunter, Capcom expected us to hunt in a way that no one does, and I saw this video. I don't think it's on YouTube anymore. I can't actually find it, but there's this video of a guy hunting Rathalos. It must be a very old video. I think it was actually recorded before it was even uploaded. Like, it's very old. It's traditional Monster Hunter 2004 hunting. And it's like nothing I've ever seen before. The way this guy was hunting a Rathalos was like that. For example, we're talking about how the dung bomb, as you describe it, might be hard to use in an actual hunt. Well, anticipating where the monster is going to land and waiting there for them and just setting things up for where they're going to land is just... That's actually what Capcom was expecting.
Oh.
And I'm not even talking traps. I'm talking like dropping meat to lure the monster in a specific spot. And like just stuff like that is just... I've never seen anyone hunt like that, and it was incredible. Just the combination of this really old analog-looking recording of the first Monster Hunter game, plus just the way this guy was hunting, and obviously the fact that it is Monster Hunter 1, and just the way that it looks in general. I mean, it was just...
And it made sense to the idea of hunting a monster, right? There was a thing in Freedom 1. We could do something similar on the Gypsaros quest, because we knew where he landed on Area 3, and I placed some tinked meat to paralyze him, which never happened actually. But you can sleep him somehow with some sleepy meat. It works on that. Any quest in mind?
I didn't have one. I can make a decision if you'd like me to, but...
Sure, I like rotations.
Yeah.
I'm flying the carpet towards you.
I'll see what's around. How about ore mining? That sounds like a great way to spend the night.
Bizarrius? Ore mining?
I don't actually mean that. Because I don't think there's a monster to hunt in there. There might be, but...
Capcom wants us...
Let's
Kezu,
do
alright.
Kezu. Because to be honest, anyone who's played this game can tell you that you do end up grinding a lot of Kezu. But that was a long time ago for me, so...
Yeah. I mean, I did some Kezu already too, but I'm always up for some good dual blading on him. It's one of those matchups I really love to play dual blades against. Especially with some high grade earplugs. I don't know if I would
enjoy that. Because the thing with dual blades is you're usually stuck in one place, like if you're doing Demon Dance, for example, but you're really going to get punished for that.
Yeah, that's true.
This monster.
You need really to be patient and pick a good time to do Demon Dance, and I hope I can make a good show and show how it's done. If not, you're allowed to laugh.
Alright. That was good. It's good that you're taking on the challenge, and you know, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna go dual blades against a Kezu, whereas I'm sitting here going, no. But I think it's a good thing, because in the end, I mean, if you found out a way to make it work for you, then that's actually a good thing.
Hey Attila, welcome. Nice to see you in chat. Welcome.
Is that Atalant from
Hunsterverse? Yep.
In Hunsterverse, yeah. Okay.
Yep, he is my mod. Not only
Okay.
for the name, also for the great work he does for my channel. So
That's good to
definitely
know.
appreciable.
I don't think I've ever seen him pop into my life. Maybe trying to make a change out of that.
Baynes will showcase exactly what you shouldn't do in Monster Hunter. And also, Genie, thank you for the sub to Beringer. I really appreciate it. Thank you, and thank you for the sub, man. Alright, hot drinks in the
Where's that
pouch. And also greetings
Now,
to
do
Genie.
we want to do... Oh, actually, I'm already set up for standard Kazu, so we'll do that.
Alright, I'm
I
fine
was
with
thinking of maybe doing red, but...
each
no.
kind of Kazu. Picking up the terrifying corpse blades for those Kazus. Unless we were fighting the red one, which always confused me why he has a water weakness.
I think it's good, because in my opinion, if you're going to have a subspecies, give it a different weakness so that we're actually using something a bit different against the monster.
Yeah, or give him
Because-
something that he moves differently. Makes him special,
Yeah,
for sure.
which is not really common in old Monster Hunter, as
Yeah, it's true.
as I mentioned briefly before. I mean, it is usually just a color difference, but in my opinion, if the monster fights you in the same way and has the same elemental weakness, it really has no business existing. Like, let's look at... And there is no excuse for this. Nagakuga and Green Nagakuga, that's usually the pair that I rip on the most.
Okay.
Like, what the hell? I mean, that is third generation. Third generation, and they thought it was a good idea to have a subspecies with the exact same weakness and that had no difference except for the fact that it was green. I mean,
I don't want to
Who's
be like
doing this?
little picking, but Nagakuga and Green Nagakuga has actually one difference, and it's so minor that people don't really agree with it. When the Green Nagakuga is throwing his feathers towards you, you get KO'd. It's
Oh.
actually a thing. It is actually a thing. I was thinking the same kind of way, and I thought like, yeah, at least he has a green weapon design, and that makes him maybe a little bit special, and his weapons are working differently. But actually, his tail spears or tail spikes can KO you, which is very minor, but it is a difference.
well, I wouldn't disagree with it by saying that that doesn't happen. I would instead disagree with it, or at least suggest that it might not be accurate, because I'm not sure if it's only Green Nagakuga. I think maybe regular Nagakuga can do it as well. I know that Lucent Nagakuga can do that.
Yeah.
I know that I've been KO'd by those ones in... And I'm talking about 3 Ultimate, not that
The
other
thing
game.
is, Green Naga can guaranteely KO you with that. You get KO'd when you get hit by those feathers. We can maybe try out on another time, but I'm very sure
definitely
that happens
will,
to me all the time when I play P3 and accidentally get hit by those stupid stingers.
Bit late to be asking, but can I get a hot drink, please? Because I forgot to bring them.
Oh, okay, hold on.
I don't know how I managed to forget, but...
The good old hot drink neat.
Oh god, I'm
Pass
actually
on the
being
juice.
pursued by this thing.
Come on, no!
I'll take it.
Oh, the Hornator
Oh,
kicked
I
my butt!
almost got it,
Oh,
but you
no! Where's the
You
group?
got finished by a Hornator, oh my god.
Do a shocking surprise. Okay, never mind. I come towards you. Okay, click fast.
We
No,
did.
let's go. Oh no! We got body checked. Ah! Mother trucker, why you do that?
I mean,
Alright.
yeah, I guess when I said that it was a bit late for me to be doing it was that we were literally standing there waiting for the monster to actually come down and do something, and then by the time he was doing something, I'm like... Probably
Green
not the
Narga
best
has a
timing in the
different
world.
AI and spams more tail attacks, okay? But even it's hard for me to tell the difference. Lazy monster recoloring of crab copium. Yeah. Maybe that's a little bit the idea. I mean, my take would be green Plesio and the normal one. I don't find any differences.
I think the green one might put you to sleep more often, but either way, I guess my point wasn't that Green Nagakuga literally had no differences. I assumed that they would at least have a slight AI difference and maybe something really subtle like the KO on the tail spikes, but it's not different enough, unfortunately. Like, if
Yeah,
the
I
weakness
feel
is
the same way.
and if they... Yeah, I mean, there's no significant difference, so... Like, if we have to sit here and go, ooh, what is the subtle difference between these two monsters? They're doing it wrong, in my opinion.
Yeah, I get that.
So,
I would love when he would maybe KO even with his melee attacks, or I don't know, give him some sort of presence like Orange Espinas has in Frontier, for example. He was also just a recolorization change, but they did a lot of his melee attacks and improved them to get like paralysis out and stuff. That is very helpful. I just go for the abdomen so you have free space on the head.
thank you. Yeah, because Sword and Shield... Oh wait, you're using dual blades. I mean, both of them are pretty accurate, and it's easy to hit ahead with those, but...
Yeah, but I think you need a little bit more space, and your hits probably count with higher damage than mine, and I'm just really good in flinching him left to right, so I just take the part of the supportive dual blader here and being fully Gucci with it.
Did he leave the area?
Not yet, he's just getting at the end of the cave and just wants to body slam me again, I assume.
Oh, is he doing the thing where he just runs around the ceiling?
Yeah, I think his AI is currently stucking into, should I really leave the area? But I'm in rage mode, so I need to fight, but...
Yeah.
I have very low
confused,
HP, so I should probably go.
He did a 360 for no reason. I mean, I guess he saw Rathalos doing it and decided he needed the same attack. That's the Kezu around the world, ladies and gentlemen. It's a rare sight, but it happens.
Hey Nuclear Worker, welcome. Nice to see you in chat. So, there you go. This is one reason why I love to play dual blades on Kezu. You can help your teammates to get control on the fight with some damage, and you just be the DPS puppy cuddling his left leg the entire time, and he wants going for a snuggle. And since I have high grade earplugs, I don't care if he does that, and it gives me an additional opening to make another flinch.
Yeah, the effect is noticeable, and it does make... It's a great way to do the hunt, you know. Sword and Shield, for anyone who is not aware, is stupidly strong in Freedom 1. It was just too strong. I don't think they meant for it to be as strong as it was. It wasn't that strong in Monster Hunter 1 and Monster Hunter G. As I understand it, it was a mistake. Like, they did not mean for it to be that strong. It is, and so...
It was actually a programming mistake, to be exact. Somebody said instead of a 1 to identical having the same numbers, they put an X on that number, and that caused the game to give the weapon 50% more raw damage than it should have, as you can see. So if you have 300 raw damage, this weapon has actually 450, which is absurd. And thinking about the Shining Wyvern Blade, which is the strongest raw damage sword and shield in the game, it is often used for speedruns, if you could say that in speedruns. But I did some runs with that also on Raffin and Rathalos in G-Rank, and that was very entertaining to do so. But I gotta say, Lance had also its peak in TA Wiki rules on this game.
Oh, I have to say that they did nerf Lance quite a lot here, and... Well, I think they... Yeah, it was. So in Monster Hunter 1 and Monster Hunter G, it was very good. Like, the headlocking in the PS2 Monster Hunter games, 1 and G, was a big deal. And that was because Lance was so strong. It's not as easy to headlock monsters with a Lance in this game. And strangely, I still associate first generation Monster Hunter with headlocking and just beating on a monster with a Lance. But interestingly, it doesn't exist as much in this game, so...
Got an interesting question here on Chisel's side. Would you say if Sword and Shield is broken in this game? Overall, I would say it's broken not because the weapon has some incredible high or good motion values or anything in that. It is broken for the sense that the game developers didn't port the game properly, and it cost out to make that out of Sword and Shield, so... Oh, we kind of like made a really cool thing here to block it with the area. That is amazing.
If we can make this an actual consistent strategy, we can do a tutorial video.
Yeah, let's do that.
From leaving.
Oh, do it late. Oh, yeah, baby.
Oh, very good. Very
yes,
good.
Let's go.
That was... We literally just saved ourselves like 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes because Kezu flies really slowly. And what he does, I'm sure you know this as well, like, He doesn't just fly to the next cave. He flies to the next area, lands, immediately flies up again, goes to the next area,
Yep.
lands, flies up. It's so annoying. So, yeah, we definitely saved ourselves some time with that one.
Baynes has too many tutorials to break. I know, it's a little bit of a meme in my channel, but people wanted to know how to play bow in 3D Midnight, and I should make a tutorial video under that. But I am very much a technical boomer and don't really know how to do like edited videos and stuff. So my generic response on how to play bow is aim and shoot. It's that simple. Actually, it's that simple. But I think people wanted to have a more detailed guide, and I'm a little bit scared to do those things. I would love to record it, but the cutting thing and the technical things to do video editing, I don't really have those skills. But yeah, sure.
No, it's funny. I come from that. I
Oh,
stopped
really?
doing that
Oh,
sort of
that's
thing.
amazing.
Yeah. Well, not so much tutorials, but just the whole idea of having to edit a video before you upload it. Because I obviously started as a Let's Player back in the old Let's Playing days. And it was just very different, you know. There was none of this convenience of, oh, I'm just going to hit record and it's all done for me. Like, you had to bring it all together, edit it, and just put it out. And it's, yeah. I very much enjoy live streaming in that, again, it's so easy. Don't have to do much.
Ah, okay. Is there like a obvious or like a huge reason why you stopped the Let's Play thing on YouTube
Yeah.
before you surf? Or is it too private, so don't really need to
No.
get deep into that?
No, it's not private at all. Basically, the thing with Let's Playing was that it died, unfortunately. It was... The golden era of Let's Playing was between 2006, which is where it began on the Something Awful forums, and I guess 2010. 2010 was the last year of Let's Playing, and
Okay.
some would say it may have even been 2009, but unfortunately it just never really made a recovery after that. I guess part of it was just how YouTube changed. You know, it became more monetized. It became just a situation where people played differently, and of course the advent of live streaming really shifted viewer attention away from that sort of video content creation. So look, in the end, Let's Playing just wasn't where I was going to get
Okay.
exposure. Live streaming was actually a chance to build my audience in a much better way. So
Okay,
yeah, this is
understandable.
what I do. I sort of do what I call a live Let's Play. Like, I cannot let go of the past, so what I do is I literally go live, but I still call it a Let's Play. That's when I'm just playing, you know, a game in particular, instead of, you know, turning up in a Monster Hunter game and doing random hunts, you know. So,
One thing I have to say, when I watched your streams and just lurking nearby, you can hear from someone's commentating how he did some of his previous things on YouTube or something, and you commentate very slow paced, and you don't have much stutters. Like when I do sometimes commentary, I stutter a lot. Like, damn, some people would think I'm some sort of a autism, or no evil means on that, but they thought about like, oh god, you know, I when I see my old files, I was like, that is weird, man. But to have a little compliment running around, like, I think your commentary is fucking good, like really good.
thank you.
That is one thing to say, and
I think what it comes down to is, you know, the stuttering and the ums and the ahs. I guess the ums and the ahs, like, just, you know, trying to find those, get rid of those filler words.
yeah.
Even that's a more recent thing. I think, you know, I go back and watch recordings from 2015 and I'm going, more often. But as far as stuttering and just being able to have a flowing commentary, that's one of the things I was able to, I guess, establish earlier on. You know, there's certain basic things when it comes to commentary that you can nip in the bud in the first few years, and fortunately the first few years for me were a while ago. So yeah, it's like anything, you do it for a while and it becomes a little bit easier. But thank you. I don't really sit around and analyze how my commentary is.
I'm a very
when it
critical
comes across.
person in that meaning. I even criticize my gameplay sometimes, especially in new gen games. I'm so rusty, and I play those old gen games. I feel always like, I'm at home. I can play really well without having too much brain working going on. I can always do the muscle memory and everything is fine. But new gen kind of like kicks my butt. I'm going really fast through my Twitch chat and answering some stuff. Why should I do another Switch X for you guide? Isn't this enough? That was a good one, I thought personally. Yeah, Sword Cheer is kind of broken, and a Kazu guide. Not sure. I don't know if I would do a monster guide particularly in that kind of. I mean, I gotta say, if I get the editing skills, I definitely gonna do a Freedom Unite bow guide, because this is the first thing I have in my head, and I want to go out and just maybe try that one. So that might be interesting to hear. By the way,
I would recommend really pursuing guides, like doing them and doing them well, because what it does is it actually builds your viewer base. You get a few videos that really get picked up, and they're usually tutorial videos, you know. Someone wants to know how to do something, they find you explaining it to them, and they become interested in what you do outside of that. And it really does make a difference for building your channel. I mean, I say that as if I've done it, not really. I only did one tutorial video that I can remember, and that was for the Abyssal Lagiocruz glitch in 3 Ultimate. I recorded that in 2014 on a separate channel. But and I didn't really get any benefit from that, but I've seen it with a lot of other content creators. You know, they build their viewer bases by having a few really, really well established tutorial videos, and it creates traffic, and it's really good. So I would do it, but I don't really have the willingness.
By the way, the next monster we're gonna fight is a Plazioth, so keep your Sonic Bombs up and your Froggies in the pouch.
Sounds good. I don't even know if I've got any Sonic Bombs in my box. Because of how this game is, I'm just so... I don't have any combination materials in my box because there's like no box space, so I feel poor. Constantly material poor. I can't do anything. I've got Screamers, I've got 99 Screamers, so I guess I can make some. I'll do that.
The game with the best RNG, how's it going? Hey, Nazi with the Jersey, my brother from another mother, how's it going, man? And also, who's this person speaking to? I thought it was a video you're watching. Yeah, that's what I meant with his voice is soothing, and you feel like you're watching a video. That's my co-streamer here called Draculestia, or Lord Xor. We're doing some Freedom 1 today and having some G-Rank fun time with random hunts. So yeah, feel free to join, sit back, go get some popcorn, and enjoy the show.
Oh, yeah.
He's a good narrator. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the combination material for Sonic Bomb. It's Screamer and...
Gunpowder.
Gunpowder? Jeez.
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Sometimes I forget the combinations for things because I'm so lazy. Like, what I do usually I'll combine everything in a big batch. Like, I'll just do it in bulk. I'll combine like hundreds of this thing, and then I don't have to worry about it again. But it causes me to forget what the combination is.
To be honest, if Monster Hunter Freedom 1 would get a modded version where you can stack items like that so you don't have to, care too much of box space and stuff, I think that would actually make this game more grabbable for some people. A lot of people avoid Freedom 1 because it has quality of life issues, and the first Monster Hunter game that actually introduced at least some quality was Freedom Unite, which is fairly passed away between Freedom 1 and Freedom Unite, so...
Freedom Unite was a big deal. Like, the changes made in Freedom Unite, and you understand it because you play Freedom 2. It was huge. The difference between those two games is immense, and people don't understand it because they look at screenshots from Freedom 2 and then screenshots from Freedom Unite, and they're like, oh, it's the same game. But it's not. Like, it's really different. The experience...
On a visual thing, for sure, but play the game in your hands. Like, the amount of, like, honey stackable to 99 is an amazing space investment in Freedom Unite. In Freedom 2, the half of one page is full of honey, and I can't really tell why. It's just you can't stack limited of 10 for each.
It's how it works is if like whatever limit you have on what you can stack in your inventory, that's reflected in your box.
Yeah.
So you can't have more than 10 in your inventory. So, well, I guess you have to deal with that in your box, which is ridiculous. You've got so many stacks because you can only take it to 10, and it's terrible. I mean, at least you've got more box space in Freedom 2 compared to this game, but it's freaking bad.
Yeah.
I don't have any gunpowder. I can't buy it from any of the vendors at the moment either. So
Let me have a quick look on mine, because if there's something I don't have to worry about is my money count in Freedom 1. Because I killed freaking 57 Rathalos to get 2 rubies I need for my weapons, so everything else got into the abyss of selling, so that happened there. Alright, we got some nitro shrooms here. Fire herb is something you can easily buy, so I have 20 gunpowder for the friend of mine, so... Oh, you can't hold your button in this game to combine. You have to put every single combine in button. That's a thing that was only... I think it was a thing that was going on Freedom Unite, if I'm not mistaken.
yes, Freedom Unite was the first game where you could hold down the button.
It is such a small change, and it just makes every gunner so happy.
I don't know what happened with Capcom. It's just from Freedom 2 to Freedom Unite, something happened, and they were like, "We need to clean this up. We need to really improve this," and they did.
Maybe there was like maybe there was a housekeeper, you know, making the tables clean and all those guys, and he saw those papers about the plans, and he pick those papers and make some quality of life changes in Monster Hunter, and now we got that. So thank you for this like housekeeper to do those things.
He's doing work.
Unless in meanwhile Capcom thinking about should we get Magnet Spike in this game too? What about the Tonfas?
Oh wow. Could you imagine that?
Oh no.
I make that joke sometimes, like, when's the next update for Freedom Unite coming out, you know? Send a letter to Capcom, please fix this.
I mean, I wouldn't be that, like, happy to see Magnet Spike again or Tonfas. Either the weapons get, like, super nerfed to the ground, so they're not that fun and interactive than they are in Frontier, or they're equally broken than in Frontier, and everybody would play those weapons, and I can't see other weapons than Magnet Spike and Tonfas all the time.
Have you played much of Frontier? Because I've always wanted to, but never got around to it.
There are some private servers, and I played a couple of Frontier already, like 350 hours, I would say, and I'm in the latest rank of the game currently, and not finished at all, but still have a lot of things to do with. But I got a good insight on Frontier, and be able also to call out some names and stuff in Frontier is probably one of my most favorite topics to speak about, because I see a lot of people like you that have never touched the game or seeing or gaming it for their own. And since we have the private servers now online and we can do those things with Frontier, we can get finally a show, an insight to this game that was very hidden for us European people, and also I think American people didn't get it also. And Frontier does a lot of things really, really good, but progressing in Frontier, oh boy, there's some tough quests there. Lao Shan in this game is nothing against Frontier progress.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. And I suppose, you know, you have to actually play it to understand that properly.
Yeah.
With me and Frontier, the reason why I never played it, even though I literally started when... Like, I started with Freedom Unite when Freedom Unite came out, which was sort of the height of Frontier's interest level in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I really wanted to play it back then, but the difficulty to get set up as someone outside of Japan and Korea was just prohibitive. Like, you couldn't actually do that. If you wanted the Korean version, you had to steal the equivalent of someone's social security number to do it.
Oh yeah,
just ridiculous.
I know that.
Like, that was literally a criminal offense. And then, if you wanted to play the Japanese version, it was not easy to do. Like, you had to really, really want to play it. And I didn't want to play that badly. Like, this was back when Frontier still felt very much second gen, you know. It was a 2007 game built on the DOS engine, I guess. if you can
Yeah,
refer to it that
there are a
way.
lot of DOS
And
engine AIs seeing sometimes in this game.
yeah, and to be honest, that really appealed to me back then and still appeals to me. What
Hmm.
really put the nail in the coffin for me with Frontier as far as playing it, like I just didn't want to play it anymore when it got that big update, that big 2011 update where it turned into this ultra anime thing where people are running around with great swords, and I was like, no, 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 this is not what I
Oh,
want. This is not
that
Frontier.
is the Frontier G update where you can get the extreme weapon playstyle, and I gotta say it looks super weeby. I know that, but
Yeah.
I can definitely tell you, extreme style is very gameplay impactful, and it is a very excited feeling to play with extreme style. But the weird thing about extreme style is every other style you have before, you're starting the game with earth style, and then when you get to a certain rank, you get heaven and storm style added to your equipment, so you can change styles like in GU.
Yeah. Well, that's
Which,
where it came from. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And extreme style is basically a combination of earth style and storm style plus this dash and some enhanced features like sword and shield can do an it is called in it's called a EX dodge, which is an attack dodge that does damage and give iframes, and you can kind of chain it really quickly, and you can run with your weapon drawn out. Greatsword can guard point, Switch Axe can guard point, Longsword can guard point. Like, there's a lot of things that weapons can do now, but they kind of like
Yeah.
need to get these perks because Z rank or G rank is really, really tough in this game. Even I have my problems with those perks on my switches, and I'm very used to use Switch Axe, but it is not enough for beating those Zeniths alone, sometimes.
Well, the monsters get pretty crazy because the hunters are so strong. You know, I think, to be honest, that whole ultra anime thing is fine because what it allows for is for monsters to do really creative things to kill you. Like I remember I don't know what he's called. It could be Zenith, Nagakuga, one of the Nagakuga versions of Monster Hunter Frontier, where he gets you in the tail spike attack and he hits you repeatedly. Like you're literally stuck in mid-air, getting assaulted over and over again by this continuous tail spike attack. And I don't know how it is to play against that, but just watching video footage of it, it's really like I've never seen anything like it. It looks terrible. Like, I
There's
don't
a
want to deal with that.
there's a bunch of monsters that can do like combo attacks and do a lot of like really terrifying attacks that are feeling very unfair, I gotta say sometimes. There is, for example, a monster, or like not a monster, but there's an elemental blight in this game. Each elemental got an extreme blight, which when you get inflicted by it, you will cause some major problems. So normally when you get afflicted by a blight like Thunder Blight or Fire Blight, it is some sort of a problem, but not very impactful. On Zenith quests or Zenith monsters, this is an entire new thing. So you remember Fire Blight, right? One of those very little tiny dot effects you have on your health bar, and you get a little bit of like red health damage, and when you don't have red health, then you drain your HP on green, you know? Well, Extreme Fire Blight also causes damage on your max HP, which means it decreases your max HP, and this is really fast. That's depending really on which level of Zenith you're fighting. Thunderblight gives you a heart attack, which basically means somebody has to reanimate you, otherwise you will get a heart attack and die. That is very, very unfair. Water Blight causes damage on your stamina and drains your stamina repetitively, and that is very scary. Ice is the easiest one. You basically get in an ice chunk and you can move, and when the monster hits you, you die. That's about it. And Dragon Blight, at last, it prevents you from healing entirely. You can't even get a life powder. You can't heal yourself from vampirism. Nobody can heal you. You just suffer. Frontier really wants you to die.
Yeah. No, this is what happens. I mean, it's very dangerous to make the hunters so strong, because if you make the hunters so strong, they need a challenge.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
yeah.
when you fight
That's
those Zenith monsters, there are some attacks you don't want to get hit of. You know exactly what happens if you get hit by the ramp up attack. So there's a monster, it's called Jiaorugu, which is a subspecies version of another monster. Just gonna leave it blank here. And what he does is basically he shoots an ice beam in underneath him and creates a huge field of ice that will drain your stamina, which is not that problematic because you can sheath your weapon and run and get out really fast. But if you're greedy, like really greedy, he will shoot this like ice beam and then create an entire huge area of ice and will get you in ice blight. And if you ice blighted, he will combo you in the air with his tail, do a left swing, a right swing, and then he crushes his tail on the ground and the entire earth splits and you just freaking dead. Like, you're really dead.
Yeah. That sounds like it. That's what's brilliant about, I guess, you either like it or you hate it, but wow. Like, just the description of the attack, I can see it, because that's what Frontier is, it's just this crazy ultra anime thing. And yeah, it turned me off at the time.
Oh, Jesus.
But well, there you go. First death, and it's against a worthy opponent because Plesioth is an asshole. I did mean to change weapons. I think Thunder ends up being a bit better for Plesioth, but I've still got my Fire, Sword, and Shield. Honestly,
Fire is fine too.
Yeah. The thing with this Sword and Shield, though, is that it really focuses on elemental damage, so yeah. I think it would have been a little better to use a Thunder weapon, but it's fine. Hopefully he's not too far away from dying.
The cool thing about Frontier is if you really know how to learn a monster, how to fight it, and you get with a good set on it, you really feel encouraged to fight this monster, and you learn and you get better with it, and you can get so strong in Frontier. It's not even funny. Like, if I tell people on Twitch that I can four-shot a Fatalis in Frontier, and they're like, "Are you cheating?" No, I'm actually that strong in Frontier. If I fight a HR4 Fatalis, I can do 4 charge attacks with my Greatsword, and he freaking dies. Does actually
he have the same amount of health? Because health in Monster Hunter is consistent across all the games. He has the same amount of health.
Yeah, the thing about about Great Switch Axe or Greatsword is, for example, my Greatsword that I have in Frontier has a blow throw damage amount of 3,300 and a element that is called Blaze, which is a mix of fire and dragon, which is certainly good for Fatalis. And you can have a lot of skills that are, I would say, high risk, high reward, which is also implying the gameplay or the playstyle of Frontier. They're like skills. They give you 100 Trura if you dodge an attack successfully for 24 seconds. There's also a skill that gives you 50 amounts of sharpness when you dodge an attack successfully. There's also a skill that gives you a additional bar underneath your character's name, and if you do certain actions like dodging, attacking, blocking, you will get higher movement speed, higher sheathing speed, everything. You can turn really crazy. If people think For You has a lot of skills you can have in your armor with 6 or 7 activated skill, imagine in Frontier there is a single skill. It's called Sword God. It gives you fencing +2, sharpness +2, razor sharp, and you and the thing about fencing in this game is it does double hits and also prevents you from bouncing. So yeah, Frontier, let's make it short, it's crazy. It's
insane.
Breathlessly crazy.
Absolutely, the whole concept of what's acceptable in Monster Hunter is just thrown out the door. It's nope. We're going to absolutely empower the hunter to the extreme. And you know what? I think I understand, when I hear things like this, I understand why Monster Hunter never came to the West or to Europe or any place outside of Japan and Korea. It's because they're on the whole, they are the people culturally who can deal with a game like this. Culturally, it's a bit too much for most countries outside of Korea and Japan. I mean, that's extreme, and also just the whole idea of you will be utterly crushed if you don't know how to play this monster, play against this monster. But if you actually start to learn how to evade every individual attack, you will succeed and be rewarded immensely. I mean,
The
it's
thing
really
about
intense. It's a good thing.
there's a good talk here. Chisel said perfectly, playing in Frontier is more rewarding than in other games. The thing about Frontier is, it's not like a needed thing that you need to play perfectly. I mean, of course, it would be always a good thing to play perfectly, but Frontier punishes you really hard if you suck ass. Like, you just die really fast, really quick. I mean, I can remember my first fight on a Zenith Rucodiora, which is a dragon elder that manipulates magnetism, and his startup attack.
Rico Diora, he was very well known in the early.
Do you know
Motherfucker.
Ada, welcome playhead. The Zenith Rucodiora has a very unique startup on a fight. So basically, he creates a huge ring with pipes, rocks, and stuff that are circling around him, and he will fly towards you and throw them down and make a huge shockwave. And I was so pissed about this attack because I have no idea how to prevent that. I'm like, should I guard point that? Should I dodge to the left? Should I dodge towards him? What should I do there? I was so frustrated. I didn't know what to do there. And the actual thing is, you need to go like towards him, let the rocks crawl down, you need to go out of his way, dodge into him again, and then you need to guard point his thunder shockwave coming up after that. So it is a back and forth. And how do you think you will find out that? You need to paint a trial for that. And that is for every individual Zenith fight in this game. And this is the very end content on Frontier. We are not about the progress on the entire game before. Oh man.
Yeah.
But
That's interesting. It is a good thing, I think, to encourage. I mean, this is doing it to the extreme, but to encourage the idea of you are not going to come into this hunt and immediately succeed. You're
Yep.
going to have to.
You don't
you're
do
gonna
that
have
in
to do
Frontier.
it and then fail. You're going to have to actually fail and then learn how to improve. I think that makes a big difference, because what it means is that even very good players, people who up until that point weren't really challenged by anything,
Are you playing
or at
Frontier?
the very least conquered everything before that point,
I'm
they're
not-
still forced to be in that situation where, wow, I am dying, I'm failing, I need to improve. And it
Yeah.
just changes everything.
I'm not currently playing Frontier, Playhat, but we're just speaking about Frontier because he was interested into Frontier, and I know a bunch of things about Frontier since I got a lot of pain and trial towards this game, and I think I'd love to share that. By the way, it's your turn to choose a next quest.
Sure. I need to organize my mega potion situation. Because of the nature of this game,
Yeah.
I
No
do not
box
have much
space.
honey. I've got 8 honey, and I'm going to go and gather some more, but I just don't do honey gathering in this game because it makes me depressed. Like,
Yeah. Crouch.
I mean, everyone who's
One
played
honey.
first gen knows it, but holy shit, like, you're literally getting.
I'm not
sometimes
even
one
mad about
honey.
people editing their materials in this game. I'm not even. I mean, I'm not kind of like that person on PSP games. I'm very used to this
Yeah.
old gen kind of style, but I am not judging people they do. I can understand the jankiness hate on that. I can totally refer to that.
Yeah.
How good of a PC
I
you
mean-
need to play Frontier in? Let's say. Not really that crazy. I mean, I don't know the exact perks you need for Frontier, but in Frontier itself, there are a lot of settings you can downgrade your graphics card. Of course, I play on maximum value, but the game doesn't look entirely crazy. You have to think about it's a little bit more polished up Freedom Unite, so maybe it's a little bit more than the PSP version with a modded like Freedom Unite version you play on PPS's PP, I would assume. Something like
At the
that.
end of the day, it's not going to be taxing. Like, it was built for computers. Like, even even the most recent version of it now, I'm assuming, really would have been built for computers for between 2011 and 2013. Things have moved on since
Yeah.
then. You can get a pretty cheap machine that will run that comfortably, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking from experience, I'm speaking from common
Yeah,
sense,
kind of
at least in
logic
my
about
mind.
the time that went by,
Yeah.
and yeah, I get that. That's a good like start point of like how to think about that.
Yeah.
For the overall question, I know you guys want to say it, but would I recommend Frontier here? The thing is, if you're not playing Sunbreak right now, which is the right now top game to play now on Monster Hunter, and you really want to play something that is the very like dragging you into his world, even not with lore, but with a lot of gameplay in there, and there's a lot of things to find out. Like, Frontier is a weird mix of old and janky, but also very quality of life improving. Like the Frontier stack thing is you can stack an item to 999 times, which is cool. Money problems.
999.
Yep.
Okay.
Frontier has no money problems. You're always too rich for the game, so you don't have to worry
Too
about.
rich.
Yeah, I never have seen my character have lower than 9 million zenny, or 9 million G-Rank zenny. Money is no problem in Frontier. The actual problem in Frontier is you don't get those stupid rare items. The reward system in Frontier is so frustrating. You're fighting a
I
monster.
heard about that very early on, yeah.
You're fighting a monster that is super difficult, like a Zenith Espinas, or I don't know, like Shantian, or a Conquest Fatalis, like just to throw names at you. You fight this monster for 20 to 25 minutes solo, and you get 3 items at the end of the quest, which are 2 shells and a horn, and one of that is a broken item. And you think, that is not rewarding at all. Not at all.
Sounds like first gen.
Yep. It's DOS, so it's not far away from that. So
Yeah. No, well, yeah. I mean, people may not understand this, but at least this was something that I recently realized. But the whole idea of second gen, like what I considered to be second gen, was actually just Freedom Unite, and that was different.
yeah.
So to be honest, second gen is much closer to first gen than some people might expect. Generally speaking.
Yeah, progress in Frontier is a long time really fun until you go to Geishu and Goshu rank. Those 2 ranks are horrifying and a huge
What are
role.
those? I've never heard that before.
So, in Frontier, there are very separated ranks. So, the HR1 and HR2 are very normal, low and high, like low rank. HR3 to HR4 are high rank. And then HR5 to HR6 are Geishu and Goshu rank. So HR5 is Geishu, Kishu, and HR6 is Goshu rank or Go rank. Those ranks are very specific. A lot of Frontier original monsters are there, and they pack a lot of those monsters in those ranks immediately. In HR5, so the Kishu rank, you have 22 key quests and 96 quests on this level. The first time I saw that, I was shocked. I felt like,
Yeah.
how do I ever gonna finish all those quests? Well, God bless, I didn't do that, but 22 key quests is a bunch. It's the most key quests on a rank level I ever saw in a video game. And the thing is, those key quests aren't like, all of them are like not super easy. There are like 5 quests in total that are stupidly hard. For example, there is a quest where you have to fight, I just throw a name at you, a Abiorugo, which is a green brute wyvern with huge red blades on its tail. And there are 2 of them in the same area the entire time. They have the exact same AI. They go the exact way all the time. And I had to get a friend with me and 2 other people to have a chance to not get comboed by those guys. One of those guys attempts to charge at you always from miles across like a raging bullfango, and the other one is spamming his combo one-shot attack over and over again until you freaking bite the grass. This quest is horrifying. There are also a lot of
sounds
like
horrifying.
there are also a lot of the Geishu rank is very terrifying on those quests, but there are also a lot of cool burst monster quests. In Frontier, there are a lot of like unique monsters. They're called the Burst Origin monsters, and what they do is this the red Kezu or the white Kezu?
It is the red one, yeah.
Okay. The thing about Burst Origin monsters are they all look like flying wyverns or bird wyverns, but they're really unique on their own. One of my favorites, to not spoil a lot for you, maybe you get one time the hand into this game. I don't know.
We'll see.
But there is a monster. It's called Meraginasu or Meraginasu, and it's a bat monster. So just think about a Rathalos that has huge ears, has dark scale with orange color points kind of in that, and he is blind. He can't see you, he can only hear you, and there's a feature in this game about weapon sounds. Hunting horn is the loudest weapon, and the guns are particularly very silent. And this monster doesn't hear you, and if you crawl to him, he will not realize you until you're really like underneath him, basically. And that is such a unique mechanic. And in Frontier, there are a lot of monsters like that. Like there's a huge red.
Kezu is very much like that, you know.
Kezu?
Yeah, so Kezu can't see you.
Yeah, but the thing about Miraginasu is he has a stance where he opens up his ears and wants to hear around his area.
Okay.
And if you are silent, he will not notice you. And you can crawl to him. And imagine you have to fight this monster in a huge cave. In a huge watery cave with some bright lights there. This monster is so cool. And he has a unique element that is called the Dark element, which is a mix of ice and dragon.
Okay.
There's also
really cool.
Cool. Diabolos is a vegetarian, right? He has a bad, evil, Sataneously brother in Frontier called Varu Zaburosu, and you fight him in the battlegrounds in the volcano. And the interesting thing about Varu Zaburosu is you will enter the fight, and there's a huge cactus in the middle of the area, and this monster is always hungry. He wants to eat this cactus. He doesn't care if you attack him or not. He wants to eat this cactus all the time. He is rushing to this cactus, spiking it with his horn, throwing it up, chomp it, and then he digs down in the ground, and then he pushes upward again, and everything on this area is burning, and you need to run for your life. Otherwise you will die in a huge flaming state. It is super anime.
Like a metaphor for some sort of drug addiction. I mean, what's going on with this monster?
This is so crazy. But I gotta say, his weapons are incredibly broken. They have a skill in the weapon, an entire skill. It's called vampirism, which is kind of like a health augmentation, if you know that. And I don't know. I can tell so much things about Frontier. Those Origin Burst mods are just nuts.
What a nightmare. I mean, it's funny hearing the Japanese names of the monster, like the whole Borosu thing, like that's obviously Diablo.
Yeah, I give my shot here.
Yeah, but when you first mentioned the monster, the bat-like monster, I was thinking, like, it starts with Mira, and I'm thinking, God, is it some sort of Fatalis variant? Because he's Mira Boriasu.
But he is Meraginasu, so he is not Mira, like with an I, he's with an E.
I heard Mira,
with
okay.
an E, like eating.
I see.
The fun fact about Varu Zaburosu is when he eats this cactus, he gets into a rage mode, and he will get shiny. Normally he's in a very really dark reddish color like this Kezu, but a little bit darker. But when he eats this cactus, he will shine bright in flaming agony, and this is so terrifying to see.
Random question, did you ever watch Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Yep, I do the entire series just this year.
Okay, well, this sounds like the moment when Sokka drinks the fucking cactus juice.
Oh yeah, yeah, I get that.
So,
Yeah, maybe this is a reference to that. Monster Hunter has some
yeah, I mean,
anime
it's got that feeling to
references.
it. He really wants that cactus juice, and he's gonna drink it, and he's gonna get real strong and real upset
Mm,
in a good way.
Burst Origin monsters aren't the hardest. Normally, Zenith monsters tend to be the hardest monsters in Frontier, but when you are in Kishu rank, it's definitely a higher limit, and you need to surpass
I'm
even
gonna die. I'm
further
gonna die. I'm
beyond.
gonna die.
Oh no!
I was I was setting up for a sharpen, but then by the time I was ready to sharpen, I had taken a hit, and I needed to heal, not sharpen. But I sharpened instead.
Yeah, you can also carry around the cactus. Shizzle told me about that.
What?
That's true. Yeah, you can grab up the cactus and run away with it. But
Is he
Varu,
attracted to it?
yeah, he will attack you. He
Oh
wants
my
to eat this
god.
cactus very badly. He is very hungry. He will charge towards you. He doesn't care. He wants this cactus. It's his, you know. He is like, give me the
Crazy.
cactus.
Yeah, no, that's an almost unhealthy obsession with the cactus. And to be honest, I mean, this is so dynamic, so interesting. Just the description of Frontier that I'm hearing. I need to play this game at some point. I don't know when I will, but
I mean,
need to
I'm
play
I'm
it.
I'm
It's crazy.
kind of obviously like intending you to maybe try it or give it at least a look
Yeah.
here, but I can tell like there's so many. I personally I love the Burst Origin monsters. Some Zenith monsters look very brutal and like a very super pumped up version of known monsters. Like Ticrex have a Zenith and all those like old gen monsters. Rathalos has a very terrifying Zenith. Um, but the
I don't
Burst
know.
Origin monsters are kind of like monsters that really stuck in my heart a little bit. I feel like, man, I want to have those monsters come back. And they're also like Frontier Origin monsters that are not like Frontier unique monsters that are not really Burst Origins, like Espinas or Gurensurubu, which is a shark type wyvern monster that is a very bulky but very slow monster. There's also, let me remember. Oh, do you hear about Tycoon Zamuza?
No, haven't heard of him.
Tycoon Zamuza is a crab. And the cool
Crab,
thing about
okay.
he's a crab, and the cool thing about Tycoon Zamuza is he has three different phases. Um, Three different phases for the first monster you fight in Frontier. Frontier is introducing you to Tycoon Zamuza really early. He is basically a key quest for one of the first ranks, and just kind of imagine a monster that is covered in like dirt, in like rocky dirt, a huge crab with a spear and a hammer in his hand. And when you attack him, there's no blood coming out. You just shed his skin a little bit. And then you
Oh.
see this orange underneath hard shell there. And you feel like, alright, that's the real Tycoon Zamuza. He was hiding the entire time. And then you defeat him in low rank and you feel really happy because you did the Tycoon Zamuza. And then you go to high rank and fight Tycoon Zamuza again, and then you're like, okay, I shed his first skin and I see the orange parts. Okay, now he's nearly close to die.
That's a great idea. What
And
a great
and
idea for a
then
monster.
now it comes to trigger. Then there's a cutscene where Tycoon Zamuza takes his hammer, slams the ground, breaking it entirely. You and the monster will drop down, and he will show you his real second phase, which is much more aggressive. And now you can break his body parts. But you will see some scars underneath that are whitish, like kind of like ceramic, like very clear
Oh, wow.
white. And then, when you take too much time to kill him, he will enter the third phase. So he is getting in his cave, and then he spins out like a fucking maniac with like electricity, has a huge spear and like two spears in his hand, and he has some sort of batteries in its back, and he is a thunder monster. And the cool thing is when you make a Tycoon Zamuza weapon, you look at them and like, why does it have thunder alignment? Why does it can make thunder? It's a rocky monster. Well, that's the truth.
Yeah.
And imagine
That's
it's
great.
a low rank monster, a really weak monster in Frontier, like a Kutku. It's so creative. What can
when you
Katku
relate
do?
it to Katku, when you relate it to Katku, it really gives me an idea for what you mean when you say it's like this monster that you fight early on. I mean, that's incredible. Like, if it's literally this thing that you fight early on, very easy to fight, whatever, and then he becomes later on this crazy difficult fight. I mean, that's... And obviously very dynamic and very intricate in the way that he's got so many versions and forms. I mean, it's like, this is not my final form, and
Yeah,
that
and he
happens
does that 2
repeatedly.
times. And you know what the cherry on the top of the cake is? He has a Zenith version of him too, and this fight is so fun. I love Zenith Tycoon Zamuza. I can fight him with blindfolded. That's how much I love it. Not really, actually. Don't give me that challenge, but
No, I wouldn't dream of it.
he is damn funny to fight with the extreme style. You guard point, you dodge, left, right. He will do his combo. Bang, bang. It's so fun. That's cool.
No, it's amazing.
Okay, we got
The
a
description
crab.
of it is, I'm sure fighting it would be even better, but
Yeah.
the description of it is great. Oh, he's finally left! Oh my god. Because he keeps walking towards that cave.
Yeah, but he
exit
doesn't
and
want to
thinking,
because
is
he was
leaving? But
enraged.
Well,
Yeah.
he usually turns around and he's like, no, actually, I want to kill you. And then this time, he's leaving. He's got somewhere to go.
Okay, I got a wyvern. I got a crab for you. Oh, do you know Frontier had wolf monsters?
What are those?
Huge beast monsters looking like wolves. There is a pair of wolves called Kamo Orugaron and Nodo Orugaron, which is the male and female version of them. They're like normal wolves you can fight in this game. They're still boss monsters, not like minions like Io Praise. Like, they're still big monsters, but they have a big leader. His name is Midogaron, and he is a fire wolf. And the cool thing about him is, if you think Rajang is really Dragon Ball, this guy is really Dragon Ball. He can teleport in the fight like a crazy maniac and appear behind you, which might be
Instant
annoying in the first.
transmission.
Yeah, and he does that pew 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 very fast,
God.
and it is so crazy to watch. It's like, oh
that
my
sounds
god.
That sounds really good.
He also have a Zenith, but forget about that. We don't want to go even more crazy. Midogaron is already really crazy on its own, and he is
It sounds like
a G rank
sounds like
urgent.
the origin of Odogaron from...
Yeah,
Monster
exactly.
World.
I think Odogaron is called Wolf Monster or Wolf Beast, kind of sort of that, which will definitely make sense in that way. What can I also do? I mean, we called about Ruko Diora, which is a Dragon Elder, but I want to refer a other Dragon Elder and maybe train my pronunciation on some weapons. There is a monster that is called Domerugo. Oh, that is a hard one. He is a Mercury bending Dragon Elder. He can bend Mercury to liquid and can make it harden or spiky as he wants to. And he is really aggressive. Oh my god. I hate this monster. He is so fast.
I actually don't know where this Kezu has gone. I
Me
came
neither.
here assuming that he would fly here. I wish I had paintballed him, to be honest.
I think he will maybe go down this way.
Oh, here he is. We're lucky.
Yep, he is teleporting with his flashy moves, Midogaron. Very funny. Bird Wyvern. Oh. Normally Capcom is kind of like giving you the vibe that bird wyverns aren't really high in the food chain, right? So Frontier thought about, okay, let's break this grid a little bit and make a absurdly strong bird wyvern.
Well, hold on. There is one exception to that, and that is Young Garuga.
Oh, you
He
think
is a
Young
very
Garuga
bird
is
wyvern
strong?
sort of
Oh,
feeling.
you think Young Garuga is strong? Oh. Let me tell you a little bit about one of my favorite monsters
Well,
in Frontier.
Compared to first gen Young Garuga, is this thing strong? Because first gen Young Garuga is pretty rough.
He is kind of sort of a siege fight where you have to fight him multiple times when you don't use this
he's
stupid
like
glitch.
he's basically an older dragon in first gen.
Yeah, Young Garuga is a beast in
crazy.
world. That's true, Nazi. Can't even ignore that. The monster that I'm referring for is Torridcles, which is a owl-type bird wyvern monster. So he looks like an owl with huge white feathers, and his wings are very, very powerful, and he uses the element of lightning to his surf, and he can flash like Gypsaros, but much brighter and much more annoying, to be honest. And he can control the lightning like as he pleases, and he can, for example, smash the ground to create a huge lightning spark that will hit you very badly. He flies very, very fast, and all those kind of things. Torridcles is also really good looking. And the cool thing, when he turns into rage mode, he doesn't scream just at you and he's like, "Meh, I'm mad, where's my cheesecake?" He is more like, well, let me spark myself so I look like a freaking fucking electricity bar, so don't touch me. So he is crazy.
Just for an update, I'm being absolutely savaged by this red Kazoo right now. Every time I heal myself, he jumps at me.
Oh man.
Like, I will finally heal the health that I lost, and then he just jumps at me, and that happened 3 times in a row. That was really bad.
Maybe when you stand like a 1 or 1.5 meter away from him, so you don't get barriered from that, he shouldn't normally jump with his AI. Normally, at least.
No, he jumped from a distance that I've never seen him jump before. Like, he was really far away. Like, that was outside of bowgun critical distance. And he jumped at me and got me with his red foreskin face.
Oh my god.
Nazi referred to this monster as the red foreskin. I mean, that is basically what's going on.
Yep.
And I'm dead. I apologize for this, but seriously, I'm at red stamina because I didn't have the presence of mind to bring hot drinks, and
good.
I'm being absolutely destroyed right now, and I think people watching my live stream will understand what I'm dealing with. The worst possible thing is to have red stamina when you are shield reliant. If you're using a weapon with like a shield,
I get that. I have a hot drink for spare, so if he maybe cool down for a little bit. Oh no, he's attacking! Damn it! No, don't die, Mr. Baynes.
I'm just going to say, if we do fail this quest, I'm not expecting that we will, but if we do, it will be my fault. So
all good, man. Good. I try to take the Greatsword carry arms and do it for good use. Are you using Elemental Greatsword? Not particularly Elemental Greatsword, but the Plesioth Azure Blade is incredibly powerful, so not using it would be a shame. I mean, look at that stuff.
People have this idea about Elemental Greatsword that it's somehow illegitimate, like it's a bad thing to bring. It's not. The thing is that raw damage, like if you're going to bring something that deals really heavy raw damage...
I gotta get a call out on that. I beat everyone with this Greatsword against Diablos, even if the other one takes Sword and Shield in a TA Wiki speedrun. I gotta tell that. This Greatsword is not to underestimate. It crushes like water weak monsters, and you can quote me on that. This weapon is incredible for water weak monsters.
No,
Blows
the stats
wyverns
do look really good. I mean, the Plesioth Greatsword has always been a very solid weapon greatsword, like water greatsword choice. And to be honest, like people, again, I was trying to mention this before. If you look at Freedom Unite, there is this idea that if you're not using the King Atalat sword, you're doing it wrong. Like that is, and it is true. It is very strong, and even the Shen Galden Greatsword as well. But Elemental Greatsword does have its place, and it's good. Like it does work. I think a lot of people get very caught up in the whole idea of the meta. Oh, well, it's so much better if you do this. It's like, well, is it fun? Like, is it actually fun?
Don't tell them about crap monsters get beaten down by Elemental Greatsword. Don't tell them. I like to troll in Hunsterverse and twisting people's minds when I use my Kirin Thunder, like Kirin Thunder Sword for Shogun, and I out DPS everyone in the hub, even like sometimes heavy bowgun people. Because they're too much brained of King Attilar's sword for the win. I mean, I love the sword, don't get me wrong, but you should sometimes look a little bit off the plate and maybe find other reasons. It's
Yeah,
not
I've never
about the
seen.
stats, it's about how the monster's weakness are. And then you can make every weapon work.
Well, that's right. I think what's important is to focus on what's effective, not just on what happens to be best. Like, if it's effective, then it's worth using. Because in the end, if you're using the same thing for every hunt, you're not going to be enjoying yourself. I realize that some people do still enjoy it. I watch how some people play Monster Hunter, and to be honest, they are perfectly happy to just use the same loadout for everything. And I can't really understand that.
I
That's not
mean,
how I play.
should I tell you something what I did on Hunsterverse for a week and just I got a specific name on the Portable Third channel which I refer to the IRL channel on Hunsterverse. I since people didn't really know what Hame runs are, so there's a Lightbogan guy that just supports people and just, like kind of KOs the monster and paralyze it and all those things. And people referring to me, I was cheating because I locked the monster by myself so much. And people told me like, well, you can just support with that thing. Can you even kill monsters with that? And I'm like, I can kill a Silver Rathalos by my own with that. I just need to bring up a lot of bombs with me, and I have to be patient. So, patience is not my kind of jam. So I just kind of, I just kind of like help people to get onto it and do that thing instead. I let people do the damage, and then I just ram up my gunshots in the monster's face and KO it. So that's how I roll with support LBG.
Well, there you go. Yeah, Hame runs were definitely a thing. I think that the Hame runs really had their birth, maybe not birth, but they really entered the mainstream space in Monster Hunter in 4 Ultimate. And it was just with the whole level 140 guild quests,
Atilan, I'm not allowed to do post builds on Hunsterverse anymore. I break people's brain for that. They think they can't think more about their regular weapons. Like, oh, if you use Greatsword, it has to be King Attilar. Wait, you don't use the Copper Blangonga Freedom Midnight Longsword? Well, you're a shitty longsword player. Wait, hold on. You're using Hammer, and it's not Juggernaut or Judgment or Chaotic Disorder? Well, that's a bad Hammer. And then I showed them my support bow set, and I carried every freaking hunt on Freedom Midnight with this support bow set. Nobody thought about it. And they thought I was trolling because I used this like dorsal swordfish bow that has bonus shots or bonus coatings on paralysis files. But it's really good.
Unfortunately, people on Hunsterverse don't want to actually work out what's effective for themselves. What they do is they actually come into the chat and they say, what's good? Tell me what armor set to make. Tell me what weapon to use. They just want to be told what's good. Part of the enjoyment is to work out what's good for yourself.
Yep.
Start off with something that's suboptimal because you don't know better, and then learn. There's a learning process to that. And to be honest, there is no one answer. There is no, oh, well, use King Atalan's sword and that's it. That's not true. You need something that's effective. Because if you only use the best thing, you've just limited your options, and the game is not going to be as enjoyable to play over a long period of time, because literally every time you want to use a greatsword, oh, there's that one weapon to use. And it's the same with the hammer, it's the same with the longsword. You can very easily get trapped in that whole meta game. And as I understand it, there's a guy who recently joined Hunsterverse, I think about 6 months ago. His name is Rogosu, and he has been really helpful in showing just how the Japanese players play. He's a Japanese guy, and it's just funny. He feels so out of his element because he's obviously this Japanese hunter, but he's willing to play with us. The thing with the Japanese is that they, because of how they play Monster Hunter and because they take it so seriously, and because there's obviously this huge history in Japan of people playing Monster Hunter very seriously and almost as this big community, they don't really interact with those outside of that world. And Rogosu does, and you can actually listen to what he has to say, and it's very interesting. The Japanese hunters are like that. They're so focused on the meta game. If you go into like Japanese websites and Japanese groups, they all just tell you what to use. They'll literally be like, yeah, use this. This is what you
Yeah.
need to do because this is best. Now, in my opinion, yeah, I understand why it's helpful and beneficial for people to use what's most effective, but you're missing out on so much enjoyment to only use the best thing. And I think a big thing about Monster Hunter as well, especially the older games where maybe there isn't as much content, it's really important to find options, to be able to fight a monster and say to yourself, well, what should I use for this fight? And then choose between maybe 3, 4, maybe even more options than that. That sort of thing, just having the options allows you to enjoy the game for longer.
Yeah.
You probably will still need the time to...
100% agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's how Monster Hunter should be done. And I don't say that because I've got a preference and I want everyone to do what I do, but you're never going to be able to enjoy Monster Hunter for as long if you're just using the same thing. It's never gonna work.
Sometimes for people that want to get like out of the box and want to think differently about the Monster Hunter game, I remember when I was a kid and how I played Monster Hunter back in the day, and I was very childish and all those things. You know, like just doing in the game what I feel like. Sometimes I made weapon because they look good. I don't even look about the stats. I'm like, I want to have this weapon because bonk. Because it looks bonk. So that was me as a kid, and I just said, yeah, I want to get that weapon and just beat the crap out of this monster now with this weapon exactly. And I can just like refer people to do that also. Like, just make weapons that you like from the looks and just use it. Like, nobody is gonna tell you not to do it. Just play for fun. Sometimes this meta thinking gets you out of that fun part.
Yeah, I think it's important to, like, that whole idea of the weapon looks nice, use it, that's fine. But it is important that people understand things like elemental weaknesses.
Yeah.
Like, for example, a guy that I got into Monster Hunter, he had never played a Monster Hunter game before. He plays Generations Ultimate. That's basically the only game he plays.
Tough one to
gave
start.
Rise a try, didn't really like it. He felt that Rise was, you know, obviously way too focused on a wider mainstream audience, and so they had streamlined to a point where it just didn't... It wasn't interesting for him, and obviously too easy, but he's quite an intelligent person and really picks up on games quickly.
Okay.
I brought him into Monster Hunter, and even though, like, he plays very well, like, I've never played with someone who has never played Monster Hunter before, and they can somehow resist dying as well as he does. Like, he looks at it very...
Amazing.
Very analytically, like, he can avoid death very well. And that's what he would say to me. He would say, I'm not making that weapon, that thing's ugly. And I'm like, oh, okay. Let's find one that you think is attractive. Like, whatever weapon looks nice, you can make that. And that's what he was doing. But as long as you understand that it's not a good idea to use a water weapon on a Plesioth, you're doing fine. Like, as long as it's effective, as long as it's not like a really dumb weapon choice.
It's already 2 hours now, but I want to do one quest with you if you like. I want to do a Gravios real quick.
Sure.
So,
do you want that to be our last hunt?
Yeah, I think so. Or do you have more time to invest? I mean, I'm up for that.
Oh, it's up to you. I should have mentioned this earlier on. As far as the start time, that was because I had to get up at like 5:30 in the morning, so I couldn't have gone earlier than this. But as far as for how long we actually go for, that's up to you because it's late for you. So for as long as you want to go,
fine.
I'm happy to.
My sleep schedule is fucked anyway, so I'm good. I'm really good.
All right.
Baynes is going to do a 48-hour stream. I doubt about that, but I would probably do a 24-hour stream if we reach the 600 follower mark. As I always do if I reach the 100 plus. Easy thing to say. Alright,
a 48-hour stream is really... I don't think anyone should commit to that. I think that's a bad idea.
24 hours, you mean?
Oh, I thought you said 48.
Yeah, 48, no. I did 24 hours a couple of times, but 48 is... I mean, if you guys like to watch me sleep on my desktop, sure, I can do that.
People do that. People go to sleep on camera. Why would you do that? That's terrible.
I can't imagine. I would feel like so watched.
Yeah, it's
You
so
know,
exposed.
you're a man, you sometimes have some, biological things happening. You sometimes scratch something you shouldn't do on cam, and people gonna record
Yeah, I mean,
that, and now you're the
at the end
ball
of the
scratcher on
day,
on Twitter or something.
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, maybe if you've got your camera trained only on your upper body, it's okay. But come on, like, I don't know what I'm doing when I'm asleep. When you're live, you want to have some control over what you're doing on camera. But if you're asleep,
Exactly.
like, what's going on? I don't know. It's quite uncomfortable. I don't think I'd be willing to do that. But anyway, some people approach it differently. But yeah, that's weird. And also, who's tuning in to a live stream with some guy sleeping? Like, that really is just that.
Yeah,
It's
I
the
want to
other end of
watch
the
a guy that
spectrum,
is
you know.
snoring in the stream for some ASMR.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, yeah, lovely. This is the content that I subscribe for. I mean, it is the other end of of the spectrum. You know, the whole Let's Playing thing that I was talking about. Well, that's the other end of it, where you're literally
yeah.
sleeping on stream, and people are like, when's he gonna wake up? When's he gonna start playing again? I mean, fuck. Like, what's going on? It's crazy. Anyway, Gravios, I'm gonna bring a Pierce bow gun for this one.
Ooh, delightful. I wanted to do that too, but I thought about to bring up some sword and shield because I was actually thinking you do the same. The heavy bowgun straight to bring up
Obviously,
some spice.
for anyone who's not aware of how first gen is, or especially Freedom 1, the sword and shield on a Gravios normally wouldn't be a great choice. You know, this is a monster that is heavily armored, and sword and shield is just, pretty. It doesn't have much verticality to it, but because it's Freedom 1, you're dealing with a weapon that you don't need ESP with a
Nope.
sword and shield. Okay,
Nope.
like this thing is going to hit through anything that it goes up against, and it's going to deal heavy damage. Sword and shield
Yep.
against a Gravios in Freedom 1 is a great choice. It's really good. So, just thought I would clarify that. Need to get some potions, and I definitely need ammo as well. Should be able to purchase that in the hub area.
I gotta say the mix sets in Freedom 1 look always kinda random, but this set particularly is unfortunately really good, but it also looks stupendously idiotic. Like, it looks like a damn Kirin clown here, and have freaking good skills, which only are 2 in common, but Sharpness +1 in Sharp Sword for Sword and Shield is really, really juicy.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, I mean, this is how I've always played. I will make armor sets that are functional, not attractive.
Yeah.
The armor sets that I make in 4 Ultimate are so bad. Like, my main armor set for Pierce Heavy Bowgun, which actually uses this same gun in 4 Ultimate,
Yeah.
is so ugly that it looks like a joke set. It looks like I've actually deliberately chosen the ugliest armor pieces possible. It's got like this jaggy mask, and I look really fat. It's just so bad.
But it's
it is the
fucking
ugliest set.
functional.
Yeah, it's got great skills, and I'm like, well, I can't control this. I don't have transmog. This is how it has to be, guys. But yeah, it's not good.
Do you have your
It's
cold
not
drinks
good.
with you?
I should. It's actually hot drinks that I usually forget to bring. I have, yes. And I also made sure that I had maximum of all drinks this time, because I have been making terrible mistakes with that.
Okay. I mean, I can understand the point. You would rather pick up a nice cold cola instead of a hot coffee. I would drink the either one for more than the other.
That, and it's easier to keep something cold than keep it hot.
Alright, Old Gen
Oops.
Volcano Boys. I love this map so much.
Hold on, I'm actually gonna have to ruin your moment. We need to restart. I'm sorry, I forgot to buy my ammunition.
Oh,
Sorry.
good. I'm fine.
I was supposed to do that when I came into the hub, but I obviously got.
Can we just
caught
use
up
the
in
moment
it,
to
so-
hack on the funny quest abandon thing what a hunter does, and he just plays that?
He doesn't play dead. He failed the quest. Life is over.
Yeah, life is over.
Like,
It's like one of those honorable samurais back then in the 1400th century when they just didn't do their duty. They're like, oh no, master, I didn't fulfill my duty. Harakiri.
The seppuku, like it is like that. I wouldn't doubt that that's the actual like intention behind it. It's like, well, I have failed in my duty. I shall die now.
As a kid, I thought like, yeah, he plays dead so monsters ignore him. And then I could grow old. Then I grow older, and I'm like, well, if you're dead, playing dead, and there's a huge graveyard on this quest that sees your dead body on the ground, he would just sit onto you and take a huge dung, like, or eat you. Even worse. Like, why would you play dead like that? Oh god, I was so.
Like, I don't know about taking a dump on him. I mean, do monsters see a dead animal and shit on it? I mean, usually that would only be to say to other monsters, hey, this is mine to eat.
Yeah. Oh, corpses, protein. Like a crazy gym guy seeing some protein shake on the street. Oh, give me that one.
Cannibalism. This is gonna make me build muscle.
If he pretends to cart the felines, we'll give him the free ride back to the guild hall. Well, that is absurdly criminal, but it makes kind of sense.
I mean, why not? Imagine you're getting carted by felines and...
Dude, that would be so
you're lying
cool.
there. You've just fainted. You're probably a bit
You just lay on the street, and then a cab comes over and just brings you at home. That would be amazing. We should invent more Monster Hunter mechanics in the real life.
That'd be good, yeah.
I would love to combine my spices with mushrooms and have a juicy potion. Smoothie.
Cats have a long way to go before they can start, transporting us around on carts.
Oh yeah. I always thought about the fee mechanic in Monster Hunter and how this works, kinda, and then it's like, well, as a kid I was like, yeah, you give the money the guild. No, not the guild wants the money. The fucking cat mafia. The cat mafia. They just bring you back and forth, give you the supply chains and all those. They bring you to this like super terrifying monster in this environment. It's not about the guild. The guild is like, well, we're really happy you do this for us. And the cat is like, well, we can make money out of this. Oh yeah.
Well, the thing is that the guild would be nothing without the cats. I mean, the cats literally hold the power.
Yeah.
That's everything. If the cats all came together and said, no, we're not doing it anymore, we're done, the guild would die.
Huge strike. Sitting in front of the guild hall. Sitting in front of the guild hall in mass, like a huge furball carpet in front of the guild hall, and the guild master is coming out like, what the hell is going on here? This is the apocalypse.
I'm going to pose a choice for you. I need to go to the bathroom. Would you rather solo the monster for the first minute or two, or would you rather I wait?
I don't mind. I am totally fine with whatever you want to.
Alright, I will ready up. I'll leave it in your hands, and I'll be back in a moment.
Okay, now I have to wait because you're not going into the quest. I don't want to spawn you in graveyards. So, by the way, I'm very sorry if I delayed the answers on my Twitch chat here real quick. But I'm thanking you for your patience. That is really cool. And I also like the happy Tycoon Zabuza emote earlier. That was really cool. Yep. Seems like we're taking it longer than 2 hours today, so I'm totally fine with this. I'm not soloing Gravios because not I can't. It's more about if he spawns in Gravios area, I can't deny Gravios from eating his flesh. So I just be patient and wait, and you guys do with me. That's the easy thing. We can also gamble, but I don't like gamble. That's about it. And it's a good time to relax actually a little bit and go for some posture check. Ah, nice talks, man. I really love it. I hope I didn't forget to greet anyone in chat. I was a little bit in a flourish of talking. I hope you guys can understand that. But I think you are smart people. I know we have a lot of smart people in my chat, so I'm definitely trusting in that. So yeah. So far, I'm appreciating a lot of the Freedom 1 and Frontier talks, and also the very massive topics we're digging into. It's very, very, very entertaining. Huh. I need a damn strong Gravios wing, which is a bit of a bummer. Hey, Autonomic 4, welcome. How's it going, my man? Hope you're doing good in this evening or morning.
I have returned.
Oh, welcome back, gentlemen. We are going into it.
Alright. Admittedly, if I had spawned in the area with the Gravios, it probably wouldn't have been very good.
Doing good. Sounds nice. Autonomic. Very great.
Oh, Autonomic is one of my viewers. He's gone and turned up in your chat. So.
Oh, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. That might be a perfect time for a shout out to Doomlink's channel. So you should definitely get a look on his channel too. The link of that is in my Discord, and if one of my mods isn't too lazy or sleeping or gaming as well, he might post the command or the link in the chat on his channel too. That would be grateful. I would say grateful like a great sword though, but this is a Sword and Shield run.
Which again, wait, which Sword and Shield? Oh, you're using the, oh, yes.
I use the budget
the
version.
Shield that looks like it should be an ice Sword and Shield, but it's actually a water Sword and Shield.
Yep. I mean, it's in a volcano, so it should make more sense now. It's more, You opened mod view and got hit by 4 ads in a row? What the hell? Twitch is striking with those furiously advertisements over and over. It seems like you need a better ad block. I'm not a supporter of ad block, but if you want to support me, it's totally fine when you can do your mod work with an ad block. I mean, how much money do content creators actually make on Twitch when you run the commercials? I don't really think it's a lot.
Well, it's definitely less than subscriptions and bits and stuff like that.
I see.
So, yeah, just to speak for myself, like, are you affiliated on Twitch?
I'm affiliated on Twitch. I'm working on my partnership now, and
oh, okay.
On every day.
At least in my experience, like, I would say 98% of my revenue is, which is, you know, not that much in the end. Like, it's not like I'm a big streamer or anything, but it's subscriptions.
Yeah.
So.
I have a lot of very giftful and like cheerable people that are supporting the channel with their subscriptions, which is I said all the time, I'm a full-time worker and I just have currently vacation. That's why I can do this Baynes project thing. And I really don't need the money, so don't gift me money or subscribe to me because you think I need to get out of poverty. It's more about it's not like I mean I'm very heavy and I look like a Laosha. I mean I have a huge belly, okay? So I'm very fine. Okay. So it's more about the gifty thing instead of like giving me out of poverty. I'm very good in money in that, which is nothing to flex about. I do a change shift job in a chemical plant, so this is all what I can tell, and I earn enough money for sure. To say cool. Quickly.
The worst thing to do is to literally put yourself in a situation where you can only make money from Twitch. That's a bad thing to do. Like you need to be in a position where you're really, really confident that if you make Twitch your only source of income, that's going to work for you. And you need to be much more well established than either of us. And certainly to speak for myself, like I don't record the the big Monster Hunter games like the 5th gen stuff. Like I don't do that. I focus on niche interest, so therefore there's literally no scope for big popularity or access to large groups of people. So yeah, like it's never going to be a thing for me.
I mean,
if anyone wants to do that, just
I
wait
mean, I
until
never
it's
got
actually
the
working before.
intention on Twitch to actually stream for money or fame or glory.
Yeah, well that's right. It's a
I
very recent thing in content creation.
I just started because I feel funny about it. A friend of mine that I played Monster Hunter World with, he's like, man, you know so much about Monster Hunter and you played this game for like 15, 16 years. You should make a Twitch channel and stream it. I'm like, do you think really this will work? Yeah, you do that. And my first 2 streams or 3 streams were in German, which I didn't have any viewers. And I was like, well, maybe this is not something for me. So I was like, yeah, maybe I can improve my English also while I doing the streaming thing, which I hopefully it might give you the hint that I practice that. I'm not a native English
Yeah.
speaker for sure,
No,
but
yeah, your English is fine. It's not difficult to understand. You use the right words when you want to explain things. So
I sometimes have the stutters, I gotta say, and I'm very thankful for that comment, by the way. And I started to stream in English, and I got immediately 2 people in Twitch chat that followed me and were always since there in my Twitch chat, which were not my friends. One of my oldest viewers is Attilard, I think.
oh yeah,
I think he was one of the very 31st followers that I got, and since then we were jamming together. That
That's
is great.
no, I mean I think of all the difficulties that you have to deal with when streaming for the first time, and to be speaking a language that you're not comfortable with. I mean that just adds another dimension to it.
Yeah.
I think it's really good that you just really put yourself out there and went, I'm going to go for it in English because it seems like that's going to work better, and I'm going to improve as best I can. And I think that's commendable. It's great.
Improvement is always something that I have in my streaming career. Sometimes I just want to learn a new weapon, and sometimes I want to actually get better in a video game, and I try to do a TA Wiki speedrun on a Monster Hunter game. I have some of competitive aspects in my stream. I also do some funsies and stupid stuff. I mean, people know that for sure. And I also do like collaborations and stuff. I'm a very free-minded guy in that perspective. So I just do whatever I please, and I think this is what people at the end of the day enjoy about my content, which is maybe very flexible to say, or like maybe not the right time for that, but this is something I do also. I speak what I have in my mind. I have kind of like a verbal diarrhea, you might say. So I just speak what I think of. Sometimes
It's good.
it's
the
barely
way you
on the
should do it,
TOS sometimes it's very competitive and very game detail, like some sort of a meta thinking, you might say also.
Yeah. Well, that would be an example where that's perfectly okay.
Oh my god, I got so
there you
unlucky. The Vespoid pushed me in front of his head. Oh my goodness.
We are getting assaulted by Vespoids at the moment. I mean, you feel it a
Yep.
whole lot more when you're a ranged player like me.
Yeah.
But I think I had 4 Vespoids trying to stick their abdomen spikes into my face.
Can you
and it wasn't-
charge a pellet shot on your gun?
Charge?
I mean, like load pellet shots. Can you shoot pellet? Oh no.
This gun probably can, but I didn't bring pellet ammunition.
Oh, okay.
Let me have a look. Oh no, this gun actually cannot shoot any pellet at all. This is the
Oh, God.
the ultimate multiplayer-friendly bowgun.
I mean, pellet is kind of like against multiplayer, but also plus multiplayer, because you can kill Vespoids really fast and brain deadly easy with pellet. That's the only
That's true. I hadn't even
exception.
thought of that.
Yeah, that's.
I'm so resistant to the idea of using pellet online that I didn't even think of bringing it for Vespoids, but that's a great idea. Unfortunately, the Crimson Fatalis heavy bowgun can't shoot any of it, so...
Thankfully, you listened
this
to
is
me
the
when I used
first
to just
time.
know solo Gravios run. What does that mean? I just carded once, come on, okay? It wasn't even my fault. It was the fucking West Point gang mafia that was coming across the corner and just kicked my butt when I was paralyzed.
Yeah, I mean, people will notice, at least from my video feed here, that Vespoids are constantly being killed by this Gravios, but they keep coming back. It's because they infinitely spawn.
Okay.
That is a thing in first gen. Like
The belly
small
plate
monsters,
is open now.
they will infinitely spawn.
Oh my god,
bad.
this Gravios is hitting like a damn truck.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning for people who don't understand this. In first generation, they approach single monsters and double monsters a little differently. It's very normal that they will have different amounts of health. Like, obviously, a single monster will have more health than a monster appearing in a multi-monster quest. But the damage that a single monster does in first generation is much larger than what you'll find in a double quest. Consider... Well, I don't know, you could either say that a single monster in G rank is hard mode or a double monster is easy mode. It's hard to really say. It's sort of glass half empty or glass half full, but yeah. A single monster for any quest in G rank is going to be much harder than a double quest. It is really noticeable, because they not only have more health, they have more damage as well. And Gravios is considered to be a tier 3 monster, one of the harder ones. So if you're going to fight a single one of those, they hit really hard. So it's not fun. The good thing, however, about Gravios in the first generation is that he will only shoot his laser beam in one direction. They made a big change to that in second gen. I don't know if it was a DOS change or a Freedom 2 change, but he actually has a sweeping horizontal beam that will really mess up a gunner. There are ways around it, but you have to be ready for it.
I mean, this is the perfect time for Hunsterverse chat to kick in and say, roll it. Yeah, roll all the fire beams he shoots at you. Yeah. Roll it.
Yeah, what's the problem? I mean, there's no risk. You just roll through it.
Yeah, it's not a one-shot, you know. It's no pressure.
Defense means nothing if you just roll everything, okay? You can hunt naked.
Yeah, exactly.
You look really sharp.
Murakun12, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. If you have any questions about Monster Hunter or mine person, you can type in chat so. Otherwise, I wish you fun on gaming, lurking, or chatting, whatever you desire. And thank you, and welcome to the Baynes family. So, quick introduction. So, speaking of glass is full and empty, I know from one of your streams that I watched very carefully, I know you're a huge drinker of wine. If I gonna... That's true, right? I was not mistaken, or I remember correctly.
It's not just wine, it's any alcohol. Like, I'm currently drinking champagne, but... You
know. Oh, feisty. I'm more of a... I'm a very, like... you should probably... you could probably say, like, a pure German. I love beer. As my love symphony is beer.
Man, my last stream, or one of my last streams, I was drinking Paulaner, so...
Oh my god. This is so... this is Munich, German, tasty beer. If right. This is ice cold, oh man, this is another level of sexy.
It was in a can. It was straight out of the fridge, nicely chilled, straight out of... Oh, it was good. I love that beer. It's very good.
The thing about Paulaner in Germany is it's so expensive. I mean, oh my god, it's so heavy.
Well, for you, see, this is the thing. For you, it's expensive, but for us, all of the beer that you have to import, it's expensive already. So it would be so much more expensive for us. I mean, we live with it.
Wait.
Like, I drink a lot of Belgian beer, right? And that stuff, like the high alcohol by volume, already makes it more expensive. But it's you have to import it, so it's really stupidly expensive. So we put up with it.
So for Artilord, a German is somebody that drinks beer, eats sausages, and is good in engineering. Well, if you can refer Monster Hunter as a sort of engineering with building sets and stuff, and my my liking of meat, even without sausages, is definitely there. So I might be 100% pure German right here.
No, it's all about the bratwurst, you know. Like, just keep eating sausages all day, man. It's the German stereotype.
I mean, I know that you're an English-speaking person, but are you from Canada or Australia or
Australia.
Australia? Ah, okay, okay.
Which is why, if I'm importing beer, for example, or anything, it's expensive because it has to cross the entire length of the earth almost, or at least half the length of the earth.
Yeah, I get that. I gotta say, the only thing that is hitting me on Graves is the fucking poop. He just poops me all the time. The fire poop.
Yeah. Well, that is one negative aspect to going Blade Master against a Gravios. He is designed to mess with people who are close range. He's really taking a lot of damage, though.
Yep.
He's a healthy boy.
Oh, yeah. Yes, finally he flinched and he didn't poop again. I mean, people just lightly say fart, but I think fart is a little bit of a strong word for this guy. I mean, maybe he's just taking a little poop, you know, just a little gas outlet.
He has to let it out. He's been building it up. This is what I mean. He has to run out eventually, surely. Can't just infinitely shit.
I mean, I don't want to let him, want to be him like charging like a Diabolos all the time also, but if that's what he's gonna do now, okay.
He's getting some exercise. It's crazy that he can do the hip check because you look at the monster and you think, I mean, can he really move that quickly? But the hip check animation is this really fast, it's almost like an athletic attack for a monster to do, and then you look at the Gravios and you think, should he be able to move that quickly and just like, you know, stick his body out real fast and then recover? I mean, it doesn't look quite right.
I gotta say also this Gravios is enormously big, I think. I hope he is a gold crown actually. I don't have it yet.
I'm not sure if he's big enough for a gold crown. Gravios monsters are usually pretty big, I mean. But I have found that I'm pretty bad at judging monster sizes.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't, like, years ago, I never would have admitted that. Years ago, I would have said, oh no, I have a good idea for monster sizes. But now, I've been proven wrong too many times. You know, I'm like, oh, this is a gold crown, guys. It has to be, and then it's not. And that's happened enough times now where I just have to admit it. Like, I have to say, no, I've got no idea.
A golden sign of hope.
Yeah, finally getting close to killing this thing. Yes, placing a trap at a lot is one way to avoid the monster running at you.
I think the only monster I can refer the size relatively precisely is probably Plesioth, because when he is gigantic in Gold Crown, you can barely reach anything from him besides the legs.
Plesioth is huge. I don't know if everyone truly understands this, but Plesioth is one of the largest monsters that you can fight as not like a giant Elder Dragon. Like, he gets so big. He's a gigantic monster.
I mean, we're speaking about a 3,000 plus size monster here.
Yeah. Like, he's huge. Which makes it really bad when you consider how he moves. I mean, just those constant tail swings and the hip checks. If you combine that with a monster that big, it's really nasty.
Oh no.
Vespoids are just so relentless in this game. They don't leave you alone.
That is also a good thing to measure like sizes when you have like obstacles on the map that are like equally sized or like kind of fixed. Good thing about Gravia and just need coma sags. I got 2 coma sacks on this card, which is great. Just need 2 more for my sword and shield, so I can do a interesting dual strategy. Maybe we can do this stream. Do you have a good hammer?
Yeah, I have a good number of hammers. I mean, I was talking about the fact that I don't like to use them, but I have a few.
I want to test out a thing. So somebody takes a sword and shield that can sleep the monster, and the other one takes a hammer. And what we do is wake up bonking. So every time when he is sleeping, you just give him a ghost swing on the head. Preferable on a Rathalos or something that is easy to hit. And I want to see how much he can tank. Because I know that I can need 3 ghost swings to kill a high rank Gypsyros. So,
Okay.
depending on that, maybe when we get more sleeps than that, maybe it's even better. And there's a good sword and like a good status set in this game with young Garuga and a poison mushroom on the head piece.
We'll see how that goes. Like, I don't, at least to speak for myself when it comes to using a hammer, I'm not used to doing golf swing wake-ups. Like, I would obviously have to position myself close enough to get a golf swing, but not so close that I'm hitting the monster with the other attacks, so I'd have to work that out. I think it'd be fine. But, I should mention that my end screen with this Gravios is literally this. It looks like a Gravios in the deepest pits of hell. It's like he's in the middle of doing a fire fart, or a fire shit, as you choose to call it. And it's just, you can barely see him. It's just this red mist.
Yeah.
It's really intense. Like,
give him a hammer crash course.
Yeah.
Why should I refer him to hammer? I think he can probably play hammer really well.
I can play hammer fine, it's just that I don't do the golf swing wake-ups. Like, I can probably work it out on the fly, but I don't have experience with doing that, so there's no guarantee it'll work the first
Otherwise,
time.
do you have a sword and shield, the sleep sword and shield, this like Sandman pike? Or
No,
Sandman
I don't
spike?
have any sleep weapons in this game, actually.
No, okay.
Yeah, that's rough.
We can try another time.
Part of the reason why is because first and second gen sleep is really hard with multiplayer. Because you can wake them up so easily. Like, you've literally got half a second.
That is the idea of hammer. Since hammer can't do consistent damage to its slow-paced attacks, you have a lot of freedom with sword and shield for actually using opportunities or like openings. So that's my idea in the first place.
What was the monster you wanted to try it on?
I just want to. I don't have neither the sleep weapon or the hammer. I mean, I have the hammer, but not the sleep weapon, unfortunately. And I would have to get a bow gun. So we can just do another monster on your choice, since it's your turn.
Yeah, that's fine. Alrighty. I'll have a look and see what might be fun. It won't be Kezu this time. I've chosen 2 Kezu so far, so I have to clarify that. It's not going to be Kezu again.
It's okay. It's like PTSD is crashing again in front of your eyes and seeing the 2 cards and like, oh no, not again.
Yeah. To be honest, we've done very well so far with single monsters. We should do a double quest because, as I said, they are actually easier.
Yeah,
The hunter
sure.
is rewarded if they're willing to try a double quest in this game, because maybe one's first impression is, ooh, there's 2 monsters, it's going to be harder. Well, again, as I said before, they actually hit less.
Yeah, that's true.
They deal less damage, so I'll see if there's an interesting one we can do. I mean, I don't know if we want to do Wyverns of the Land and Sky. That's a bit... For Freedom 1 players, that's something we do a lot, but maybe we could do the... Let's do the standard Wyverns of the Land and Sky, the red and green.
Oh, perfect. I have a really nice weapon for that. I just showed it Twitch chat, and I think Twitch chat wants to see some true elemental greatsword in action. Yep.
Fair
Elemental greatsword is actually the meta in this game, since you can't charge. You can't. You can try as much as you want to, but you can't. There's no King Attilard sword. Now you have to play Big Brain Greatsword.
I'm trying to work out what I would like to use. Maybe I will actually go with a hammer.
Oh,
because I haven't used one so far.
That is perfect, so I can concentrate on the tail and leave you for the head. Even if you can KO, but spacing is the key element in multiplayer.
Yes.
Hey Beringer, welcome. Yeah, we go for classic Freedom 1 date with Doom Link or Lord Xor.
Yes.
Or for some people, Draculestia on Hunsterverse.
Yeah, there's I suppose it's just Doom Link specifically for video content creation, but there are those two other names for, other stuff. But
Okay.
I try to keep it consistent though.
I see. It is Switch X, but worse. Don't say that.
There is nothing worse than a Switch Axe. How do you feel about the Switch Axe, Baynes? Because to be honest, I don't like it very much. I can use it, I can get some fun out of it, but I'm not a Switch Axe guy.
I just don't want speaking. I don't want kick in the gutter, but I'm the greatest Switch X nerd out there in history. I love this weapon very hard,
wow.
And I am actually a lover of old gen Switch Axe because I like the big, sluggish axe hits and the sword mode go swish swish. I am very certified Switch Axe main, so
there are some things that I've said about Switch Axe that would physically hurt you. Like I've had very long rants about how much I hate Switch Axe. And I've actually said that the greatest mistake Capcom ever made with weapon design was to bring in Charge Blade and not replace Switch Axe with it.
Oh,
and,
okay. Oh my god.
So I'm guessing you feel very differently, and that's okay. I think that's great.
The thing is, I can understand the jankiness of some people about Switch Axe in old gen. I can understand that. Sometimes the weapon doesn't feel like in new gen. New gen Switch Axe is a damn relief for the Switch Axe player community. But I grow up with this weapon. I am a base try Switch X player.
Oh, you're one of those people.
I collected those Mechalite ores and iron ores and those stupid small monster bones in the early game in the Moga Woods to get a Switch Axe to test the weapon out of blind before I even see the fish mongrel in the Moga village. And I love this weapon so far.
No, look, to be honest, I would have felt very differently about it back then, but today, as I sit here now, I can respect a guy who started in Tri Switch Axe. Like, I get it. Switch Axe in Tri was the big thing. They literally sacrificed, 4 weapon types to bring that thing in?
Yep.
And it was all about the Switch Axe. And, yeah, people loved it. And to be honest, if that was your starting point for Switch Axe, I understand. And, look, I should tell you that Switch Axe in that game was pretty weak. Like, it wasn't good. They made it look like it was strong with those huge inflated raw values, but it was pretty bad.
Yeah,
but
the motion values are pathetic. Yeah, I get that. the motion values are really pathetic, and the only way that are balanced out the bad motion value is power foul on Switch X, which is the actual reason why meta Switch X are power foul Switch X in Gen 3, 4, and Generations. So I would prefer Gen 5 to Generations, but we stick to Gen 4 here and Generations. So people didn't really think of Elemental Switch X is a thing because people said to them, everything is good with power foul. And then I'm a very OG Switch X player, and I'm like, did you ever play the Shenmoran Switch X against Uragan? It works wonders. It's the same thing.
You know what? The funny thing is, I have to say, like, back in the Tri days, I was a Genmoran Switch Axe guy, not a Cdeo Switch Axe guy. Like, I was all about that elemental fire.
Yep.
For sure.
Yep. And the nice blue sharpness from a low rank weapon.
No, I did not use the Cdeo Switch Axe. I saw most people going for that because it had a power file, and I said, nope, I'm not doing that. The stats tell me that If I'm fighting a monster that's weak to water,
I mean, I got both,
Damage
but
well, of course,
I
that
definitely
was Try,
switched.
where you just made
Yeah,
it.
I switched definitely out a lot of switch axes and tested them out left to right just to see my most favorite switch axe. And my most favorite switch axe on Gen 3 is not the Cedia switch axe. It's neither Gen Moran or the Bone one. It's the Rathian switch axe. I love this thing. It looks like a huge knight halberd with poison.
I do love the design of it.
And this is
really
so
cool.
nice. It's so cool. I know, it's sometimes not about the big raw or the juicy element. Sometimes it's about them damn useful poison.
Poison is great. I to be honest, it did lose a lot of its damage after
Yeah.
second gen. Like third gen really saw an end to the poison meta, I guess you'd call it. But it's still good. It definitely does work.
Can we talk about Charge Blade is a better name for Switch Axe than Switch Axe? Well, normally in the Japanese version of Switch Axe, they call this weapon a Slash Axe, and the Switch Axe is the Charge Blade. So the Japanese people did definitely something very clever and definitely more like reasonable than we European people. But I'm used to name the words, well, I use the Switch Axe name for it. Oh my god, I needed 3 attacks to cut the tail. Jesus. You guys starting a podcast? We just did a date today, and I think we are podcasting now.
Yeah. No, I mean I should clarify for anyone who doesn't realize this. Baynes and I have never had a verbal conversation before this live stream, so
Yep.
you know.
Yoo-hoo!
Oh, sorry. There you go. That's your mistake for going for the head. But yeah, this hammer, by the way, some people would look at the stats and go, "Ew, like this is bad," but it's fine. It does the job. It's 988 inflated hammer raw, with 520.
520 thunder? That's a
Yeah.
lot. Do you use the
That's
spin
what makes up
often?
for it, yeah. I do. The problem is that because of the input lag or the bad input detection of the game, I spin out really often. Like for example,
All
I
good.
just spun out with the hammer right there, and I actually pressed the triangle button at least 7 times across like maybe a 2-second period.
I
and
could
it
try
just
to
did
attack
not
the
do the
wings, since they have a 70 motion value on Dragon Elemental, and they still do a lot
yeah.
of damage. But aiming for that is still difficult, even for a Greatsword guy.
Like even for standard Rathian, she has.
The hit zone
you
values
might
in
be-
this game are crazy high because of no weakness exploit. That's why I think it's 70 or 60. I'm not sure. I know the
think
head
that's
is about
for
100.
silver and gold though. I think for a wing weak point. I don't know if that's for the standard one.
Yeah, that's for raw hit zones on
Oh.
Silver, Lost, and Goldian. But on the regular ones, they have huge
Oh.
elemental weak zones on the wing, which is...
I did not know that. That's really good information.
that happens if you run monsters and you really want to know everything before you start a quest. Shit, I forgot about that. I could probably take on Lance and showcase some flinch locking in this game, but I forgot about it. I gotta do it the next time, Twitch chat. You know, like, Twitch chat always wants me to go super professional in old gen games, and if I play new gen, and I really want to be professional by myself, I just be the biggest goober ever. So that's about it.
I mean, that sounds pretty natural. That sounds like how things normally go. When you're organized and ready to go to do well, you absolutely blow it. You're just like, oh fuck. But under a more casual situation, yeah, it's no problem. It's fine. It's sort of what you'd expect. I don't know if I should be doing.
Oh my
nice.
god!
That's not.
Mom, get the camera! Okay, what?
Exactly. Mum, get the camera. Everyone needs to see this. This is It's one of those moments. I mean, that would be the ultimate in high risk, high reward.
Actually, Baynes aimed the backswing away from Doomlink, top 1% greatsword maneuver. Dude, we're playing multiplayer and we are at VoiceCon. Do you know what happens if I just send him to space? That wouldn't be really friendly. There is a friendly way of playing greatsword, and there's a not friendly way of playing greatsword.
Which you happen to see pretty often in
The
Freedom Unite communities. You know?
Yeah, we don't refer Hunsterverse in that.
Yeah, Hunsterverse is a little different to playing with 2 people on voice chat. It's very different.
Oh man. I mean, the monster is toppling, it's KO on the ground and screaming for help, and 4 hunters are there wanted to beat the crap out of it, and what is this one guy doing? Yeah, let's play some barrel bombs. And everybody in the hub is like, no!
That is my absolute pet peeve, and you see that too often. What gets me is that exactly what you just said is something that I have seen in every generation of Monster Hunter that I've played across 13 years. It's insane. Everyone does it. They don't realize that by placing those barrel bombs, what they've done is, yeah, they've dealt some good damage with those barrel bombs, but they've prevented 3 other people, possibly even 4 people, because if they hit themselves, they can't do anything either, from actually hitting the monster. Like,
Yeah.
2 barrel bombs is not better than 3 hunters hitting the monster. It's just, it doesn't work. You know, you have to... there are ways to play the game. I mean, you can be really strategy focused, or you can at least do the bare minimum of what makes sense. And it just doesn't make sense to prevent people
Yeah,
from
I wanted to prevent him from doing that. When you come up to the map and you just instantly charge towards you. Jank Freedom
That's
1.
alright, that's the Rathalos experience, man.
And there's Attila's way of using Greatsword. Just fire up a huge backswing in Frontier, level 3 charge, and kick up everybody into space in the hub. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Atalat was the person, and I was in the chat at the time, like, Poco was fighting a Teostra and was going for the head, and I think Atalat dropped bombs on the fucking Teostra head while the monster was
That's why you're one of the honorable Baynes guardians out there. You need to prefer good greatsword manners that the people will come back to me. What did you tell those people? No. The Attilat I know can flinch lock dragon elders. What did you do on Hunsterverse?
Well, what he did was he turned himself into a meme. Like, that was recorded by Poco, turned into a GIF, and then made into a Hunsterverse tag. So
No!
you can literally tag that, and it's video of Teostra falling on the ground, Poco going to the head with his dual blades, and then Atalat drops these fucking bombs on the head. And it's just, like, it was bad.
That thing was really
savaged in the
me?
chat at the time. Like, I was part of it. Like, I'm not going to say that I wasn't part of it. I savaged that guy. I was like, what the fuck are you doing, man? And Atalat said something like, I was taking the opportunity when it came, and it's like, well, okay, good for you, but like,
oh my god.
you've prevented people from hitting the monster. I mean, it's not helpful. It wasn't good, but anyway, it's in the past. But I don't think that. Sorry about that.
Oh good. I
don't
my
know
mistake.
I don't know if Atalat will ever live it down. There's different ways to approach it. Either you ride with it and take pride in your aggressive play, or you feel ashamed about it. But
I mean, if I would,
it was you. I remember.
If I would describe my play style on Monster Hunter, I would say I'm very aggressive. I'm sometimes actually counting on iframes, and that's what people call in Twitch chat Baynes greed. I try to be very offensive and very strong and fighting like a pro gamer, and when I fail, it's the greatest entertaining level. If I iframe 4 hip checks on Plesioth consecutively, it's a very normal play of Monster Hunter, you know. It's like, oh yeah, he did a hit this run on Rathalos, well,
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about you know, embarrassing yourself and like failing in the moment when you're supposed to succeed. Like I queued up a nice spin golf swing on this Rathalos as he came down, but the game refused to let me actually do a golf swing, so I spun out and then got a fireball in the face, which was, yeah, not a great moment. Honestly, the input detection of this game is a problem. Have you played the Japanese version of this game by any chance?
I played Monster Hunter DOS, and that should have very similar input detections with analog controls. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so the situation with the bad input detection of this game, like much like you, I'm sure, I'm playing the European version.
Okay.
And it's really bad, but Monster Hunter Portable, which is the Japanese version of Freedom 1, that does not have the bad input detection that the US and European versions of this game have.
Oh, really? Okay.
And yeah, so I think it's also not perfect, but it is so much better than this. That whole experience of pressing the button multiple times and the attack still doesn't come out, that doesn't exist in the Japanese version. So occasionally I will play the Japanese version, and my plan really is to get to a point in Freedom 1 where I have built my character to the point where there's nothing that I want to forge anymore. You know, like I've built my character perfectly fine, there's nothing for me to do.
Okay.
At that point, I will just play the Japanese version and nothing else, because
I
mean, I can read Japanese, but not all of it. And
Oh,
so it's
okay.
not comfortable overall for me to be playing the Japanese version.
I mean, the only thing that I can do in Japanese is doing funny, like, English-Japanese words mix up, like Gretos Wordo. But that's everything I can do. And it's people love that, kinda. It's like cat videos. It works.
Yeah. I mean, you'd be surprised how many English words and phrases exist in Japanese. I mean, the biggest thing with Japanese is to learn the katakana alphabet.
Okay.
Because, I mean, that's a huge part of all of it. I mean, that's for foreign words, right? And so much of that language is just literally English phrases. If you were to learn Japanese without having properly learned English, I think you would be in a worse position than someone who spoke English really well, because there's so many English phrases. It's crazy.
Okay.
And also in Monster Hunter as well, because I think stylistically they wanted a more Western feel, so there's a lot of like English words and phrases that exist in either weapon names or armor names, things like that. Like the food that you eat, a lot of it's basically written in English but in Japanese, and it really helps to be able to understand English, you know.
By the way, Twitch chat, you know what the cool thing about Elemental Greatsword is? You can also refer this as Free Greatsword, because the cool thing about Elemental Greatsword is you can basically play like a newbie. You just swing your sword, and it doesn't matter where you point it at, it does good damage, regardless of raw or like elemental weak spot. Greatsword on elemental in this game does great damage. Actually, verbally. And seriously. You should give it a chance.
Give it a chance. I don't even know if I've got a raw greatsword in this game. I'm trying to think if I have one. I don't think I do. I think it's all elemental stuff.
I mean, there's one good raw greatsword I have in my chest, which is the Divine Slasher, which is actually the best raw greatsword in the game. But
yeah, I don't have
the weapon that I have in my hand is probably the best elemental dragon greatsword. There's also the Babaroi blade, which is good for fire, so referring to fight against Kazu and some other shenanigans.
Yeah.
There's also the Azure Blade from Plesiov, nice for water, and for thunder you can go for Kirin. So you have all the elemental greatswords in your hand.
Kirin is... I'm not sure how that compares to the... What do they call it? Devil Slicer?
Devil Slicer is fine too. Devil Slicer is more like a... Should I say it in a bad word? Like a budget version? It's still good,
oh, really?
Like, don't get me wrong, but it's more of a budget version. But I hate to fight Kirin,
really?
So I take the budget version with pleasure. And it looks cool also.
Yeah. That's good to know. I always assumed. I mean, Kirin, I'm assuming has much higher element, but lower raw.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it depends also on the monster that you use. For Plesiov, I will still use the Devil Slasher since it has great raw hits on its legs. But I think, when I'm not mistaken, let me quickly grab through my head. I think there's a monster with a huge element like Thunder weak spot in the game. Maybe Silver Rathalos and Golden Rathian on the legs. But then you're a Great War, you can easily hit the wings, so... Not sure. Devil Slicer is good. Let's say that.
Yes. I should let you know something. In my community, there's this little joke about the Rathalos and Rathian monsters.
Okay.
One of my viewers from a long time back, in his circle of friends, for some reason, he shortens the name for Rathalos and Rathian. Instead of saying Wrath, he says Rat.
Rat. Okay.
Just rat. So, like, and this is how you refer to them. Red rat, green rat, blue rat, pink rat. I mean, it's so bad. But it's turned into this joke. Oh, I got a ruby. Rathalos ruby. Nice. Probably doesn't mean much to some people, but in this game, that's a big deal. In this game, that's a big deal.
That was the nut button in my drop bell. If somebody gets something nicey, we have a combination of buttons on my chair here, or like on my setup here. This one here is for good drops, like plates. And if you get a really good drop, like a ruby and a ruby or a mantle, we get the combination of
oh, not. Yeah.
Nut. Yeah, that's
sounds like my voice.
Maybe there's a tiny Doom link there somewhere, sitting in my nut button. Who knows?
Maybe. Oh god.
Well, that was the Rafts, and you get a ruby, which is even better. So let me see if
I can't complain about that. I don't think I necessarily need one, but it's always nice to get that lucky.
Oh.
I'm sure there are still some rare items that I need in this game, like rare drops, but... Yeah. At the moment, I'm just hunting for fun. I think there's it's really lances and dual blades that I need in this game at this point. I haven't made too many lances. I made the Black Diablo's lance.
Okay, yeah, that's probably the best one.
I think that's your staple. Yeah, that's your staple.
I gotta see.
What I usually do with any weapon type is I start with probably the best raw weapon, just so that if I ever need to use the lance and I don't have many options, at least I want one that works well for everything. But yeah, I would love to make more lances.
Oh, I have a spicy hiring quest to do. Let's do a Kirin.
Oh, please don't tell me it's the double one.
No, it's the single one. We don't do DG rank 2 Kirin quest. This is cock and ball.
I did this solo.
I did this solo, and this was a nightmare. It brought me 22 minutes of my life, but I got this quest done. Oh man, that was not fun.
I'm wondering what I should bring. Sometimes bringing a bowgun isn't a good idea. Like, it can be hard to be consistent.
We can do either one. We can probably do 2 guns. That would be good when we just position ourselves like in the opposite way to Kirin, so we can pellet his ass very effectively. Or we both go hammer and try to bonk him on the running attack and suffer a lot from chip damage. So
I actually don't have a decent pellet light bowgun or heavy bowgun even. I'm going to check to see what I can forge because...
Do you know the Bastion Mage? The Bastion Mage? It's the Gypseros heavy bowgun. This thing is brilliant for pellet.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing it. Oh, I just need some joiner grasshoppers, which means I need to... Oh yeah, that is a pellet gun if I've ever seen one. That is 666. I mean, that's a bad sign. That's exactly why you shouldn't use pellet, everyone. It's the devil's fucking shot type.
Oh
but,
yeah.
Yeah, like... Oh my god. Look... I suppose heavy bowgun's fine. I think I would generally prefer light bowgun for Kirin because he just jumps around constantly, and I feel like I need to keep up with him and his movements. So I don't know if I would be comfortable with heavy.
Do you have the Dead Parasol? The light bowgun from Black Fatalis? This one is brilliant for Pallet Shot 1 and 2.
If that one also exists in this game, yeah, that's the one that I use in Freedom Unite as my pellet light bowgun.
I got that here
don't
too.
have the Lost Umbrellas, like, I'm assuming they also exist here as an item to pick up if you can forge the umbrellas. Oh, unless that's not needed for Fatalis. Like the Lost Umbrella item. Let me have a look if it can be forged. What's it called again?
Dead Parasol is pretty much in the end. You need a Lost Umbrella for that.
Oh, okay, so you do need that. Alright, well, as far as I'm aware, I actually don't have that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, so I just had an example, Angel Parasol. I don't actually have any Lost Umbrellas. That's alright. At the end of the day, if I were to bowgun Kid in now, it would have to be normal shots, I think. Which is not bad.
Okay.
It just means that you have to be pretty accurate with a very different experience to using pellet, because obviously with pellet you just sort of aim yourself generally in the direction of the kid in and then it works.
Yeah.
Whereas normal shot, you actually have to get that consistently on the head, and you're aiming at a monster that is constantly running around and jumping around, and it works sometimes, but I would prefer something like Evade Extender, and evasion skills in general do not exist in Freedom 1, so...
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part of it. I'm currently taking...
You know what I'm going to do? I would recommend that you go... Oh, maybe not. If you're going Pellet and I go Blade Master, that's probably not going to be good for me, to be honest.
I can be patient with my shots. I try to... Let's do that. You try to attack him when he's turning, and when he's running away, so he's basically facing with his butt to us, I try to pellet him then, so you're not in the way, and I can do 3 damage. I can try to play good.
I'll bring the Shining Wyvern Blade. I need to bring the big guns with this one.
Oh. Click clack, let's go.
Yeah. We have to, right?
It's just a high rank Kirin, so you should eventually not be that annoying.
And it's not too bad. And also Kirin, whether it's high rank or G rank, doesn't have too much health. Like Kirin is a low health Elder,
So...
Technically speaking, Kirin is not an Elder in this game, and the reason why is because Elder Dragon, as a classification, I don't think existed in 1st gen. I think they first brought that in 2nd.
I am kinda sure he is an Elder Dragon.
He is obviously called an Elder Dragon in 2nd gen, but what I mean is I don't think they were called Elder Dragons here. Which is something that I only recently realized.
They don't have species for the monsters. Yeah, that's true. They don't really name it there.
So technically speaking, Kirin is not an Elder Dragon. So, you know, I could technically say that Garuga is an Elder Dragon because he has the purple special quests. My headcanon is that Garuga is an Elder Dragon in 1st gen, and I'm sticking to it. He's got the special purple quest.
So, we need some scatter nuts. I hope I can buy them real quick.
I'll be back in about 2 minutes. I'll be away for a moment.
Alright. This is a good time to focus back on Twitch chat. Okay. Tiny Doodling. Oh, yeah, okay. There was an out of context clip that I don't want to say, but somebody got it again. So, damn me. So, potions. Where is the pallet when I need it? Hello? Okay, no pallet here. Need pallet level 1, so I can go for the Guardian. The petted gun rivaling. Oh, hold on. I need to check Twitch chat again. It sometimes doesn't respond that fast as it should be, since Twitch chat, or like Twitch as a company, likes to bummer me with Twitch chat loadings. So I need to restart my browser all the time, so I can see what you guys typed to me. I'm actually more scared of a Katku that screwed a Raffian so that Garuga could have born. Yeah, I mean, Raffians sometimes tend to do very very dangerous things for their whelps, so they go for dangerous quests. And as far as I know, I think this one Raffian in the lore got stuck in the swamp and she starved there, and there was a Katku that was eating her corpse, and this kind of Katku developed some poisonous inventions in his body and became a well-known Garuga himself. Guess Katkus to big beautiful wyverns. That might be also a thing. I mean, oh. I was very creative with the Monster Hunter here. So, save. So, there you go. And I'm there you go for G. So, well, is there a question on Twitch that you always wanted to be answered? There is now the time to do so, until my partner is coming back on the mic. And I really hope the question is not coming Bogite when? What's your bank account? You mean how much money I have on my bank?
Oh my god.
I mean,
what kind of question is that?
Yeah, I mean, I said to Twitch that you can ask me now everything that is really bugging you, and there's instantly the
how
rich
much you
card.
got in there. He wants your bank details. He wants access to your account.
My bank account is definitely placed on planet Earth. That's what I can tell. What's your favorite monster in Frontier? Oh my god, that's a huge question. There's a lot of very unique and interesting monsters to fight. I think for the most interesting mechanic overall, I would probably say Meraginasu that I referred earlier. But I mean, if we would restrict it to species like bird wyverns and flying wyverns and brute wyverns and stuff like that, it would make it for me way easier. But if I would get an overall answer for that, it might be Meraginasu. I just like the entire design
as a
of him.
concept, I think he's the most interesting monster.
Yeah. He's blind and hears when you step into his cave, and he's like, what's there? And then you're quiet, and then you can sneak up on him like a little assassin, and then you can take the first hit on him, and then you hear his scream for the first time, and it's so... Oh, it's howling. It's amazing.
Yeah. But whoops, I need to deposit all of my rewards from the previous quest, because my box, or my inventory rather, is currently full.
Oh, I need to go also really quickly in the bathroom, or more I need to get something to drink. BRB.
Oh, good. The stream is mine again. Yes. I'm so used to... Well, I'm not used to having someone to chat with, so usually it's just me crapping on. What I will say is that I'd like to apologise to my audience for having failed to send a notification for this live stream, and so one of my viewers, Beta, has only just come in because she only just got a notification from Twitch about the live stream. And, yeah, that's technically my fault for not having sent out a notification, so yeah. You never want to rely on Twitch for notifications to go out. That's a terrible idea.
Yep. That's why I always announce on my Discord.
Yeah, I try to.
Exclamation mark Discord on chat.
I forget. Yes. I'm trying to... I mean, I literally... For some reason, I don't have space to put a Rathalos Ruby in my box, so I have to find something to sell.
Maybe insect husk. It's a very tricky item, and we always have them in our pouch. or
I
in our
actually
chest.
don't. I'm very careful to not put insect husks in my box.
I would always also do the thing, if you have an item you can always buy in an emergent, I wouldn't place that in the box, and always when you go on a hunt, I would just buy it freshly. It's maybe something you need to put some brain work on it, but it is definitely keeping some space in your pouch.
Yeah, I've definitely... Like, I get that, and I have avoided anything that I've noticed that I can buy, but maybe there are some things that I can buy that I don't realize.
Or like low rank Hatgu items, low rank Gypsaros items. I would also delete that.
No, I'm not getting rid of monster materials. It doesn't matter. I have to keep them at least. I can't help myself. I mean, it hurts so much to have limited space in this way for me because
I know this feeling. You just delete. You think like, yeah, I don't need this material. 2 weeks later, in a multiplayer session where everything is on pressure and you need to go back in the hub really quickly, otherwise the people get impatient. There's this one scale you just sell 2 weeks ago and you need it for this weapon, and you don't have it. Angry Baynes noise.
Exactly. I mean, you never want to be in that situation where you had it, sold it, and then you need it. That's really bad. And okay, I'm getting rid of this catalyst. I have one catalyst that is taking up space in my box. That is
when you have honey and bitter box, you can combine them and make more space. But you don't have much honey, right? You referred that earlier.
No, I mean, I do not. I think I'm actually out of honey. I used all of the honey that I had to make 10 mega potions.
Do you know what I do?
Me to go and collect more.
I don't collect honey at all in this game. I just bring potions and like blue mushrooms and herbs. I just don't try to pick up mega potions. I know it's super comfy, but I have no space. I have no damn space, and I got pretty good so far. I was very close to run out on gravy.
From the misery. It saves you from the misery of collecting at this terrible I just got 3 insect husks and 1 honey from this fucking honey box. I mean, it is so bad.
Yeah.
It's insulting.
They needed
freaking
4 generations to make a normal honey collecting system. Try Ultimate. I love your farm system. It is simple, it is effective, and it's no brain. Stick it in, give him some catalyst, and let it run. It's so easy. Freedom Unite. Every time you do a G rank quest and you have made some 4 mega potions, chugging in, and you go back and you get 4 honey back. You will run out of honey just by nature in G rank. It is, as long as you use them, it's a thing.
Yeah, I don't have too much of an issue with that in Freedom Unite. That sort of system encourages you to actually use mega potions less, but you're still given the chance to get decent honey. The problem with this game is that you're being encouraged to not use too many mega potions, but on top of that, you're barely getting any honey at all. Like, it's common, for example, just with me there, to get 1 honey each time. Like, 1 honey is not okay. 6? Sure. I mean, we're comparing 1 to 6. I mean,
yeah.
I'll take the 6, please. 1 honey is bullshit. And quite frankly, 2 is what's most common. 2 is what I usually get. If I'm super, super lucky, 4. But that's rare. It's usually 2. And if I'm really lucky, 3. 4 is almost impossible. So this honey box can just die. Like, it's awful.
Those bees are damn lazy.
Yeah. I mean, it almost makes me upset, but I've gotten used to it, so like, I'll be right. I'm really struggling. Like, there's that 1 honey that I got from that stupid honey box. I'm currently struggling to find space in my box to actually deposit it. I don't know what I want to sell. I have to sell this, like, mushrooms. Like, I have to get rid of these mushrooms. These nitro shrooms, they have to go. I'm out of here. These nitro shrooms cannot stay. I like storing materials like this, but this is what Freedom 1 does to you. You have to be ruthless. You have to just say, nope, I may need this at some point, but I don't have the space. So I need to get rid of it. Alright, I should be ready to go now. I'm coming in. Need to make sure I buy some potions though.
I got a silencer on this gun. Yeah. I need to get a silencer. Otherwise, the pellet
hold
level
on.
2 has too much recoil.
Hold on, this is important. This is very important.
Yeah.
Silencers do not affect recoil in first person.
It doesn't? What does it do then?
This may be hard to hear, but all it does is make your bowgun quieter. That's it.
What?
It doesn't do anything else. Yeah.
What?
That's all it does. That's all it does. It doesn't do anything except make your bowgun quieter, and I don't know what that means. I don't know how that affects your
Holy
gun. It must
man.
do something.
I need to get the power barrel. I need to get the
power
damage.
barrel.
I need to get the
Because-
damage.
Yeah, like, this is not a case where they haven't told you anything about the recoil. It's because it doesn't affect it at all. Like, you'll notice when you...
Long
try to
barrel
select
doesn't give me
the
damage.
silencer, it doesn't say anything about it. It doesn't say anything about recoil. It is because it doesn't affect it.
Long barrel doesn't give me damage either.
Yeah, you know what it does? It increases your bowgun range. I think it has an effect on critical distance. It doesn't increase damage. People don't understand just how different first gen is. It's a special kind of place.
Oh my god.
It's a place where things that should make sense don't make sense. And it's sad.
Yeah, I have a heavy bowgun with a huge long barrel on that shoots shotgun bullets. Okay.
No. No.
We can do that. I always thought I needed that recoil because of the pellet 2 shot has too much recoil. But if that's actually the thing... Not native PSP font. Hey, Incognito Man, welcome. Hope you're doing good, man.
Incognito Man, just for anyone who doesn't know this, is the person behind FU Complete, which is literally a game changer for Freedom Unite players, of which there are many. He is to be thanked for his work in the community.
Oh,
And
okay.
he has made a big difference. Big difference. I only recently got FU Complete. Do you have it, Baynes? Do you know what it does?
I have never heard of that. That's probably because of my
Okay.
absence of Freedom Unite, but I...
Yeah, like this is a big thing.
Okay,
There are a lot of things that FU Complete does.
okay.
The biggest thing is that it has all of the event quests preloaded,
Nice.
which means that all of the event quests from the international release, plus the Japanese event quests, are all loaded at once. I think there are 32 of them.
Wait.
Compare this to being stuck with only 6 maximum event quests,
Okay.
and none of them are Japanese. Like, it is a big difference, and it is huge. There are some additional things as well. Weapon previews automatically load. That would be one.
Ooh.
So instead of having to press select to actually get them to appear, they're all automatically there. Makes a really big difference to just choosing a weapon that you might want to forge. It's
That
just
is
nice to be able
amazing.
to see everything automatically. And
I need
it
to
just-
get that. That sounds juicy.
The only thing that I should mention is that it runs off portable second G. Now what that means is that you will have to get used to pressing circle to make your selections instead of...
Oh, nice. Japanese controls. Yeah, way better.
Yeah. If you prefer that, then there really is no reason not to switch. It completely changed my experience with Freedom Unite. It's so good, and also all of the dummy stuff, like the dummy weapons,
Mm-hmm.
they have proper translations.
Ah.
And all of the tickets that you get, instead of getting dummy tickets, you're getting proper translations. Looks like we're getting a patch update from Incognito Man in the chat.
That is amazing. That is amazing. I would refer on the Twitch channel if you have or anything on that, but I'm very thankful for this asset to the community. That is amazing.
Yeah, like it's a big deal. And I think it was pinned in the Freedom Unite channel. I think Mina pinned it. But yeah, like
I need
It's not a
really
minor thing.
quick 150 stamina, otherwise I can't play this matchup with Heavy Bowgun. This is super annoying without max stamina. The good thing about this quest, he can drop Azure Kirin Horn. That is an item you need for the Kirin weapons, and I need all of them. Because they're all
Well,
good here.
I also need Kirin materials as well. I would like to make the upgraded version of the sharpness +1 attack up small armor set, which uses
Sorry
Kirin
if I
parts.
flinched
The
you, but I
difference
wanted
really
to
is
get
that it
rid
has.
of the praise real quick. So
I'm barely avoiding this thunder attack. It's nasty.
Pellet is a really weird ammo type, and it works differently to other ammo types for sure, but it has some quality options for sure. So I let you hit this thing. Just give it one shot, so it doesn't bother you too much. Okay, now you got hit. Now I can go full house. Oh my god. Oh my butt.
Beta in my chat is asking what it is called. Yes, it is FU complete. If you can't find it in the Hunsterverse pinned messages in the Freedom Unite channel.
Oh, he typed something in my chat. In
Yeah,
next
just,
patch we have built in menu toggle so you can have all the event quests and have 18 custom quests in your save data, optional weapon tweaks, and working on actual proper right analog camera. Oh, really? That's amazing. But it uses USA save Baynes, so don't worry about porting stuff. Yes! I was worried about the porting maybe could be an issue, but apparently it seems
so
not.
what it does is that it actually accepts, and I'm in the same boat because I use the European version of Freedom Unite, it accepts a European save automatically despite it being the Japanese version. Now there is a way to just port saves over manually. It's something within configuration files. You can make it so that it doesn't actually treat the saves differently. But you don't even have to go into configuration files and change things manually here with FU Complete. It's a very simple patching process that uses some command line thing, and yeah, it does it all for you.
I can definitely say I need help on that because I'm a technical noodle.
You might be, and to be honest, it sounds harder than it is, but I'm telling you, like, all you have to do is download FU Complete, drag your ISO file, which would be just a base portable 2nd-G ISO file. You literally drag that onto the executable.
Okay.
And it just does it for you. It
Oh
gives
my
you like
god.
a yes or no prompt for certain things, and then yeah, it's very
That
simple. I mean,
sounds pretty simple.
yeah, it's really easy.
That sounds so simple that even HV brain dads can use it.
This is the point. I mean, it's being. You have to understand. I mean,
it's
this
making
is being
for the
released
public,
to the
yeah.
Hunsterverse players. Like Hunsterverse players, to start with, most of them probably can't do this because they're playing on a phone. But for the small number of Hunsterverse players that are not playing on a mobile device and are experiencing an actual, real Monster Hunter game, they can do this without much issue.
I gotta say, it's kinda satisfying to shoot those preys in one go, but Kirin is a little bit annoying now.
Well, I was basically thrown out of the area, so now I have to try and get back in and deal damage. I don't know if you noticed this, but Kirin has a different running animation in this game versus 2nd gen.
I didn't pay too much attention on its running animation. I'm more focused about his horn getting on in my butt. But yeah, I get that.
But there's, instead of, okay, so basically the difference is, see that little run that he's doing now?
Yeah.
That doesn't exist in 2nd gen. Instead, he just jumps around. But here in 1st gen, he does actually have a little run that's unidirectional, and it just looks different from anything that he does in the later game. It's interesting. And it doesn't make a return in 4th gen either. In 4th gen, it's basically the same vibe. Just a little bit more polished, I suppose.
Hey, Janik, welcome. Hope you're doing good, man, and you don't drink too much. Responsible drinking is very important.
Yes, indeed.
For more responsible drinking, go to Doomlink's channel and ask him for responsible drinking. What the fuck?
Yes. Well, I mean, I wouldn't recommend your average person do what I do when it comes to alcohol consumption, but, you know, if you know your limits, then it's okay. The best thing to do is to take it slow.
Yep.
Get a good idea of what you can handle. Seriously, if a random person just imitates what I do, they're probably going to have a bad time. But
I mean, some people are just like drink proof, I gotta say. His voice is soothing. I think he takes that as a compliment. I did a little bit of the same in Shadow earlier.
Soothing is not a bad thing. Some people choose to go to sleep listening to my live streams, which is, you know, not a great thing, because you'd rather broadcast to people who are awake and listening to what you have to say. But you know, people, and also one of the downsides to my style of video content creation is that I attract stoners, people who just smoke weed all day. I attract a lot of them. I mean, I realized it very suddenly. Like, one day, some guy was in my chat like, "I'm so high right now," and then like 3 other regular viewers were like, "Me too, man." I'm like, "Oh, okay, that's happening."
You know, you get references like your voice is soothing, you have a very chill vibe going on, and the things that people say in my Twitch is, "Yeah, we have a lot of laughter in your chat and in your stream," and I'm like, okay, I hope it's about the jokes I do. Yeah, it's all about your jokes, Baynes. So, yeah, keep it going, man. You do it. I like
I mean, if it's entertaining, it's fine. Shit, I mean, it's better than being a boring live stream, hey?
Yeah. And I'm not twerking, so everything is good, I guess.
Exactly. You've at least got some dignity. You're not, like, completely sacrificing your integrity or anything like that.
With that voice and the hair, he looks like a stoner metal band member? What?
Yeah. Well, it's true. I probably look like that, but I assure you I'm not a stoner. I just appeal to them.
Well, if you're not a stoner, do you hear metal?
Well, I am a metalhead. Like, that's what I am. Like, that's why I've got the long hair. But so at least I fit that. But yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ! He really wants my butt now.
Here we go. I do have life powders, and I will use one.
Oh, perfect. I like supportive people.
I'm not one of those people, but I happen to have life powders.
Oh my god!
I really do not bring them normally.
It's
not because I think about whether or not I want to support people and decide, no, I don't want to support people. It's just the way that I approach my inventory, I guess, organization, is that I carry everything that I might possibly need, so then I don't have space for things like life powders. So, I mean, some people just, for example, and I know it might be hard to imagine based on my failures so far, but I usually bring both types of drinks no matter what. Some people actually check to see what area they're going into and bring drinks accordingly. I bring everything.
There's also the Uno reverse card. I'm a stoner, not a metalhead. Okay. That exists too. I mean, at least you gotta be honest.
Yeah.
This is the moment as a Twitch streamer I'm speechless of what I should say about Twitch chats. Oh no.
Just gotta run with it.
Yeah, just vibing.
Twitch chat's scary, man. Doesn't matter who you are.
Did I actually unpack my wyvern fangs and got huskberries and small bone husks? Oh my god, I'm an idiot.
Uh-oh.
My ammo is going.
I don't know how much longer this is gonna go on, but a high rank kid in
I have more ammo. All good, all good.
Okay.
I have 60 more shots, but only pellet level 1, so I need to aim it really, really precisely.
Okay. Well, it's still less precisely than normal shots, so...
That's for sure.
Right.
Oh no. I saw that Iron Prey jumping...
Yeah.
And it was not good. Oh, I have pellet level 3 also. Why do I have pellet level 3?
Do you have that? Probably has very high recoil, but you know, still good damage.
You were high once and you listened to the research base from Monster Hunter World? Dude, this is shit hits. Okay. I mean, the things that I would do as a guy that is stoned is probably not hear Monster Hunter music. I would probably look in the air and just wondering how many like naked women are on top of there. Oh yeah, let's go!
Wow. You look into the heavens and see naked women. I mean, that sounds like
Wow.
a good endorsement for the consumption of marijuana.
I'm built different, I see. Oh, a Zerhorn and a Thundertail. Let's go. Thundertail's really rare.
I just got a standard horn and hide plus.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry for all those sufferings and pellet
Thundertails are what
shots.
you want.
I need Azurhorn and Thundertails. Thundertails the rare drop. More or less. Is it absurd you can only craft him twice?
I understand it. It's just that the standard changed in 3rd gen. In 3rd gen, you cannot have a minimum carve below 3. Like, 3 is your minimum. And I sort of understand it. It's the idea that you've gone and killed a monster. Sometimes it can even be difficult in the case of Kirin. You deserve your 3 cards. Like, you at least deserve that. Obviously, they're going for size. Kirin is very small, so you get your 2 cards. It's just a different way.
He could use the pouch space for more loot, but he chooses the life powder. Massive respect. Just wave and smile. Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm not a support guy. That's not what I do. I'm not opposed to helping my team, but it's not a priority. Maybe I'm just a bad guy.
There's also this one guy in the hut that always picks up the things that do the most damage. And then he's like getting back to base camp with everything on his armor is shredded, his head is bloody red, and he's coming back crawling and he's like, Mega Potion! Mon Mega Potion, please! What's your demon drugs now, homeboy? Mega Potion.
He's just filled his inventory with power seeds, might pills, like just everything.
Everything damage.
Yeah, damage only. I don't need to heal.
I got all the
adrenaline, you know.
things here. Yeah, these dual blades I want to make, but they need special Kirin hide. But for that I need to hunt a G-rank Kirin, but maybe later. Hey, Crimson Gunner, welcome.
I would need at least 1 hour of convincing myself that I'm ready.
Mega potion, more like you're a mega nerd. Welcome, man.
Hey, it's Crimson Gunner. He's one of my viewers as well, but I think he watches you as well.
Crimmy is an amazing person. He helped me a lot in Frontier to get some feed on the grounds of Mesa Porter Square and helped me definitely to go through the game at my start block point, and I think now I get some own experience in Frontier and can maybe talk with him a little bit about stuff, but he might be having a little bit of a more sharpened idea about Frontier since he has more sight in deep into the game's mechanics and all those things.
That's nice.
Well,
I suppose it's my turn to choose a quest. I'll have a look and see.
Alright.
I need some inspiration. Part of me wants to choose Yan Garuga, but I don't want a 2-mana Yan Garuga. Like, I don't want to do it.
It's just
it
you did too
like
much.
A good idea. But part of it sounds like a good idea, and then I actually think about it, and I imagine what it would be like, and I realise, no, that would not be fun. Let's not do that. I mean, to your average person, it might be a perfectly appropriate idea, but this monster is basically Elder Dragon level in this game. He hits so hard, and he has way too much health. So, I don't want to hunt with 2 people. If we were super meta and really had a perfect idea of how to deal the most damage in the shortest period of time, maybe. But I don't think that describes me, at least, so...
Hey, I have a medical condition in which I must consume a power seed every 3 minutes, or I'm going to experience heavy pains, hallucinations, and convulsions. Okay.
There's like a physical dependency on power seeds.
Yeah. Man,
I
you should
must
definitely see a
consume one.
doctor. You should see a doctor about that.
Exactly. Wonderlord in my chat is asking if I like Frontier. You've missed out on a big conversation about Frontier that we had before. The general answer as to whether or not I like Frontier, well, I can't really say for sure because I haven't played it. I'm open to playing it, but I was scared of the Ultra Anime update that came in the past, and so I didn't play it back then. But I'll give it a try one day for sure. I think it's I mean, from what I've heard, there are a lot of good things about it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I only speak about the monsters. There's also a lot of things for the weapons. What is your main weapon if you would choose a weapon of your disposal being a main, or are you more like the person that is maining the way of a hunter and trying to beat every weapon and master it?
I guess, well, my favorite Blade Master weapons are actually the most mobile and least mobile weapon types, which are Great Sword and Sword and Shield.
Oh, okay.
Those are the ones that I enjoy the most.
Only in Freedom 1 or also in like Gen 3, Gen 4, Generations Ultimate and...
Yeah, I'm a Sword and Shield guy. Like, I'm not the guy who played Freedom 1 and was like, I use Sword and Shield because it's so strong. Like, I'm a Sword and Shield guy. I absolutely fell in love with it in Tri. And, you know, I used it a bit in Freedom Unite. It wasn't very strong in Freedom Unite, but it still felt really good. Of all the weapon types, it probably felt the best. The cleanest, the smoothest. But, yeah, just the way that it works. I love how mobile it is. I love how versatile it is. You can literally shield and yet also evade. That whole idea of having evasion and shielding ability is really good, and also you're rewarded for being accurate. And it's a really good weapon type. It's the most balanced weapon type. I think what I like about it is that you do have that incredible mobility, and also there's so much you can do with it. But on top of that, Greatsword is on the other end of the spectrum, where you're forced to just commit to that low mobility. You're forced to walk really slow with it. You're forced to actually charge your weapon for ages to get the damage out, which is the scariest thing for someone who actually can't play Monster Hunter properly.
Yeah.
You know, a Greatsword is a really intimidating weapon choice. So for me, those two ideas, the most mobile and the least mobile weapons, are the most interesting. So
I feel
they're the ones that I enjoy. Yeah.
A lot of people that are Sword and Shield mains tend to be like super veteran hunters because they like to be old-fashioned in a way, but they like to be so like flexible in their terms of hunting, and they don't like to be specified themselves in something very strict in combat, like charging or countering or that. They can do whatever they feel like, kind of thing. I mean, you don't have a charge attack, but you kind of have a lot of commitment with your slashy attacks, which maybe hits a similar thing. I mean, commitment in charging or hanging on the monster like a angry Furby ball and just slash his face is also kind of hard commitment, I gotta say. Viva Sword and Shield, yeah, I say that also. And Great Sword is definitely also one of my weapon types I really appreciate.
Yeah, Sword and Shield is really good choice.
Artilart said about the power seed consumption problem. I went to the guild doctor and he is a cat, but I don't speak meow. Okay, that is unfortunately very bad. But maybe we can find also a doctor that might be human or not Vivarian, so he doesn't give you herbs and you have to chew it in your mouth to get this power seed, because both things are kind of herbal and that wouldn't really get away with the addiction with power seeds.
I mean, we talked about how if the felines one day decided, hey, we're not putting up with this anymore, like, you guys are so reliant on us, like, your whole way of life is based on our contribution to the guild, we're just gonna stop doing that. Like, if they did that, that would ruin everything. But you know, if they decided, hey, you have to speak our language now. We're not going to speak Wyverian. We're going to speak in cat language.
The feline
That would be a
union
huge
party.
hurdle for everyone. Imagine to play Monster Hunter, you had to learn a different language
Oh.
to actually get the help of the felines. And if you understand it, if you understand actual cat language, it's basically easy mode. But you have to learn a new language for it. That'd be amazing. Imagine it's sort of like Monster Hunter language, but for cats.
Oh
But you
man.
have to learn it.
Monster Hunter language is a huge meme in my chat.
It
You know,
should be. I
I
can't
like.
believe that they did that in World. I can't believe it.
You know, I
still
do
good.
sometimes this like responses in Japanese, like Greto Swordo and stuff like that, and people really like that. And every time when I play World and we go for the like Monster Hunter language memes, I always pull up this one or two like voice things. I don't know if this even is a language. Like Capcom said, it's a mixture of very legitimate languages, and the only thing that is like infusing in my ears is only just gibberish. It's like Kestodon Hashurashu. What is Hashurashu? I don't understand.
It could be their idea of maybe a mixture of Japanese and some random fictional Western language. But I do see a certain similarity to Japanese. Not in terms of the actual language, but just how they communicate. There's a similarity there, which makes sense. Because,
what's
you know, it's
that?
Japanese people creating some random language.
Gypsy Rose?
Yeah, double Gypsyros.
Okay. Time for Elemental Greatsword Part 3.
Me too. I'm running Raffler's Greatsword right now.
Ooh. I do a little bit of a different one, so we see some more spicy weapons in this game.
I'm ready for those tail attacks.
Artilot is advertising your channel in a very, I would say, precise way, but I kind of
I
feel
see
like
that.
it.
There's
He's
some
saying-
awesome commentary and
saying
responsible drinking.
It's awesome.
It's not a theme, like it's not something that I do every time, but you know, if you need to know, if you're unsure about how to drink responsibly, then feel free to ask and I can impart my knowledge on you.
How are people referring to you on Twitch if they ask you something? Is it like they call you Doom or Lord or Dracu?
It's always Doomlink, yeah. So, as far as the name Draculestia, like the only hunter name that I have that with is Portable Third. I mean, I guess that's sort of one of my online names, but as far as like on Twitch and on YouTube, it's Doomlink, like 100% Doomlink. Like
Okay.
That's it, yeah.
Is Doomlink like a referring to the Legend of Zelda, or is it just a connectivity, like the word for connection, like linking together, or
It is.
what has the
it is
roots
a-
of it?
It is a Zelda reference. It is
Ah,
a
okay.
name that I made in 2008, back in the Let's Play days, and I've stuck with
okay.
it. I've absolutely stuck with it, but yeah, it's just an alternative form of Dark Link, I guess. But-
Okay. I like that idea. I mean, I always was very
I'm a
scared of
huge
Dark
Zelda
Link,
guy.
but
Yeah.
I didn't got the referring to Doom Link would be some sort of a Dark Link thing. The referring to my name is very brain dead and very simple, like caveman level.
Okay.
So the name Junter sounds very similar to the word hunter, which is a combination of the word hunter and some anime that I read when I was a kid, which is a romantic manga. All good. The main character of this romantic manga is called Junta with an A at the end, and I am a little kid back in the day, and I just said, let's combine the word Junta and hunter, and that's where Junter
That's fine.
was
No, that's fine.
born. And yeah, I mean, that is for a word combination thing, I think this is totally legit. But the weird thing is, if you know the anime or the manga, you probably think, why did he watch this anime? So to have a
What was
little
the manga.
Yeah, it's a manga. There's also like an anime series of it, but I just read the manga first and then got the anime later on. So I will definitely refer to the manga.
I'm an absolutely huge anime guy, so when I hear the name, I will either be surprised or disgusted.
It's a very old anime series. It's from the 90s, late 90s, I would say. The name is DNA times 2, and it's a romantic anime, and there is a guy called Junta, which is a male, and he's in a high school, and he is very shy to speak to women, and every time when he sees some cleavage and anything that is very sexy on a woman, he pukes.
Yes.
But the puke is very cute. It's like a pinkish, like gerb. Like, it's like...
Right.
It's not very like realistic. It's more like a jokey thing made up. And there is a girl which name is Karin, which is the name of my second character in Monster Hunter all the time. So if you see Junto or Karin, it's 95% me, or like 99.9% me. So and Karin is a space agent, which sounds very weird, but she is a agent from the future, and she wants to save the world from the mega playboy. Yep. And
this sounds very... This is pretty much the standard for romantic anime manga storylines from between about 1995 and 2003.
Yeah.
This is very... this is the
and
standard.
She comes up to him in a cafe and says he is the mega playboy, and she needs to shoot some sort of a DNA capsule in his like body, so he doesn't get to the mega playboy in 1 year or like in 2 years. So he is the reason for overpopulation in the world, because he is so attractive to women. So what happens to this manga? The manga is really cringe, but the humor is great. I gotta say that. If you like cringy humor, it's totally your fine thing.
Probably not my thing. Like, cringy humor is definitely not my thing. Like, there are shows that a friend of mine watches. I mean, he's really into that, and like, I'll watch a show that he loves because he's into that sort of humor, and I'm just like, no, this is awful, and he loves it, you know. For me, cringy humor, no, probably not my thing.
So, the end of the story, or like the end of the beginning plot on this anime is she shots Junta with a capsule, but she kind of like switched out the capsule, so it's not the mega playboy capsule, it's actually the playboy capsule. So, because of her, he became the mega playboy, and the cool thing is when he gets to this mega playboy version of himself, he gets like reddish hair, and he is super like he can do like karate, he is like protecting women, he is very like attractive and has this like
almost sounds like an
darling
Ranma, you know. It's like,
yeah, exactly, that's kind of like the same timeline, and it is so cringy, but it is fun. It's not like this edgy, super over-sexualized thing. I mean, it got some scenes, I gotta say, but you don't see sex or anything of that. But it is always cringy, and you love yourself how awkward the current situations. That's all about this
I'll probably
anime.
have to watch it. I mean, from what I've heard, I need to at least watch it. How many episodes is it? Is it like
14 episodes? It's a shorty.
Oh, that's fine. Fine. I'll watch it for sure.
The end.
14 is an unusual number. I hope they didn't have their second season cancelled or something.
No. The anime has definitely an end that is I don't want to spoil, but it has mixed feelings coming up for me. In one way happy, and in another way not happy that happens.
There's some shows that end in that way, yeah.
But I can definitely recommend this anime when you like cringy humor or just want to see it just to have a referring. It's a slice of my childhood a little bit. Not that I'm very a romantic guy or anything, but it's just about the name, and the guy Junta kind of like represents me as a teenager, because I was also very afraid of women back then. I mean, now I have a girlfriend and she's terrifying me the fuck out of me. But you know what I'm talking about, you know. But it's kind of like a nice like view from the past and see how I developed and became resistant to females. Kind of like that, if you would prefer to that.
Well, at least you don't puke when you see them.
Yeah, I don't do that, but when I was in puberty, I became super nervous on cute girls, and I mean, I have a huge kink on redheads. My girlfriend is a redhead,
Okay.
and
Good for you.
it's
You made
super
it.
good. Yeah, that's the man goal that I have. I had back then. I was like,
Congratulations.
I need to get a redhead girlfriend, and I got one, and I'm like, yeah,
Nice work.
goals achieved. I got the Rathalos ruby. I did it. So
You did. Nice work.
so that's kind of that thing. But I got one of those awkward situations back then with a girl. She go to judo class. You know, this battle sport, this fighting sport, and with a lot of grappling and throwing around and stuff. And she's like, I wanted always to like trying out the new grabs from her, and you know, like getting more into judo. And dude, she kicked my ass like, and she was like two hats smaller than I, and she kicked my ass on judo. It was incredible.
That is females in martial arts in general.
Dude, respect all females that do sport. I gotta say to Twitch chat, but females should never be underestimated, especially those that do sports.
Yeah.
I never saw.
I mean, anyone who's done martial arts and has found themselves going up against a girl, I mean, they don't fuck around. I mean, they do. I think they naturally try harder than guys, because when they're up against a guy, they get it. They get that they need to be at full fucking performance level, and
Yeah.
it shows. Like they will shit on you. Like if you don't take it seriously, they'll destroy you. Absolutely destroy you.
I mean, I remember that I referred to her, she is a tiny dwarf, and the next blink of my eye, I was laying on my back on the ground, and I didn't really could inhale that clearly. It was like, how fast was that grip? It was lightning speed. I mean, I meant to be a joke, but she was also throwing me jokingly, and that was it.
Right, okay. Well, take this then. Does it matter that I'm short? Probably not.
Hey, this is the triple drill, quadruple backflip shoulder slam I got here for you as a joke. Haha.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay, nice.
Now when I'm serious, your life will be in danger.
Well, you could maybe break one or two bones off your spine, and I'm like, okay. Do you always check the quest info if he really dies?
I usually don't. I think maybe it's not that way in this game, but no, it should be that way in this game. If you paintball him, the paintball should go grey if he dies. I think that's how it works.
I gotta have to say, I think Elemental Greater wasn't the best option for this fight. I feel like it could do more damage.
Unless something weird happened and they switched out. Like maybe we ended up getting a full health one at some point, because they've both been flying around and keeping pretty close to one another. So it's possible that maybe we
Oh my god!
followed the wrong
jump scare.
one, but if this is the same one we've been fighting from the beginning, this is fucked up. Like he has taken a lot of.
I mean, they're kind of similar on the size, right?
Yeah, I honestly think we may have ended up fighting a full health one at some point. So that's what I'm sticking to. If we kill,
I mean,
this
the other one is
and
just
then-
sneaking around there. I just let
Yeah,
him
like
be.
if we kill this one and fight the other one, I'm going to assume that the next one will be dead pretty quickly, because I'm pretty sure that's what's happened. I can't see any other reason for this guy to have lasted this long.
Oh, wait, hold
He's
on.
not dead, because again, like, I'm pretty sure
Oh,
the
no.
paintball turns grey. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It'll turn grey when he's dead.
Good thing that Gypsyros is not the most cancer monster when you fight in 2v1. Which is totally okay. There are way more problematic monsters when there are two in one area. They can cause way more problems. For example, Diablos. 2 Diablos on a map is never healthy for you.
No, that's really bad.
I think Diablos overall is one of my most hated Gen 1 monsters. I just hate how sturdy he is and how less openings you have on him.
Yeah, I suppose with Diablos, the way he's designed, or she, depending on whether it's black or regular, I don't like the way the monster's designed. I think it's a well-designed monster in that it's a genuine challenge, and it can be hard to deal with. But I don't enjoy the fight at all. But you know, I find it much easier to fight Diablos in 1st and 2nd gen than in 3rd gen. 3rd gen is when Diablos really went to another level for me.
Oh, okay.
Really well designed, but designed in the way to piss you off the most. And yeah, it's pretty nasty.
I mean, what is the exact
I'm
thing
the one
that
that we
is...
were fighting before, by the way.
Okay. I'm going back and see where you are. What is the exact thing you think is super annoying on Diablos on 3rd gen? Is it like the tail swipes got added to them?
So for example, yeah, so the way that the tail can hit you, even if the tail isn't the point of the attack. So for example, there's this swinging attack that Diablos does where he swings his head back and forth.
Yeah.
And the tail is also part of that. Just the damage of the tail plus the damage of the head. Like, it's literally on both sides of the monster. And just the aggression, the speed, it is on another level from 1st and 2nd gen. Especially in 3 Ultimate, where G-rank monsters just move faster. The Black Diablos, in particular, is so fast, so aggressive. And that whole attack where Diablos doesn't just pop out of the ground, he pops out from a distance and just flies at you, just completely... Yep, that's right. See how the paintball turns grey? That's how you...
Ah, okay. I think I forgot about that thing.
Yeah, that's how I usually work it out. But the thing with Diablos is that just the attacks and the dynamics of the monster change in 3rd gen. It's just on another level. I don't really know how to describe it. I mean, the best thing to do is to maybe do 5 hunts in Freedom Unite and then do 5 hunts in 3 Ultimate, and you'll see it. It's different, and it sucks. I hate it. I know a friend of mine, his name is Ethan. We play a lot of Monster Hunter together, or at least did. He doesn't play much anymore. But he likes Diablos. Like I said to him, like, fuck this monster. And he's like, what are you talking about? Diablos is great. And I was like, what are you talking about?
But he's not intentionally saying that to piss you off. He's actually meaning it.
Yeah, he actually thinks Diablos is a good monster. And it's true that it's a well-designed monster. But he's so annoying. He is designed to be really annoying. I guess in a similar way to Tigrex, you know? Like, Tigrex is designed to really piss you off, but that monster has never annoyed me as much as Diablos. Diablos is really annoying.
Swaggy backslap.
Everyone has their preferences.
Come on, Baynes, you can do a swaggy backslap. Oh, okay, you stole the show. Damn it.
I completely ruined your moment.
Let me try to do a pro gamer move. Oh, you sucked. Let me do this one. Bonk.
But like, I just made my decision that it sucked before you even did it. I was like, I'll forget that. I'll just. That was. I would guess that you would have killed him in that attack too, but I ruined it.
Is it Gyptros had that rare in this game? I'm not sure anymore.
I don't think it's super rare, but I mean, I've got one. I don't know if that affects my opinion, but. Yeah, but notice how that other one died really quickly.
Yeah, we definitely switched off.
Yeah.
But I was just running on muscle memory and seeing 2 Gypsaros. Okay, kill.
Yeah, well, it was the same with me, but because neither of them were paintballed and because obviously they keep pretty close to each other, we just didn't notice. So. Well, that was your pro move.
Yeah, now it hits.
Well, we needed the obligatory Gypsaros. I mean, this is one of those monsters that you usually fight in 1st gen.
Yep.
Especially for the people who get the poison sword and shield. The Gypsyro's axe.
The
I mean, that
poison
thing is
battle
an
axe.
absolute staple. It's a
It needs to
staple
be in
first
every inventory for sure.
Yeah. Including Monster Hunter 1 and Monster Hunter G. In Monster Hunter 1, you didn't actually have... I mean, I don't know if you've played Monster Hunter 1, but it really gives you an idea of just how primitive Monster Hunter used to be.
Yep.
Back in Monster Hunter 1, you didn't actually have a value for status. You would just have poison damage.
Yep.
That was it.
Yeah, it's
Now,
just
it did
poison.
exist.
You have just
It
thunder.
did exist. Like, there was a value. Like, if you upgraded your poison sword and shield, for example, yes, it would increase, but you weren't told about it. It was just poison. That's it. So...
It's not about how much or how less poison you have. You just have poison. Deal with it.
And to be honest, like, this is also expressed in how bowgun information is shared with you in that game.
I don't have
It's
to...
the biggest insult.
I don't have to flex my Monster Hunter 1 achievements to everybody, Attila. It's not always the time to do it.
We
I know
can't even see it half the time.
I am the current world record holder of Monster Hunter 1 any percent category. Just saying. On speedrun.com.
Have you properly compared to the Japanese community though?
No, it's just the overall any percent category on speedrun.com, and so far nobody did really
Okay.
try to contest my run. I mean, Alexander Rex got his first run done on YouTube, which has over 60,000 follows or like 60,000 watches, and people really celebrate that. A month after that, I did a world record run that it was 7 minutes faster and has 150 views.
Sucks,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
That's how
I like
damn cursed I am.
It's not that you're cursed. I mean, that's life as a content creator. It sucks, you know.
It's like when
For-
I don't
for
know
many
if my
people-
tagging is wrong on YouTube. If I should tag my videos more properly, I mostly just tag them as my stream title is. The set
That
looks so
person
good.
Probably, this is the thing. Like, you sort of need a good starting point on YouTube. I checked your YouTube channel. I don't think you upload as much to YouTube as I do, for example. Like, one of the things is, if you don't have a good starting point, if you don't have a committed base to work on, you probably won't get picked up by the algorithm.
I see,
Like,
okay.
I don't get picked up by the algorithm very much, to be honest, but I do have a consistent viewer base, and that really helps to get yourself started. I mean, I was picked up by the algorithm recently on one of my videos, but that still only gave me 1,800 views on one of my videos, which, I mean, that's a lot for me.
Yeah.
But that, in the grand scheme of things, that's nothing. But it was 3 Ultimate, and there's not many people watching that these days, so
I see, okay.
I guess it's nice. But still, it's in the scheme of things, like, it's pretty small. So.
I think I want to get also in the gunning period again, because I want to do the Gradios again, since I just need a strong wing again. Or still, since this guy doesn't want to drop it, because he's a meanie and he doesn't like me.
Wonder what I should eat.
If you guys want to see some more of the sets that I use for this account, I got a couple of them, and there's also some good references on YouTube, on Google, that have nice builds overall with Divine Protection and Razor Sharp also. I just have 10 sets that works for me so far, but I didn't really get super creative with Freedom 1 yet, because I don't really needed it. And it works so far for me. So why changing a running system?
Yeah. I'm actually going to bring dual blades for the first time in this recording.
Very
Bring
juicy.
my Guild Knight Sabers. I think they're, what are they called? They call that?
Good,
Yeah,
good.
Guild Knight Sabers, that's what they're called. I found out that I would actually, at least in Freedom Unite, prefer the event dual blades. I forget what they're called. They're just called Dummy in the international release, but they're called the Kanizari or something like that. Kanizari.
Okay.
They're crazy. What they do is they actually change the character's voice Your character sounds like this cartoon. He's like when he's doing the demon dance, and it's crazy. It's like, what is going on? But the stats are actually better, to be honest, compared with the Guild Knight Sabers.
I see. Okay.
It's like more elementally focused, but the raw damage is still good. It's like 500 element and I think 324 inflated raw. So for dual blades, I'd say that's pretty good. Whereas Guild Knight is maybe 364 and only 150 element. And to me, yeah, well, I think the other ones are better. But it's thanks to my FU complete that I was able to access that Japanese DLC quest so easily. And I've been doing that, and it's really good. Like, I'm making the Japanese DLC weapons, like, literally, I've been playing... That was my first Monster Hunter game. And I've been playing it since it came out. And I'm making weapons that I've never made before. And it's amazing. Like, Incognito Man, this one guy, I mean, I'm assuming he was the brains behind FU Complete. He's not the only one involved, but I'm assuming he got it started. I mean, that one guy literally changed my experience with a game that I've been playing for 13 years.
Amazing.
It's a big deal. So, I mean, I guess I could have always played Portable 2nd G if I really wanted to experience something different, but it's fully translated. It's
do you remember how many shots do you needed for the Gravios to get down? For Pierce 1 and Pierce 2? I get a full load of Pierce 2 and combinations also, and also Pierce 1 I have. Should that be enough?
Combinations shouldn't be needed. Look, for a Pierce, what I usually do, I don't know if your Pierce gun shoots water shot.
I have Destiny Arm too.
Brilliant. So what that means is that all you need to do is bring Pierce 1, Pierce 2 water shots, and that should be enough. As a backup, I was bringing normal level 2, but I think I only got halfway through my water shot, and he died last time. And that was after shooting PS1 and 2. PS3 obviously is not a good idea because your recoil's really high.
Yeah. I don't use level 3 shots anyways, besides normal, and normal 3 has this weird balancing gimmick that can do incredible high damage or even less than normal 2, which is sort of weird.
Are you like do you gun very much in Monster Hunter, or is it still sort of a new thing for you?
I gun here and there. I wouldn't consider myself being a pro gamer with gunning, but I know sort of things with gunning.
Yeah, the thing with normal level 3 is that I generally don't go with normal level 3 because the damage that it deals is divided from the initial impact and also that ricochet, like it bounces off and obviously pierces through the monster.
Yeah.
If you can get that consistently, and there is a strategy to it, there is a way to position the shot so that it will usually pierce through the monster. If you can do that consistently, you will do more damage than pierce level 2. Excuse me, normal level 2. But normal level 2 usually is what you go with when you're doing normal shots. Because the impact damage is higher, because it doesn't have that ricochet.
Okay.
What that means, in real terms, what that means is that you are dealing more consistent damage. It's probably overall going to be higher DPS.
Okay.
So it's what I prefer, and I think it's what normal gunners usually run. But there is definitely a strategy for normal level 3, which is really damaging.
Hey, Disco Brain Ninja 4. Welcome. Hope you're doing good, man. One of the other good old Frontier peasants here, coming back in chat. Today with a little date here with Doomlink. Oh no! Do you want to abandon and
No, I think we'll be alright. We'll survive. I will. I'll carry my cross. It was my mistake, and we'll do it.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So, we just referred to this stream a lot about Frontier, and it seems that we're coming back to it over and over again.
Well, from your chat, I'm seeing lots of references to Fortnite, not Frontier, I think.
Yeah, Janik is drunk and probably wants to play Fortnite right now. I'm not laughing because of the situation you're drawing. I'm just surprised about how random this conversation is in a Monster Hunter stream. It's like, yeah, we see a lot of like boomer Monster Hunter gameplay. Yeah, I want to play Fortnite right now.
Yeah, it literally is the other end of the spectrum. It's like, oh yeah, first gen Monster Hunter. How about some Fortnite? You know. It's like,
Yeah, we're fighting G-rank monsters right now, and I'm currently needing a strong Gravios wing and also a couple of Coma sacks. So this is the game. This is the monster I need to fight a lot right now. Yeah, Frontier is definitely a god gamer game. I love it. I recommend very specific people Frontier, but the question for me overall, which Monster Hunter game would you recommend, is for me a... I love this question because it kind of connects me more with the viewer itself, because mostly what happens with people ask me that is I ask sometimes something back. What do you prefer for a video game? Do you want a long-term Monster Hunter game or a shorter one? Do you like charm farming or you don't? All those things matters to my conclusion which thing I recommend for people. I'm not one of those guys.
How do charms work in Frontier? That's one thing that I'm interested in.
The fun thing is, in Frontier there's no charm. It's a Freedom Unite system. That's the great thing about Frontier.
That makes sense, because of course that came before tries, so yeah, no talismans at all.
The good thing about Frontier, I mean, Frontier doesn't have charm grinds, but it has hardcore carves. Yeah,
okay.
And that's where the grind starts. In Frontier, there is a version you can alter a monster's like appearance with a hardcore state, and a hardcore monster is basically a version of Gravios or Congalala that is superior in his territory, and he has enhanced body parts, like his spines are more powerful, the tail looks more brutal, or his tusks are stronger. And those carves, like those monsters, you should kill for sure, because they can drop a hardcore carve that has a 1% chance of dropping, and it is sometimes needed for some go weapons, which I referred earlier as a rank level that you need for upgrade materials. So that is definitely a thing that is Frontier. Hardcore materials. And every monster has a specific hardcore carve. So let me say, like, Gravios has a hardcore carve. I think it's called Gravios heated coal shell or something like that. Congalala has a precious claw, or
giant feces, you know. Like
yeah, or giant territorial dung or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was expecting that for Congalala, really. I have to tell you, I mean, I don't want to distract from this conversation, but I have like almost no potions left, and we've only just started. I have been totally destroyed by this Gravios. It's so embarrassing.
Do you want to have 10 potions here?
Oh, I'm not going to take 10 from you. Please give me 5. That'll do me for now.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not the first time we've done this.
Oh, good. We are so synchronized. It's unbelievable. Like Team Darkside Junior right here.
Getting things done.
We get
Team Darkside Junior. Maybe that's a new channel name. We'll actually compete with them, you know.
Yeah. We do.
Team Darkside? No, I prefer the Junior channel.
Yes. They do way better build videos.
Yeah. Aren't like most of the Team Darkside people German? I mean, that gives you a good...
Yeah, some of them I have met on the Gamescom back in the day when I was a kid, and some of them I know by a long shot, like Chris, for example, the face of TDS, I would say. He is we German hunters very know him well, and all of those German people refer to his really bad English pronunciations and how German he sounds and how masculine he sounds as a German with his English pronunciation. So it is kind of like a meme in German, or like in Germany. So it's kind of that thing.
It's funny because like I know nothing about the German Monster Hunter community because I obviously wasn't really part of it, but
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people that I talk with about Monster Hunter Tri,
Okay.
most of those people are Americans, right? So they weren't part of the European Monster Hunter Tri, but I played the European version of Monster Hunter Tri.
Okay.
And so I played with all the German guys. And like, you know, because I played with all of them, I feel like I might not know them personally, but my experience was with those guys, and you know, it was, despite having played with them, I don't really know much about their community. It's weird, you know, I'm in this middle ground where I can't relate to the Americans because they weren't playing on the server that I was in, but I can't really properly relate to the German guys because a lot of those guys just spoke in German and I was just hunting with them, you know, so...
I see. I mean, German Monster Hunter community is a pretty divided two-edged sword. You have either the casual people that like to hunt in multiplayer together, and you have the die-hard TDS super competitive sweating t-shirt guys. You have those two things.
That was me in Tri. That was me in Tri. So I was doing, you know, speed trapping, speed runs, fucking might pills with these German guys going up against Devil Joe or Latrion. It was bad. Like, that's not me. Like, these days I don't play like that, but that's how I was in Tri. And it was, yeah, it was one of those things. I mean, if I had taken a different path, I could be in TDS now, playing Rise, 100 Fatalis killed in World, and all this business, you know, it's like 1,000 rather than 100. And, yeah, I took a different path, put it that way.
I quickly go through my Twitch chat here. Oh, wait, you know what, guys? We do it after the quest, so I refer to all of you, so I don't miss any action in Twitch chat. If there's something referred to me, feel free to type @it's Baynes in chat, so I know if there's something actually pointed to me. And yo, I know one meme about TDS Chris we do as Germans all the time. Chris does a sort of introduction all the time, and I don't know why he does that, but it is very Chris-like. He says all the time at the beginning of his videos, "Hello guys, what's up here, Chris?" And we kind of like meme about that a lot. Hello guys, what's up here? I mean, Chris here.
It's sort of weird. It's weird these days, but back in the old days, that was normal. You'd do like a little introduction. I have a similar thing. I have a similar thing that I do, just out of habit, because it's just how you used to do it. You know?
I mean, my introduction to new followers is also maybe a little bit like long for some people. Sometimes people get like choked on when I give them the big introduction, and hey Lionheart, welcome. So it's sometimes a little bit much for people, but I feel like it's important for me to welcome them to the community instead of having them maybe shocked at the first step. But it's a cozy place here, so in the most part, so no need for being shocked or overwhelmed by over-welcoming someone. I mean, it's like you're going to your grandma and the first thing you get is a plate of cookies and some milk. That's kind of like the same thing. It's like, what are you scared of?
I hope that I can survive this hunt, to be honest. Like, I so regret bringing dual blades for this. If I had brought a bowgun of any description, whether it be light bowgun or heavy bowgun...
Oh, good. I have 10 potions and also 4 potions left, and he doesn't hit me once in this entire hunt.
Alright, you're my potion supply if I need them.
I'm good. I like to be your personal potion carrier, like the water boy.
Alright.
Baynes is cosplaying as a water boy now. That's okay. I get that.
Lovely.
It's like the same when I go shopping with my girlfriend and I'm just carrying up the package, you know. the shoes, the t-shirts, the new suits, all those things. I'm okay with that. I'm a grown-up man. I can handle some carriage.
Yeah, just bring like this giant bag that people take when they're traveling overseas, you know.
You know, and you're like a Giga Chat, just carrying them on, and she's like, "Oh, thank you, honey," and kisses you on the cheek. I go to the bathroom real quick, and then you're sweating and like, oh God, is this hard? Jesus. It's literally the same. Like, don't ruin the show, boy. Don't ruin the show.
Oh man. The things we have to put up with.
Yeah, females.
But we do it, and you know what? We do it because we like it. That's
Yeah.
how it is.
Yeah.
It's not like we're complaining.
We wanted the kiss on the cheek, you know. We wanted the cherry on the
Exactly.
cake.
That's right. It's all worth it in the end.
Okay, I hope we don't get a random HV buff Gravios kill. That would be amazing. I don't know how many Levasios I killed in my first bow playthrough on Hunsterverse, with Levasios being dead in the lava. That is a shocking situation.
Yeah, we don't want a repeat of that sort of thing. There's no risk of me causing that, but it's all in your hands. You need to be extra careful.
Females are like girls, they're complicated. I mean, girls are females. That's a legit
Females
thing.
are like girls. That really is the ultimate phrase.
Yes.
Females are like girls. You know what? I agree.
I mean, it was from... I mean, this sentence was from Janik. He's a Chargeblade player, so don't mind him. I mean, they use a lot of, like, their game mechanics in their weapon because it takes a lot of combo, like, innate brain knowledge to use them, so their brain might hurt of thinking. So it's all okay. By the way, the bantering with me and Yannick is totally normal. He calls me a boomer all the time, so we're fine with that. I'm happy to be a boomer.
I'm very much that. Worse than you when it comes to that.
I mean, I gotta say,
I'm not a
Chargeblade
I'm
is
not
a
like that
relatively
with
complicated weapon to
technology,
use. Oh my god, this knee hurts so badly. Holy shit.
get kneed in the face.
I wonder. I would actually love to have some people for Gravy to hunt him down. And I would love to have my elemental heavy bowgun from Freedom Unite to kill him in 4 minutes. Consistently, without sweat. Oh. Out of bullets. On Pierce level 2. No, it does the job for Pierce level 1.
Did you start with Pierce level 1?
I start with Pierce level 2. I go for the highest damage first before I go to downgrade myself. I should aim on the belly way more precisely. I lose damage on the head all the time.
Well, that's the thing. The stomach is a really good shot zone because it's so big for Pierce. So
Yeah.
one of the problems with Pierce is that usually it's not good for weak points because the Pierce, as a damaging shot type, most of your damage is going to be through getting the best piercing. So for example, if you use a Pierce shot but aim for a weak point and that weak point doesn't allow for good travel through the monster with that Pierce shot, it's better to actually hit something that's not a weak point so that you can get all of your piercings. But in the case of a Gravios stomach, you can actually get almost full Pierce travel through that as a weak point, so that's what you want to be hitting for sure.
Youch!
I have life powders I can contribute.
All good, all good.
He's
He wants to
limping.
chomp me. Nom 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 nom. I'm hungry, where's my candy? What? Ha, easier than
needs some
stealing the
meat.
baby a
He
lolly.
needs your meat. He's hungry.
He is my soulmate. I understand, Gravios. Oh no.
Oh, hold
Oh,
on. Have you
no.
done it? I think we can carve him. I think it's okay.
Oh no, please not.
You almost did it.
Oh god, I was one of those HV people. Oh no.
Yep.
No, oh good. We did it. We did it, Twitch chat. Ha! I'm not one of those.
Yeah. Actually, it's possible to kill a monster in a spot where you can still carve it, but it's on such... Okay, so there is a possibility to carve a monster, but it's so on the edge
Yeah.
that you can't successfully carve. Like, I've had that a lot with a Cantor.
Oh my
let's
god.
say
Yeah.
you kill him, and you can just barely carve. Like, it's just the edge of the body, but it says you couldn't carve anything off. Because it's just too
Yeah, you're out of the
It's
carving
too
zone, and the game doesn't
Yeah.
allow you to get an item from it because
Yeah.
it has weird
Yeah.
zones. Okay.
I've only really had that with a Cantor. I haven't had that with any other monsters. I don't know if it's because of the location that you fight him in or what, but yeah,
So
it's the sort of thing you really want to avoid.
I would love to go quick through my Twitch chat. So I have done nothing but recommend people to DOS anytime someone asks me through. I don't really would recommend Monster Hunter DOS to a lot of people. If people want to have a nostalgic flashback, I would recommend Monster Hunter DOS. If they can consumption a lot of jankiness, rough progress, and they didn't want to go to the very end of the game, because hub quests on DOS are damn difficult. In front
I
of
would
there's-
say that of all the Monster Hunter games, probably even factoring in Monster Hunter 1 and Monster Hunter G, DOS is probably the hardest. DOS is really hard. I would not recommend going from even 3rd gen to DOS. If you want to play DOS, my recommendation would be to go backwards through the series, one game at a time. 4th
Yeah.
gen, 3rd gen, do a lot of Freedom Unite first, and then from there, give DOS a try.
Yeah.
See how you feel.
Okay, I guess
That's the
technically
best
in
way to enjoy the game.
Frontier, there is something called Poogie Cuffs. Yeah, Poogie Cuffs are equipments that you can equip on your Poogie that is with you in the quest in Frontier. And the Heathen skills are something for Zenith rank that is very late in the game, and even I don't have Heathen skills yet. But they're really, really strong. I gotta prefer that. Frontier even has a weapon where you can fly, stun the monster when 2 hits, and kill the monster in 2 seconds. I mean, Magnet Spike can fly for sure, but not all the Magnet Spike can 2-shot monsters consistently. I mean, if you have a Raviente weapon, you can also kill monsters fast with a Ravi weapon like that. Just Magnet Spike looks very, very, very overtuned for people that haven't played Frontier yet. And if you play Frontier and be in this rank that I was in Frontier, or be in Frontier, Magnet Spike doesn't look that overtuned that it might have on the first look. I mean, if you give people that have no idea about Frontier and Magnet Spike, and you give them like Zenith Tigrex speedrun 3 minutes, of course they think this weapon is freaking busted because how crazy you fly back and forth to the monster. But it is all kind of like in a more or less balanced way, so it's okay. Baynes moans, Doomlink, it's the first time we're doing this together, but we're synchronized. Okay.
Yeah?
Out of context,
No.
okay.
Things are... we're
Let's see.
very synchronized.
We did hello to the Lionheart, so did I miss any message? No. Anyway, I'ma hit the sleep. Good night, hunters. Alright, Jenning, I hope you appreciate the show and good sleep, Peru. I'm literally the 1% who started in Monster Hunter World, but DOS ended up being my god game for Monster Hunter. That is very strange, because Monster Hunter World provides the player with enormous amounts of quality if you would compare to older games. But I gotta say that Monster Hunter DOS is an incredible nostalgic vibe to me. Like, the building of Jumbo Village was something very impactful for me as someone that didn't grow up with the game, and it still grabbed me really hard. Like, that was beautiful to see. Oh, it's your turn, by the way.
Okay. I'm still messing around with... Okay, so basically what I've done in the last few minutes is I went and gathered my 3 honey from
Okay.
the honey thing, and now I'm trying to manage my limited box space. At the moment, I'm struggling to get my Book of Combos 1 back into my box.
Okay.
It's a sad time right now. I'm doing my best.
Okay, okay. I mean, the preferring of Monster Hunter games is a pleasure to do for me, but it's not the easiest task overall, because I tried to have a really good succession quote on recommended Monster Hunter games. So, I feel kind of like bad if I refer someone a Monster Hunter game he doesn't like. So if you're completely new to Monster Hunter, or you have a lot of experience in Monster Hunter, and asking here and there what kind of thing you should play on which console also, I need a lot of informations, like overall, and
Yes.
I guarantee you I can give you a good answer that will definitely provide you for a time span. Time span is a lot of the time the question that I come up with, because sometimes people say they want to play a Monster Hunter game that is fresh before the next one comes out. So basically before Sunbreak shouts out. That would be incredibly easy for me to say, play Portable Third. It's a quick game, it's fun, it has relatively balanced weapon design, and depending what you like to play, I can recommend it. And it's not always I recommend the games where your weapon type is amazing. Sometimes I refer people to play an older game where your weapon isn't that great, so you can compare a little bit. For Hunting Horn mains, it's a little bit tough for me. I love this weapon, but it is hard to find a game where it is actually really, really great. Pretty nice shout out. But yeah, I try to keep my quote very high on good recommended Monster Hunter games. And for the question if I would recommend Monster Hunter 1 to people, very, very low. I think I never recommended someone Monster Hunter 1. Freedom 1 I did, but not Monster Hunter 1.
Monster Hunter 1 should only be recommended to a person who has actually developed a tolerance level for everything that's messed up about old Monster Hunter. Old Monster Hunter is something special. There
Yeah.
are good things in first gen and also second gen, but you have to develop a tolerance and a resistance to all the things that are messed up. Until you've done that, you can't actually enjoy yourself. I would recommend with Monster Hunter 1 getting to a point where you can play Freedom 1 comfortably. Because
Yeah.
what that means is that you can go into Monster Hunter 1 and deal with the analog stick controls and also the other weird things in that game.
Yep.
You can actually deal with it. It's comfortable. You're not overwhelmed. If you go from this may sound strange to people who don't play the older games, but even if you go from Freedom Unite to Monster Hunter 1, the difference is extreme. For
Yeah.
some people, their only experience with old Monster Hunter is Freedom Unite. They touch Freedom Unite and they're like, wow, this is so janky, this is so rigid, this is old, it's dated, it's so difficult to play. Freedom Unite, for both myself and I would also say for Baynes, is really smooth and well designed compared to even the game that came before it, Freedom 2.
Yep.
Like, Freedom Unite was the first game where Capcom decided to actually introduce serious quality of life changes to hunters. And that really should speak to the difference between modern Monster Hunter and even second gen, where people come from modern Monster Hunter, sometimes even fourth gen, not even fifth gen, but fourth gen, maybe even third gen, and they go to Freedom Unite and they're like, I can't play this. It's a mess. And
Yeah.
yet, I'm sitting here playing Freedom Unite and I'm like, wow, this is so clean compared to first gen. Now, that should offer insight into just how much time you need to spend to develop a tolerance for old Monster Hunter. There is a lot of fun to be had in first gen, whether it be Freedom 1, Monster Hunter G, Monster Hunter 1. But you need to work up to it. Otherwise, you're going to hate it. It's going to feel like shit, and you're going to wish you were playing something else. You have to work up to it.
I get the nostalgic point. For me, there was zero nostalgic values to DOS. If anything, I saw a high quality game that no other Monster Hunter games ever came close to giving me, and I have valued that so much. I mean, as I said earlier, like the development on the village is very nice. Like, you don't even see your village is growing up. You also get more people there. The buildings are changed in Monster Hunter DOS. The fights, the progress in DOS is really rough for a village rank. Like, we're talking about village, low rank village, where Kongalala should take, like, I don't know, between 5 and 10 minutes. And in Monster Hunter DOS, you were investing 15 minutes beating his ass. And this guy hits like a damn truck. He is a huge, huge challenge. And all those monsters coming after that, like Kushala Daora being the flagship monster, which is super incredible for people that are known to newer games, there is a Dragon Elder as a flagship. Wow, that is amazing. That is super powerful. Like, what is this a power stance in Monster Hunter DOS? And I mean, I gotta say one thing about Monster Hunter DOS: the weapon balancing is complete garbage. Like, some weapons do either a super good job, or other weapons are just trashed here. Like, the balance on weapons weren't really defined back there, which I can understand. They wanted to turn some tuners, you know. You wanna experiment and see. And I hate the idea Hunting Horn being a only support weapon. I hate that. I like a bonk stick that does buffs and not a walking sound jukebox that does no impact in fights besides buffing and doing weird sounds out of his weapon. So Monster Hunter DOS definitely has carved nostalgic memories for me, and I can exactly feel how Japanese Monster Hunter players feel about Monster Hunter DOS when they grow up with the game. But the recommendation amount of Monster Hunter DOS on my perspective is really low, because I have really the person in my Twitch chat that screams out for nostalgic environment. So I think the game that I mostly preferred to people was probably Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate or Freedom Unite. Because I really hold a high level on those two games. For you, not that much than Freedom Unite. I'm probably a Freedom Unite simp. But I gotta say at the end, to end this topic, every Monster Hunter has a good and downside, and it's very specific which one I would choose, because everybody has a very individual feeling of Monster Hunter, and I try to ask that out on that question. So, is this question easy for me? Not really. Do I love it? Yes, I do.
I think 4 Ultimate is one of those games where a lot of people will argue as to whether Generations Ultimate is better than 4 Ultimate, vice versa. How do you feel about that? How do you compare them?
Generations Ultimate better than 4U?
Yeah.
To be honest, if I would only recommend someone a playthrough, I would highly recommend 4U. Because I think Generations Ultimate doesn't really have the story impact in the game. I mean, there's not really a storytelling in this game. GU is good for those people. They like combat. They like gameplay. They like huge chunks of testing out with the hunting styles and all those things. And they like gameplay. They like the core essence of Monster Hunter: fighting monsters, gain materials, go on, go on, go on. That's GU for me. GU is basically the Monster Hunter game in a nutshell, the end game. Because once you beat Atal Ka, which is the final boss on GU, then the game actually starts, which is maybe for some people the most referred thing. But I don't know. It's I would prefer 4U probably over GU, but I like GU a lot. I like the experimental thing on GU, but the story on 4U is really grabbing me. And for a playthrough, 4U it is. For content cravers, go for GU. That's maybe the nutshell.
It was absolutely designed that way with 4 Ultimate, because the reason why 4 Ultimate had such a gripping story, and the reason why they focused on the story so much, was because one of the things that Capcom wanted to improve on was getting you people involved. I mean, obviously they completely changed their perspective with 5th Gen when it came to that.
One question: what is with you and Florin here?
Oh.
Why doesn't he want you to spoil?
No, it's the whole there's a long story. Like there's basically a Portuguese meme that exists in Hunsterverse that was championed by Florin to the extent where it literally
the hammer got Florin. Okay.
Yeah, it literally created massive tension in the Portuguese language channel in Hunsterverse, because literally all Florin had to do was walk into that fucking channel and send one picture, and the channel would just turn into absolute bedlam. Like people were getting angry.
What did he post there?
it was literally a picture of like a face putting its finger to its lips, telling people to shush, and it was like this. It was like I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's some Portuguese shit. It's like, like I don't know. It's bizarre. Like it doesn't even sound like a real language. It's just basically what it means is be quiet. Yeah. Like
okay. Be
yeah,
quiet.
what
Okay.
Florin wrote out. So basically, it's that and like telling people to shut up. And I've now been called Lord Xor. Like that's my name. Like
Oh my
affectionately
God.
among the Constables people. So because I also do that. Like I tell people to do, you know.
I thought Florin would be a homie hammer boy, but I never thought he would be such a. That's the thing. You're streaming 2 years on Twitch, and then you know your viewers more in detail. What kind of person they are outside your stream. I never thought about that, Florin. I was always.
Florin's a shit stirrer. Like he gets in there.
Okay.
He's rough. Like.
He is. I mean, he's a hammer guy.
Had
Of
to
course,
be,
he hits hard.
Listen to me. Yesterday or the day before, Florin had to be warned 3 times by Black Fox. Actually, no, twice.
Wow. Okay.
Black Fox was considering warning him a 3rd time, but that's a story that I don't want to get into. I think it's still a little sensitive, but like Black Fox almost warned him 3 times for 1 outburst, and it was pretty bad.
What the hell?
Anyway. Were you still down for another hunt? Because
Yeah,
I've
sure.
got something on the board if you are.
Yeah, hit it.
It is Diablos, by the way.
Yes!
The single standard.
Finally.
Diablos.
Finally, you said Diablos. Finally.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm ready to go.
I was warming up a set for you, for maybe some people who doesn't know about Diablos' hidden weakness. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, the thing is, we don't have too many monster options here. So if we're playing Freedom 1, right, and we want to keep it interesting, we're gonna fight Diablos eventually. Like, there's no way around it. So.
I mean, I'm up for Fatalis, but I don't know if we can beat him with the 2 of us. I did him solo, the red Fatalis, and also black Fatalis, but it's
You soloed them?
Yep, I soloed red Fatalis. I have a clip for that.
Oh god. Did it involve crushing defeat?
Yep, a lot. With 2 sticks that do a lot of dark, chunky thunder shocks.
Oh god.
Over and over again. Oh boys, I am so ready for this Diablos, and I hope he doesn't crush my heart. Yes, okay, I have bombs and all those things.
I've
Yes!
got your favorite greatsword equipped, you know.
Yes! And I got the massive middle finger for him.
Oh wow, look at that loadout. Holy shit.
Yep.
Hallelujah.
That's the anti-blows sword and shield set. That's the
Imagine
set you
having-
go for when you want to hunt
Like-
blows.
Yeah, like everyone needs to appreciate this. Having 5 positive skills in Freedom 1 is a big deal. Like it's
Yep.
perfectly normal to have a set with 2 skills. Perfectly normal, like that's standard. But having 5 active skills that are all helpful,
I mean, I gotta
that's a big
say,
deal. And it's all functional as well.
hold on.
This is great. Except Spectre's whim. Like, Baynes isn't going to be coming into this hunt and getting benefits from Spectre's whim. But still, it looks great. Like, it's a good.
It's
good
a
loadout.
pretty Japanese-looking set with a little of a dragon flavor. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a beautiful loadout.
All right. One thing about of Diablos is he has one weakness to his combat, which is he is very easy to paralyze. And I hope
Oh.
I can show you guys how easy it really is. To have some referring, with the set I use, this weapon has more than 340 paralysis, I can say. Maybe it has 360 to 370 right now. But the real good thing about the set, the earplugs doesn't bring anything. You need high grade for this one. But
Yes.
the paralysis and the speed sharpening is the kicker here. So what I do is I wait for him to dig, he gets the bang, and I slice his legs.
Be careful, like, it's best to wait for me before you get the first paralysis off.
And there it is.
Oh, I happen to be there.
And that's what we do.
I suppose the good thing about old Monster Hunter is that you don't have diminishing returns on the paralysis, so it's going to take the same amount of time every time. So
Fun fact,
the end of the world.
if monsters are paralyzed, they get 10% more damage in this game also. It's a Monster Hunter basic fact, as much as I know. And that's why it is so effective.
It's the same with Pitfall Traps. But I think it's double damage, not 10%.
Double damage would be... I think that would be too much, but...
Well, I heard it was double damage. Could be wrong, but yeah, Pitfall Traps do very much, like, heavily increased damage in this game.
So, be careful, instant dig out. Or, doesn't he? Oh, that was...
instant enough.
Yeah, kinda.
Fucking tail. Okay,
now we coming up to the part where we dig the wall, or we just stick here?
We can do the wall if you want. I don't mind.
I would actually like to,
beating on me.
I would like to go to the wall, but I do it a little bit of a man way. So I hope he is getting off the wall so I can do the guards, and he's sticking his head into the wall. Let's go. No, not the dick.
Damn it.
Those gunpreys are really hating you.
Well, I mean, people need to understand with first gen, the biggest difference between first gen and second gen really is the number of small monsters that you have to deal with. In first gen, they just fill the fucking area up with as many small monsters as possible, so you're actually incentivized to kill them before fighting the large monster because they interrupt your fight so much. And if you're a gunner, good luck. You might think that gunning is an easy way out. Oh, you don't have to deal with the bullshit of the game if you're standing back gunning. No, because you will be attacked by, you know, a minimum of 4 small monsters. It can be as many as 8. 8! I just got double paralyzed by Genpro. That just happened. And I think, oh, your Sonic Bomb saved my life, probably. Because I was stuck paralyzed.
The trick is to huck his back legs, so sometimes you can hit also the back legs with the sword and shields and get some juicy hits on him. Don't try to hit the wing. It's not a hit spot in this game, but it is in Pretty Midnight. Diablos is probably one of those monsters that got a lot of hit zones changed through the series, like a lot of them. Well, Monster Hunter World, Diablos has basically hit spots everywhere once his horns are broken. Monster Hunter 1 Diablos is a asshole in terms of hit zones. He is kind of weak to his legs and his abdomen, and that's all. Like, literally that's all. His tail is a good spot too, but referring to his hit zone value is not that much. Come on, Diablos. Sharpity, sharp, sharp. What does ZOIAC mean? I don't know. Oh, perfect.
Oh, there you go.
I would leave the one horn for a little bit so we can stick his head into the wall as much as possible. Since we will definitely notice when he is enraged or like close to enraged. And if that is happening, we wait for the dig and the sonic bomb. That's how to easily fight Diablos. He has that weird mechanic where when he's lower than 30% of his HP, he will turn his rage mode on every time he gets damage, involving stones. Which is stupid.
Stones?
Yep. Stones actually do damage. Paintballs doesn't.
No, that's true.
You can't kill a popo with paintballs. If somebody tells you that, he is a liar. You can kill with stones.
He will be very pink.
Yeah. Probably everybody knows this popo in this hood for sure. He's he's the guy from the other Ritter, you know?
Yeah.
You see it. And
Oh, there you go.
third paralysis.
I'm doing the infinite bout splash due to my poor
If you want to make him damage, I can position myself a little bit more precisely. I am kind of used to that in Freedom 1.
No, it's alright. I don't think this Diablos is going to last too much longer. I think I'll give it. Oh, sorry, I upswung you there.
Oh, good.
I'd give it another 3 minutes.
He is skipping the area. That's great.
Glad he left instead of popping up right where I was. I probably would have died.
I hate that when that happens. When you just give him a hit because he's digging, and then he's instantly jumping out and is enraged. And it's like really mad.
Yeah.
There he is. Soags are of course cringe. What is a Soag? I still don't know. And
He's
Twitch
a person.
Oh, okay. He's a person.
He's
Is it one of those Hunsterverse memes that I don't know because I'm a boomer?
He is a meme. As an individual, he is a meme, but it's a person named Zoak.
Is it kind of like the same than Deca on Portable Third that he never show up?
He's a little. I mean, Deca is extreme. He is literally, as a human being, a living meme. Zoak doesn't mean to be a meme, whereas Deca tries to be a meme at every turn. Like, Deca's new thing is you're setting up for a hunt in Hunsterverse, and he will send in the chat OMW, meaning on my way. But he's not coming.
Oh
like, he has no intention to come and hunt with you.
Yeah.
And so you're sort of sitting there waiting for him to come, but he's not coming.
It's kind of
that's his thing.
It's kind of funny. Once I wanted to hunt on Hunsterverse, and he said like he wants to come up with me and hunting some silver Rathalos. He said something like, "Yeah, I gotta flex my sets onto you," and I'm like, "Okay." I mean, I'm always up for some creative things, and the fun fact is he got the same set than I did. Literally the same armor piece and everything, and he got the same skills also, and I was like, yeah, like that was unfortunate. No flexing around here. How did you get that god charm? I'm like, yeah, I farmed it, I guess. So that was kind of funny. Try to be Giga Chat and then you just see Baynes for the first time and like, oh damn, this guy has sets too.
Yeah, about that. No, in the case of Zoak, just to give you an idea of who he is someone who has made multiple alternate accounts, but refuses to acknowledge that he is all of those people. Like, he will literally screenshot his speedruns in Monster Hunter and censor the name of the character that he used to do it in because he doesn't want to admit that he's like...
I don't trust speedrun screenshots anyways. I just like when people record the entire run so we can see some safe state cuckage. So, all good. Oh my god. I was on a wall. Dang.
Oh.
It's the guy who made do all those Narga runs, extremely gifted player and a walking meme. I mean, Nargacuga is not a difficult monster to speedrun, to be honest. Not to downsize his speedruns, but Nargacuga is not a hard monster to speedrun. Especially in Portable Third. I do him as a training session for speedrun. Personally...
Not a good day for me. I'm out of potions at the moment. Hopefully there are some in the box, but that's the reason why I died. I couldn't even heal further.
Hold on. I'm a walking potion machine, you know that. So,
Oh wow, the box is filled with everything except potions, which is great.
Hold on, I'm coming towards you and giving the...
We've got some sleep knives here. Do you have bombs by any chance?
Not really, but we can. Throwing knives we have.
Yeah, these sleep knives might be nice.
Let me try to combine some stuff here for you. So that should be it. Let's make it 50-50, so everybody gets 7 potions. That should be fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now I need to play extra careful. Because I've got limited potions here. I was playing a bit aggressively before, I think. Alright, I have some sleep knives. We'll go for a sleep bomb. I'll let you know.
We might not have a huge sleep bomb, but we can try to do a sleep when he's enraged, so we can get some burst down. No, I would wait until he digs down again, so I can sonic bomb his ass.
Yeah, good idea.
Hello. Oh, that was heavily delayed. Jeebus.
I guess I'm hosting it this time.
Are you enraged? Yes, he is on 30%
Our connection has
HP.
been alright. I mean, to be honest, if we were playing Portable Third right now, this would be an absolute shit show because Portable Third is a lot less forgiving when it comes to high ping, but our ping difference would be pretty bad, I'd say. Because, you know, Australia connecting to Germany, it's never good.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. I mean, God bless internet connection on Germany. We're good from
Sadly,
outside, but
it
inside
doesn't
is...
help enough. Like, it's still, like, the distance really hurts.
Oh no.
I have pretty good internet as well, but... Yeah, that
He's
distance
really
hurts.
mad. And way too spammy with those things.
Alright, I'm throwing sleep knives at the moment,
Okay.
but I'm trying to be accurate with them.
He probably is enraged again. Yep, he is definitely lower than 30% HP.
Well, I hope so at this point. Alright. One more knife to go. It seems that you do need to hit all 5 of them to get the sleep.
Come on.
Just get ready to stop attacking because that fifth one should come out.
There's a lot of Abcoros here too, so I'm kind of worried
it might
about
be
them.
problematic, but you know
I'm
what?
gonna
I
kill
live
them.
dangerously. Oh, it didn't work.
Huh?
5 sleep knives. Maybe I missed one. It's possible, but I don't think I did. I saw the sleep effect for all of them.
Huh?
Well, no sleep today.
Even weirder, he is looking around as he didn't see us anymore.
Oh,
no!
shit!
Aw, dang.
I'm sorry.
Oh, good, man.
Yeah, I went in and attacked without having checked my health, and then as soon as I saw my health, I was like, uh-oh, this isn't good, and then, yeah, died.
All good.
Well,
No
that's
worry.
Diablos.
Do you just play
alright.
with your friends on Hunsterverse? I actually didn't know you play online though. This would be cool to play online Hunts here too. Sure. I play on Hunsterverse since I'm starting to stream, and Hunsterverse was basically the first thing I got into when I started streaming. So that is the thing that I did. I quickly gonna reload my file so I don't waste my sonic bombs, and we can go for another try if you wanna.
Yes, the Freedom 1, it's not just Freedom 1, it's all first gen, like that failure music. You actually feel like you've failed the world.
Yep.
Like you've just completely, like, humankind is gone. It's over.
Just dead. Just completely ruined the day.
It was humanity's last chance and you failed. So, yeah, it doesn't feel great, but anyway. I don't know if I want to do Diablos again. I'm not really feeling it. I don't like that monster. I'm not a fan. Like, I won't typically fight Diablos and fail, but, you know, that wasn't a great hunt, and I'm not a Diablos fan, so I don't know if I want to keep smashing my head against the wall.
You can choose another quest if you want to have another one. I just look through my inventory and see all those precious weapons I got. Oh, we didn't see Lance today, right? Let's see if we can do Lance on the next matchup. I don't like to play Lance on a shitty matchup. It feels weird.
I'm not too sure if the single Rathian quest in the desert is a pink Rathian. It might be.
Ooh, Rathian.
Because it has one in the forest and hills, and then there's one right next to it, which is in the desert. It might be the pink. We'll go. We'll do that. We'll do Queen of the Desert. I'm gonna equip a dragon weapon.
That sounds
I'm gonna
spicy.
go
Hammer, okay.
Yeah.
We might have a little of an issue with the hat here, but we see.
No, I think it'll be alright. Dark Punisher. The Lao Shan Lung hammer, which is what I'm using right now, really is so ugly. It's not a nice looking hammer.
I think it's kind of funny. It's a huge toe.
Is that what it's supposed to be?
It's Lao Shan's toe. I mean, the name is Lao Shan's claw. Or like Lao Shan's hammer. And it looks like a huge
I always thought
toe.
it was like a... It looked like a fucking liver or something. It actually looks fleshy. It looks like a part of an internal organ. It just looks really gross. Looks like Lao Shan Lung's liver, honestly. I don't even think it looks like a claw. I understand if that's what they're going for, but... Ew.
I mean,
It just doesn't look right.
speaking kind of biologically, wouldn't his liver, like, be gigantic? Like, big as a car?
Well, yes. Well, I guess a piece of his liver is what I was going for. And it also looks like it's stitched together somehow. It looks fleshy. It looks like, again, part of the internal organs of the monster. It doesn't look like a claw. I don't know. It's just one of those hammers that... I don't know. Looks gross. I feel a little better about it if it actually happens to be a claw, but... I lost all my mega potions in that hunt. That's one of the bad things about failing a hunt, you know, you don't get your stuff back. Like it's...
Yep. That's why I always save before the quest and just get back to my old 5A. Suffer from failure.
Yep.
Doing the
Pretty much.
reset thing.
This should be a little more doable though.
I hope my Twitch chat didn't
The
die.
quest description probably doesn't tell me, Pete Berry. I think it's
Nope. Okay.
I think it's basically hidden information. I mean, we'll see. I might actually check. Oh, whoops! I did Queen of the Jungle, not Queen of the Desert.
Oh, Queen of the
That's alright.
Jungle? Is this Golden Rathian?
I've got no idea. We'll find out.
Oh,
Meant to be
no.
Queen of the Desert.
I would have the worst weapon for this matchup if this is Golden Rathian.
What have we got? It is shit. Let's read it. Let's restart. This is probably my mistake.
Oh, good.
I saw Queen of the something. I didn't fully check, and I thought it was Queen of the Desert that I had accepted, but no, it was Queen of the Jungle.
Queen of the
Didn't
Managers,
realize that.
Karen. I mean, Golden Rathian has golden skin, you know? She's like a Karen. I mean, if you have a monster name and you would like to fit it somewhere, like what would you name some monsters? I mean, Golden Rathian definitely is a Karen.
Well, people have used random names for monsters before. I mean, Seregios became Steve for some reason. I don't know where that came from, but people call Seregios Steve.
Yeah, I know that.
Joe, I've always called Joseph. I have called Jen Jennifer. And yeah, like some of them they make sense, but then others you really have to just pull random names out. Like I still don't get the Seregios becoming Steve thing. But anyway.
Giving monsters like German names. I mean, a lot of people, like, when they speak about Germans, they say we have very strong language. Like,
You do.
we
Very strong language. It's combative. It's like
it
aggressive.
sounds super aggressive. Like we can say a lot of cute things, and even people think we are referring like to their mom or something, which is kind of a funny gift to German language. Like when you hear like names like Richard, Heinrich, Siegfried,
Yeah.
it's very strong.
I mean, listen to that. Like it's like pure fucking male energy. Like I'm gonna smash you. Like, which is good. I like it, but yeah, it's not soft. Soft wouldn't be the word.
Seragius is Steve because when 4U was revealed, we didn't have a localized name for Seragius yet, so the community manager for Capcom at the time just called him Steve as a joke. I see.
I didn't know that. So yeah, when I don't think it was just 4U. I think it was also Monster Hunter 4. Or maybe the localization team didn't really get involved with 4, but maybe with 4U being announced, yeah. That's interesting to know, because it has been around for that long. I just never knew where it came from. I wasn't really involved with the release of 4 Ultimate. I mean, I played it maybe a few months after release, but
Okay.
I was pretty disappointed with the fact that it was on the 3DS.
Oh, okay.
I do not like the 3DS as a Monster Hunter system. I think it's probably a fine console for some other games, but for Monster Hunter, nah. It was never...
Yeah,
never a good system to release Monster Hunter on.
that is referable for sure. I mean, I get that. I mean, I grew up with handheld Monster Hunter, but even I didn't like the 3DS that much. It was such a clunky, or when you have the 3DS XL, it was way too heavy for a handheld console. For me, the PSP will never defeat, or like will never be defeated by any other like handheld console.
Yeah, it's
just
incredible. I mean, we
beats-
look at... I was the same. I started in Freedom Unite. I was playing on the PSP. You know, we're doing the claw to move the camera with your index finger while moving around. I mean, it was awkward, but it was still more comfortable than a 3DS. Like, I never had the same sort of hand fatigue
So
playing on the
see.
PSP that I had.
I can start the flinch locking if the app cross is involving. So 1 hit on the head should be enough. Ah, no. Now I have to set it up
Yes,
again.
but P-Berry, I also played on the new 3DS XL. Like, I played on the new 3DS XL. People, whenever I talk about the 3DS being uncomfortable, people always assume that maybe I didn't play on a big enough 3DS, or that I didn't have the side stick. I literally had the best scenario. Like, I had the optimal setup for playing Monster Hunter on a 3DS, and I was literally disgusted with it. I was like, okay, to start with, as you mentioned, how it sits in the hand, it wasn't comfortable in the same way the PSP was. Like, it was not ergonomically designed as well as the PSP. And unfortunately as well, the directional stick on the new 3DS, whether you had the XL or otherwise, was terrible. Like, I literally had to dig my thumbnail into it to actually get it to move in the way that I wanted. And what that resulted in was literally, was that little nub getting almost severed into 2 pieces just from years of digging my thumbnail into it to actually get enough leverage to move the camera fast enough. It was just terrible. It was literally this non-functioning crap. And some people were just used to it. Like, I do speak to some people who started Monster Hunter on the 3DS, and they don't get it. They actually sit there and they say, well, I'm not sure what you have wrong, or what sort of problem you have with the 3DS. For me, it's so comfortable, and that's what I prefer, but it's the opposite for me. I can't stand it. It sort of ruined my experience with Monster Hunter for a while, because by the time Generations came out, I couldn't do it anymore. Like, I actually had to put the game down, and I said no. Like, I didn't dislike Generations in particular when it came out. I mean, I was never as open to major changes to Monster Hunter as other people were, but Generations was okay. But I couldn't play it. I couldn't do 3DS Monster Hunter anymore. So I think within the first 5 days I played a lot of it. I broke my HR cap, and then I just put it down. This would have been, 2016, I think. whenever it came out. Maybe it was 2015. I can't remember now, but yeah, it was 2015. Yeah, so 2015. Yeah, played it first week of release, then put it down. And the only reason why was because the 3DS was just too uncomfortable to play. I played too much of it, and I was done. So yeah, that's me.
I mean, my first playthrough on 4U I didn't finish up because it came out in the time when I had apprenticeship, which was for me a little bit more important than actually getting my gamer goals done. So that was my goal for sure. And the other thing was, come on. Oh no. I would dodge that fireball if that wouldn't be lagging. Nothing about the connection, but it's just, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The game runs a bit more fluidly.
I haven't been hitting the head super aggressively, but, you know, partially because I don't want to mess you up, not just as a courtesy, but because,
Jesus.
not just as a courtesy, but if I end up hitting you, so to prevent you from dealing damage as well.
It was really hard for me to play for you with a 2DS XL. I'm not sure I played the 3DS a lot some good years back, but I suppose I didn't really use it to play games like Monster Hunter before. I mean, I'm such a nerd, I bite consoles just to play Monster Hunter. I was not interested in any kind of other franchise than Monster Hunter. I played some Super Smash Bros. Melee and had maybe one or maximum two games that came up to, but the most consoles I invested into Monster Hunter, and it will always be the thing that this investment is always totally worth it for me. I mean, I always got into a call or like a talk with my mom, like, why do you spend like so much money with a new console on a game you always play? And I'm like, Mom, it's the same thing like, you know, getting a new car. It's a car at the end of the day, but it drives differently and has more features than the older ones, you know?
Yeah.
It is.
No, I think this is what separates Monster Hunter fans from perhaps fans of other game series. Monster Hunter is a console buyer. Like, you will literally buy consoles to play that game. Like, a new iteration in that series is actually worth buying a new console for, and the reason why is because there is so much gameplay you can get out of one game, so much replayability.
That is something that I did as a kid oftenly, like how much do you pay for a game and how much time you invest, and if you divide that, that's the like money per hour thing.
Yeah.
And Monster Hunter gets really quickly into a millicents kind of thing. Like, you will invest a lot of time in Monster Hunter at the end of the day.
And you'll enjoy every moment of it, you know, like it's natural. You'll spend time in Monster Hunter and it won't feel like you're spending all that much time because it's part of the experience, it's part of what you do, it's natural. And so, yeah, I mean, it's very good value for money to buy a console for Monster Hunter, in my opinion. I mean, you always have the freedom to play other games, but
sure,
you know that there will be that game that you're always going to go back and play. Like, I bought a Wii U for 3 Ultimate, I bought a 3DS for 4 Ultimate, I bought a PS4 for World, but then promptly sold it because I hated World. You know, I bought a lot of consoles for Monster Hunter. I think there was another one as
Me
well.
too.
What was that?
I mean, I just buy the Wii U just to play with a friend of mine that was going to another apartment at the other side of Germany, just to play with him like a couple of like 100 hours with him together. And I gotta say, this is one of the best times I ever had. He was a master of his gunning philosophy, and he said back in the day, a true hunter has to gun monsters. It's the hunter's duty. It's like old manship. Like, you just shotgun the bear, you know? Nothing goes on for the melee. You wouldn't do that in real life also. You would shot something if you have the opportunity to it. And this kind of like is kind of absurd to me in the way of gameplay, but I understand that point. He really likes gunning in that game. So,
Yeah.
I get that. I was meaning for the 3DS was definitely made for games that mainly features for stylus or more non-traditional games. Something like Monster Hunter was never really meant for a 3DS in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, they kind of like had the franchise that was growing up by handheld games, and they wanted to grow up also the console peasants. So it is a bummer and a huge problem that Capcom had. Capcom had two huge in like development times in their series with Monster Hunter. One of them was giving up their license to Nintendo, and they made their stuff for their own. And the other one was to go up on the consoles overall, which is certified as new gen overall. I mean, Monster Hunter World is an amazing game, but Base World was very bland, to be honest. Base World was really bland. The combat was great, but it could like refined way more. And I would rather live in a timeline where the PS Vita didn't die a shameful, slow death shoutouts. I never had a PS Vita in my hands, unfortunately. I would love to. I mean, I still have my two PSP here. I have a big and a small, slim, reddish PSP here.
You know, I honestly think that part of the reason why I have so many negative words to say for the 3DS is because I have played on a PS Vita. People who haven't don't understand. The PS Vita was... okay, let me put it this way. The 3DS felt like a handheld console from a different decade. It felt like a late 2000s handheld console. The PS Vita was a 2010s handheld console. It was modern, it was robust, it was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It just didn't have the games. And unfortunately it died because of it. You know, the marketing wasn't quite right, the games weren't right for it, and it just didn't take off. But as a system, it was amazing. And it was perfect for Monster Hunter. And I wouldn't recommend you play Freedom Unite on it. I played Freedom Unite on it, and unfortunately, because the right analog stick on the PS Vita is so sensitive, it doesn't really work with the old camera style where you've got those 3 different perspectives. You end up changing the perspective accidentally, and it's really annoying because of how sensitive that analog stick is. But if you had full free camera like you had in 4th Gen Monster Hunter, it would work amazingly. And I'm telling you, the PS Vita was a beautiful system. If you ever have the chance to play on it, and then compare that to the 3DS, you'll understand just how pitiful the 3DS was.
Okay.
Sad console. Like, that's really what it came down to. I mean, maybe people who didn't have that comparison were probably more forgiving of the 3DS, but God. Like, I mean, it felt like, oh, this is what we should be having. This is what a real handheld console experience would be like.
Okay.
Sadly,
I would like to do a Silver Rathalos. Silver Rathalos. So there you go. I love the PS Vita. I actually felt really nice to use it in my opinion. It was just a direct upgrade to PSP in my way, in every way. Outside that memory card, of course. What was wrong with the memory card on the PS Vita?
I haven't heard anything about that. I didn't have one myself. I played on my friend's PS Vita. He got it when it came out, and he got Freedom Unite on it and played a bit. I played a bit on that, and also played a bit of Call of Duty, I think, on that machine. But yeah, I didn't hear anything about a memory card or any problems associated with that.
Okay. Is also new to me. You might have to explain that.
Yeah.
I
Sure.
wonder what I gonna use for this. Normally I would just go for cluster, but I don't want to go cluster if you go melee on the Silver Rathalos.
Yeah, probably not a great idea. And also, cluster shot is a lot of work. You have to bring a lot of combination materials for that.
Yeah, I got them.
If you're gonna shoot it like as a primary shot type, you have to bring a lot of stuff. Is it just a
Unless
single
you have
Silver
a
Rathalos
set
that you're
for
going for?
huge things like that. I got a set for a lot of combination materials. Monster Hunter Freedom 1, the only game where combining success 20% is an actual good skill. Because it spares you like 3 combi books, I think, or 2.
Greninja is talking about the memory card. Apparently, it was extremely expensive. It could only be used for the PS Vita, and like at the end of the day, you were spending a whole lot of money for something that wasn't very much in terms of digital storage. And because it was digital only, like you didn't have UMDs like you did with the PSP, you were buying digital copies only. And
okay.
yeah, you actually didn't have the space to store it on the memory stick. That is actually, from what I hear, like just on the face of it, that almost destroys the system single-handedly. It's designed to be used with digital games, and yet it doesn't have a memory card that can handle it. That's really bad. What a mess.
To just back up a lot of stuff too, because of the memory card only being usable for the Vita and hard connect to PC backups, that it was terrible. I see. So they made it like PS Vita only and really hard to connect to other systems, if I get it right. So, that sounds horrible.
Oh, that's good to know. I mean, despite how good it was to just play as someone who didn't own it, I guess if you owned it, you opened up to other problems, and that is a big problem. That's a serious issue, and to be honest, maybe that was one of the reasons why it failed. It would have to be. Because that, if you were to actually get one and then invest in it and expect to get a proper experience, like for example being able to play whatever game you wanted on it, that would be extremely disappointing to find out that you could only store a certain number of games on it, and yeah, that's really bad. So is it a single Silver Rathalos that we're doing?
Yeah, just a single one. I just need claws from him for my Velocidrome dual blades. I love this thing on the design. It looks spicy.
Oh, I remember what the Raw Greatsword is now. I use the Black Diablo's Greatsword. It's the Enforcer's Act.
Ah, okay.
I actually used it in Generations a bit. I don't think it ended up being a black color, but
it was easily the top
one,
reason, at least, that I failed, I would think. Okay. I mean, if everything else was fine on the Vita, I mean, I like the easy build up on a PSP. I mean, I think my PSP got screwed open, and I see the inside of my PSP at least like 12 times. For editing purposes, and also getting getting just the dust out of my PSP. When I was a guy back in the day in puberty, I had the kink to eat chips and candies all the time while I play PSP, which is probably the reason why I look like a Laoshan right now. But
you call it a kink?
It's
Are you telling me that it was a sexual, like it was a
no,
point of sexual gratification?
not that.
So this is the thing, you have to be careful when you combine the words puberty and kink.
Okay, people get weird.
Eating like chips,
not that thing. I just love to eat candy while playing PSP because it was damn comfortable. So
it's important that I clarify this.
Okay. That's what I call language barrier. If I mean something with a very straight up language, and people will be like, did he really mean that?
Yeah, just keep in mind. I mean, kink. There are probably other words, but kink is very specifically sexual.
Okay, I thought it would be like a likelihood for someone to do something specific that they appreciate, or like a bad habit. That's what I searched. A bad habit. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't see the Silver Rathalos for ages. And I gotta say, you're ugly. That's why I have to exterminate you.
Atalant is ripping on you pretty hard. He's like, I can't even make this up. The jokes write themselves. It's like,
I mean, that's the thing about language barrier. I said it even though.
No, it's fine. No, I understand. Like, I fully get why you use the word. I mean, it makes sense. But unfortunately, it is very specifically used for sexual things.
I mean, in Germany, we learn English to a certain degree, but we never we just learn like business like English, how to write
Yeah,
letters
okay.
and shit like that. But communicating with people in the entire world, we have to learn it by ourselves, or just being a nerdy guy and doing, you know, the thing called gaming. So you have at least a little of touch
Yes.
with people on the outside. So that is like that thing.
Yeah. You know, trial and error. It's like Monster Hunter.
Yeah,
To make
kind
a
of.
few mistakes before you learn how to do it.
I mean, I remember the first time when we got an English class and I called my friend a noob, and my English teacher looked at me like, "What is this word?" I'm like, are you not able to speak English? It's the word for loser in gaming." And
Well, it's not
you're
just that. It's like literally new guy.
yeah, exactly.
It means you're new to the game. And usually the
I mean,
association is
you know,
stupid.
we use it as a swear word a lot. Like, yeah, you're new and you're bad. You suck. It
Yeah,
was
the evolution of the word was it started with the word new, and then it was newbie. So you're called a newbie, and then they shortened it to noob, and the spelling was changed. So it was just NOOB, noob, fucking noob. It was just it was pretty funny actually when it changed to that. This very low effort, also derogatory, insulting terms like you noob. But yeah, it's survived. It's one of those words that's still going strong.
I mean, I know in other languages there's also like referrings to noob. Like in Portuguese, I think there's a word for it.
I'm sure.
Don't ask me what. I forgot about it already. I think in one stream I asked Attila about it, and he said something to me, and I tried to pronounce it, and he laughed his ass off as a Portuguese nerd.
I'm surprised. He needs to let us know how to pronounce that. Hold on, I need to type to him. Give me a second. Very important. It's a very important question because I literally cannot imagine how it's pronounced. It makes no sense. It doesn't. When I look at it, it doesn't look like an actual phrase in a real language. It's like some made-up language. It looks terrible. There are too many consonants. It's like, how do I form a sound with these letters? It's
Yeah.
terrible.
Oh, Jesus. I tried to shoot you. That's where you button mash too hard on the triangle button and actually want to do something else.
It's alright. You missed me. You're forgiven. Good flinch.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to point the shots always on the back. It is not the easiest thing to do. Gotta refer to that. I kind of feel like he flies way higher than the other ones.
Yeah, you could be right. You are right, actually. Look at him go. I can't even see him up there. Holy shit. I didn't even notice that until now. That is definitely not something you would see with Azure or Standard.
Look, it's a plane.
It's a silver asshole. Remember when I was talking
Wait,
about
hold on.
fighting
Silver
I was
asshole.
talking about fighting silver rathalos in the Forest and Hills. I hope we don't get a repeat of that situation I talked about, because that means we'll be here for a long time. I better paintball him just in anticipation for something going wrong, because
Shiny,
if he
shiny
starts
little
flying
star.
around- Oh, good job. It's very
Murder.
satisfying to flash bomb a flying wyvern out of the air in this game, because they hit the ground so hard.
Yep. It's a little bit of dopamine that is like infusing in my veins. It's like, oh yeah.
Makes you play better.
Yep. Flash bombs are the solution to everything. And then you fight Gypsyros and it's like, what? Pikachu face?
He's looking around. Look out, he's gonna leave probably.
No, not
Don't
yet.
you stop it. What's happening?
The fuck?
You know
Are
what
you
happened
blind?
there?
Okay.
You know what happened there? His head was turned in a very different direction at
Yep.
that moment. He was actually looking to the side, so he
Yeah,
didn't get
I
flagged.
got that. Oh god.
What a mess.
If you actually shoot him here in the back, like onto the leg, you can hit 3 hit spots in one go, and that makes monsters flinch way more consistently, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, makes sense.
Since every hit spot has a certain threshold and amount of damage you need to provide to make the threshold happen for the flinch. So, yeah. And since Cluster does fixed damage that doesn't scale with raw or anything, which is the reason why in this set I have no damage skills besides those I have combined here. It's the Cluster set I have. And the funny thing is, it is a cat. I have a cat head.
I'm being told how to pronounce the phrase that I sent in the chat by Atalar. It's very important for me because again I thought I was called Lord Xor, but actually it turns out it's Lord Xor. It's not a Z, it's an S sound with the X. So alright, Lord Xor is my actual name. Or Lord Xor? I don't know. I'm not Portuguese.
I mean, we can also pump up the Google Translate and go for the super cringe pronunciation.
Oh, see, I've never even considered doing that with that phrase because it seems so colloquial. It seems like something that Google Translate couldn't even comprehend. So I'm worried to put it through and just get something really, like literally the ultimate cringe response from Google Translate.
You pronounce the Z in ZU in the same way you say sister in C in sister. So ZU, and the U
It's,
in the same way like
sinister, actually,
you
was
was
the word
way
we
you
used.
say you.
Something.
See you. Okay. Pretty colloquial. Yeah, I get it. Shoot this
Alright,
motherfucker!
so
Oh no! Oh
Thank
god.
you.
Silver Raffles hits like a freaking truck.
Yeah, I'm getting beaten right now, and I don't have Mega Potions because literally my farm cannot keep up with my Mega Potion consumption at the moment.
It's also used in Brazilian Portuguese. Ah, I see.
Yeah, well, I assumed that. I understand Brazilian Portuguese. I mean, if it's going to be colloquial within Brazil, I can't imagine people in Portugal using it. I don't know how it managed to piss off the Portuguese channel so much when Florin was posting it though. Like literally, all Florin had to do was just go in cold, post that picture, and the whole channel would just turn into a mess. Like,
I
just
see. Google Translate
insulting
wouldn't help
him
us
and
here.
freaking out, and it was just insane.
Seems like Google
Like,
Translate
actual
wouldn't help
serious
us
drama.
here. There's like a hidden language in Brazilian Portuguese, I guess. You guys have made your own mafia language, I see. Ah, damn it. Cluster 2, the solution to everything. If you can't kill it with your weapon, just go for bombs.
Well, this hunt has been a lot better than the hunt I was talking about last time, where I had to chase him like 6 times in a row.
I mean, the first time I killed the Silver Raffles on this save file was actually with this gun I have right here, and with sleep bombing, and it was a really fast hunt due to sleep bombing and cluster the shit out of him. Was kind of weird this hunt because I didn't have any potions in my pouch because I had no damn space, and Raphalos was trying to kill me very furiously with his claws, and I think I never dodged that many claw attacks from a Raphalos from this single quest, and it was very at the end of the quest that I got hit first on this claw attack, and I saw my HP goes 80% gray, like 16.7% reddish, and like 1 tick of like like poison left, and he just killed me instantly with the poison. It's like, okay.
I was also lucky enough to get that gun. It's called God's Island.
Mm-hmm.
And they changed it to God's Isle, actually, in the later games, but... Oh, here we go, he's flying here.
We can also call this the Fatalis Buster.
Yeah,
We use it
good
back in the
enough,
day a lot.
I am bouncing terribly with... Oh no, it's blue sharpness, not white sharpness that I have. That makes a little more sense, actually. Blue's still alright, but obviously not for this monster. There we go. Oh, very good.
Blinded by the lights. Do 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 do.
I have to say that you'll notice this if you play with the Freedom 1 community, but they don't really flash bomb very much. It's
No,
funny
they
because
don't.
flash bombs are just as effective here as they are in Freedom Unite, but if you go and play with people in Freedom Unite, they will throw flash bombs constantly. They just won't stop.
Yeah.
It's just so funny to see how different communities can affect how people play. I mean, you can have the same level of effectiveness across both games, but one community just won't stop doing it, and the other community just doesn't do it at all.
In Freedom Unite, I kind of think it's very annoying if everything is flashing out, and in Freedom 1, it's like, wow, free opening, thank you, Jesus,
Yeah.
what a blessing. It's so different.
Yeah.
It's like, oh god, my first day on HV in like Freedom Unite was like a old Russian disco party where like a lot of like techno sounds coming up, a lot of flashing lights and pitfall traps over the place, and it's like you enter the club and it's like you know, and it's like what is going on here? This is a
You
wild
feel like
place.
a real outsider very quickly.
Oh man, HV is a wild place. I recommended people doing my time as a startup streamer, I would say, to Hunsterverse, and I had so many people coming back. It's like, well, I like the community, but there's a lot of problems with this sometimes. I'm like, I hope it's the language barrier. Please tell me language barrier. Yeah, there are a lot of very awkward people around there. I'm like, oh shit, he knows it.
Yeah.
No.
No, I've found with Hunsterverse, it's all well and good until you actually start to try and hunt with some level of strategy. It's really bad. Like if you actually decide, okay, we're not just gonna do this hunt in a standard way. We're actually gonna follow some kind of strategy. It doesn't have to be complicated, but just some kind of strategy. And that's when it all falls apart. Like
Yep.
they can't do it. It's like, oh no, I regret every moment of this. It's always just bad.
Me and the boys ready to flash raging 60 times in a row in one hunt. Yep. That's what my first introduction into Hunsterverse was like. I wanted to hunt
But
a
you know-
Silver Rathalos for a Ruby, and there was a Russian disco somehow appearing with oots, oots, oots music. It was very weird.
This is the thing, like the fact that people go around flashing Rajang so many times, what it shows is that they don't even think about it. They just assume automatically that if they've thrown a flash bomb, it's going to become easier. Even if the fight becomes harder as a result of the flash bomb, they are so out of tune with the game that they automatically think it's easier because it must be, right? I've thrown a flash bomb, so somehow the fight must have become easier. And yet they managed to not
No.
realize that
No.
it's made it
not
harder.
Even
It's crazy.
close. Not even
There was a
close.
time when it made me really angry. It's like, what the fuck are you people doing? Like, pay attention. Like, it's fine if you've thrown a flash bomb once or twice on a Rajang and you didn't notice that it made the fight harder, but most of the time it's people who do it every hunt and
Yeah.
they still think it helps. It's like, no, it clearly doesn't.
I mean,
He's aggressively swinging himself around and, like, you can't even get close to him. And he's unpredictable. It's like, stop.
I mean, I told about that week that I got to Hame strategies on Hans on Portable Third, right? Do you know how often it happens that I said to the lobby, we go for sleep bomb, bring all you guys bring the bombs, and the first thing that happened is the monster was sleeping. I go to the monster, placing the bombs, and there was one guy sharpening his weapons in like 2 minutes of the hunt, which is weird as fuck. Straightly going to the head of Silver Rathalos and trying to cut with his greatsword his head, and he bounces off and activates the bomb and nearly took half of my HP by accident. He's like, oh, I pressed the wrong button, and
Yeah,
I kind of like believed him, but after he did this the second time, I was like, how close is your button close to circle? It's circle and triangle. It can't be that close to each other. Like, come on.
Oh my god.
Rajan, Kerry, and
The worst
Hunsterverse?
situation I had with a I've told this story a few times, but the worst situation that I ever had with sleep bombing a monster, I was sleep bombing a Latreon in 3 Ultimate. This was probably
God.
3 years ago. And I said to everyone, alright, I'm sleep bombing and also doing paralysis. Please bring bombs. Now, I didn't say which bombs to bring.
Yeah.
Some guy came, okay, we did the first sleep, we're all setting up our bombs. A guy walks up and places a bounce bomb. Detonates everything, like almost kills me. It may have even killed me. And probably hurt someone else, but he obviously didn't know what a bounce bomb was. He was just told to bring bombs and ended up with bounce bombs and
Oh god.
placed one on the head during the sleep and just totally ruined it. It was just
Oh,
really
man.
bad. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? I was so angry at the time. But, yeah, it wasn't good.
Those buttons are really close, Bane. Circle and triangle are basically fused in my controller, especially when you're half a hall with me. I mean, you're a great sword player. You just need one button to do 95% of your damage, and your kit is like that. Like, you just need the triangle button, bruh. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Man, it's the same button. The only difference is that you have to sort of lean a little more to the left if you want triangle and a little more to the right if you want circle. It's the same shit.
Just charge and bonk. Does people in Hunsterverse have so much problem with Rajang? Actually? Rajang is one of the most entertaining fights for me in 3D Midnight. And this
Well, if it's Child of Destruction, it can be challenging.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the Giga Chat that goes for heroics runs on bow against Rajang and kind of like do it for fun. And some people are like coping super hard on Rajang. It's like, I don't know. There are monsters that I find way more problematic than Rajang, like Diablos or... I think Yamatsukami is super boring.
Yeah, he's not great. He's interesting. If you've never fought him before, I'm sure he's an interesting looking fight. But if you actually fight him, it's boring.
You know the DOS version of Yamatsukami? That was way better. Yeah, you actually going through the entire tower to fight on the highest, on the tip of the tower. And then you fight him actually to finish him off. Yeah, it was way different. It was more of a walking siege with many levels on the tower, while the tower in 3D Midnight never got really like exposed that like well, to be honest.
No, I mean you had the full tower for a few fights. You had it for like Gold and Silver Rathalos in high rank. But yeah, for Yamatsukami, the tower was broken for some reason. So it was sort of him flying into the side of it, and you were just sort of attacking him in this gaping hole. But yeah, I wonder how that would play out. It sounds strange, honestly, for DOS. Were you like sort of attacking him from underneath, like just hitting the...
Yeah, you basically hit... Yeah, exactly. You're hitting the tentacles, and sometimes he gets close to the edge and he's opening his mouth to summon up the Thunderbugs, and you can attack him there. I mean, Monster Hunter Frontier has the old tower and all the tower quests back then. I mean, in Monster Hunter DOS, there's like a regular Rathalos. Rathalos back in the day was a monster that showed up on the tower and not really on the Forest and Hills in DOS. And there's also a quest with two Rathalos, a red and a azure one in Monster Hunter DOS in the tower. That was really cool, that I did a lot, because two tails in the price of one. Why not? So, yeah, that was really cool. And in DOS there are sub-quests.
Well, I suppose that was the game that first introduced subquests then. Because they weren't in there before that point.
I'm not sure if the 3D Midnight Complete patch would also, like, if it would be good to reproduce the old Yamatsukami fight. I mean, there are strategies to delete Yamatsukami's HP in less than 5 minutes in 3D Midnight, and I don't know if this is really a thing. He might have to need more HP and stuff like that to be actually a impeccable monster in that.
Complete is designed, like, for example, when, just in the chat some time ago, Incognito Man was talking about custom quests. I don't think he was talking about loading them automatically into FU Complete. I think he was meaning that you can support more of them. So, like, at the moment, you can only have a certain number of custom quests, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe I misinterpreted what he was saying. But, yeah, I'm not sure if he was talking about actually doing custom quests. Maybe he was.
Is it my turn, or is it your turn for the next quest?
I think it is your turn, yeah. I posted the...
Might be the last quest for the day for me.
Yeah.
So I'm picking up a banger. So let's see, what is a banger? Banger, banger, banger. That's a that's a possibility. The problem is that it will probably break crossplay. In which way?
Meaning that it might be a problem for, you know, playing on different versions.
Ah, okay, I get it. Yeah. I mean, I'm used to have the same versions to my community. I mean, I'm sharing it mostly in my Discord when I have versions for something. So, for me, it would be exactly not a problem, but I guess for the entire public, it might be a difference.
Yeah.
A modded posted for full tower quest. Unmodded joined your quest.
Yes. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Okay. I
So
need
what
the
that means is that you wouldn't be able to keep the
but-
modifications just to the quest alone. You would actually need to have a local modification to your game files, and if other people didn't have that, they actually couldn't run the quest properly.
Does Black Radius have the vertical heat beam in this game?
No. So the vertical beam was first introduced in 4 or 4 Ultimate, one of those two quests.
Alright, I want to do
or
Black
one of those two
Radius
games.
then.
I don't know if it was a G rank thing. I can't remember now. If it was a G rank thing, that would mean that it was a 4 Ultimate introduction, but I have a feeling that it was probably Monster Hunter 4. It was where he sort of shoots his laser into the ground and then moves it up while stepping backwards. That's a scary attack.
The moment a host switches though, and it can in quest, it reverts the monster no way in the unmodded version, and it will break the Yama AI. Ah, okay. I mean, if you need some testers, I'm up for that. What do I
think,
do for
you know,
Black
just
Radius?
encourage people to play DOS and experience something a little different. It's sort of like, okay, for example, and I don't mean to, you know, criticize Incognito Man at all, but I actually don't think it's a good idea to give people the option to have the DOS music in Freedom Unite. And the reason why is because, you know, you're taking away part of the uniqueness of Freedom 2 and DOS by just letting Freedom Unite people have the DOS music. You know, I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily, but when you've only got a small number of things that are unique about those games, it's good to keep them just unique to those games, in my opinion.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, for me it wouldn't make like any difference, but people that didn't watch DOS or something, they might have missed something, or there are also people that doesn't want to touch DOS because it's jank, etc., blah blah.
I guess so, but I mean, especially, like, I'm sure you noticed it, from going from Freedom Unite to Freedom 2, one aspect to it that made it feel fresh and interesting was the totally different music that was playing. I mean, that was playing the DOS music. So I think it actually spoils it a little bit. It ruins the uniqueness if you bring that over to Freedom Unite.
Yeah.
It's in the same way that I generally don't play the hub music from different games in Generations Ultimate. Like in Generations Ultimate, you're given the option to play the music possibly from Yukumo and also from Poke. Like, I don't want to play that because I want to hear that music in the game that it's from.
Mm-hmm.
So, because then it has more meaning. It's more significant that way.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I would also be wondered if I would play a game which music is not really fitted or it came from another game, kind of like that. It is like you have a YouTube song list open, drive-by, that is not really fitting to it. I mean, not really not fitting, but it sounds like it wouldn't fit that much, I guess.
Yeah. Greninja makes an interesting point. Apparently the music that exists in Freedom Unite is actually taken from Frontier. I didn't know that. So I suppose what I'm doing is I'm speaking within the context of mainline Monster Hunter. Let's imagine that Frontier doesn't exist. On principle, yes, I guess I could say that Frontier music should stay in Frontier because that's unique to that game and we shouldn't take away from the uniqueness of that. But also, I think that Freedom Unite is part of the mainline series, and so I treat it as its own thing. So I look at it as, you know, just different music for a new game, and so I treat it as Freedom Unite music, I guess. I just look at it a little differently. At the moment, we're comparing different games within the mainline series. That's where comparisons are being made, and I feel like that's the most relevant thing.
I mean,
Whereas
does
if we start
Frontier...
talking about
I mean, does Freedom Unite actually take over the entire music from Frontier? I mean, the G-Rank Tower theme is way different in Frontier than in Freedom Unite, and there's a lot of other music.
Well, yeah, that was just something he said. Maybe you'd have a better idea on whether or not that's true.
A weapon rework? Depends
A weapon
on...
rework? No. I mean, look, this is the scary thing, Incognito Man. You have a lot of power in your hands at the moment. If you start to introduce too many changes, I think it will start to negatively impact what Freedom Unite is. I think you've had a very balanced first release for FU Complete. Of course, I only have one of many different opinions that can exist out there, so you're welcome to take my point of view as you'd like. But I think it still needs to have a close to out-of-the-box experience Freedom Unite sort of appearance, look and feel. It can't start to change weapons and change music and really make a big difference to the appearance and feel of the game. I think it needs to still be Freedom Unite, because then you start to get in the territory of fixing things that maybe don't need to be fixed, but maybe in your opinion they should be. It's best to just hold back on that, I think. At the end of the day, I think it's still better for people to play Freedom Unite.
I don't know if I would actually change weapons in Freedom Unite overall. I mean, of course everybody likes buffs on some weapons, and nerfs are always like a critical thing here, but I gotta be honest, I think every weapon is valid in a sort of way in Freedom Unite, and giving weapons a buff in sort of way is not really needed. Even like Hunting Horn or Sword and Shield here. I mean, SNS does good work, especially for elemental purposes, on sun monsters. Even it's not the most optimal way for sometimes, but it has its shining moments for sure. But and Hunting Horn is, in my opinion, totally fine in Freedom Unite. It's just underplayed because people can't grab the weapon and doesn't really feel like it to play it. And
well,
I
it's a
don't
lot of work to
understand
get
it.
comfortable with it, you know. It's not the sort of weapon that you pick up and you're automatically succeeding with it.
Sure.
You have to work a lot to get comfortable.
But it's a very like rewarding weapon actually, and it is also very team and impactful, and it can be very good. But people rather pick up the bonking hammer caveman mode, and they're going easy mode. Then it's, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you use a hammer, you have caveman energy. You're a basic hunter.
Yeah, I know Frontier has very specific music depending on which level you are and which rank, and also Zenith have like 4 different music.
Look, Incognito Man talking about rebalancing weapons, I think you're starting to get a little bit outside of what's acceptable, because what if you're playing with someone who doesn't have a rebalanced hunting horn, or whatever, or rebalanced sword and shield rather? It seems that that was the stat rebalancing that was being mentioned. I mean,
Oh, it needs forever. To
whether or
load.
not that affects crossplay, I think it becomes more of a moral thing. Like, do we really want to be playing with rebalanced sword and shield with someone who doesn't have that mod? I mean, I think it's better to just not touch that, even if it's optional. I think that needs to be there needs to be a red line where we don't start messing around with weapon stats and changing the original game.
Ah, okay.
I don't want to be revisionist, you know.
Okay, I know what he wants to change. In Frontier, there's a gimmick when you play a song and you just press R1 to stop the recital, you will keep the notes in your list. So if you're playing in mid of the hunt, the change is good for Frontier, and I like that change that they did in Frontier. But I'm not sure if this would be a good idea overall. Wait, okay, I like this this kind of thing. Why do you think Freedom at Night weapon balancing is bad? And for you also, why do you think it's bad? Of course, it has to be a shittiest weapon in some sort of consumption. I mean, the thing about now we're speaking of powerful weapons and tier lists, right? But it's depending on which kind of concept you make it. There are specific weapons always in the same rank depending on the category, and it's because they're really good for this, because they're like their kit is supporting that. It's not a bad change, don't get me wrong, but it's something specific to Frontier, and I think if you would involve too much from Frontier to Freedom at Night, it doesn't feel like Freedom at Night anymore. I mean, I would exactly see this Freedom at Night version differently. It wouldn't be Freedom at Night for me, it would be Freedom at Night Plus, let's say it in that way, or Freedom at Night Complete, you say it? Yeah.
Which I suppose is what Incognito Man is going for. He's looking for an augmented version of Freedom Unite, but I think you have to be careful with that, because if FU Complete becomes this thing that everyone gets, you know, all of a sudden, effectively, you are revising Freedom Unite, and when you are revising a game, not everyone's going to agree with those decisions, and that's not for you to decide. That's for Capcom to decide, and they're not revising it. So, you know, this is that moment where you have to sort of, in my opinion, again, just my opinion, you have to step back. You have the power of influence over this situation, but you have to step back and say, Freedom Unite is Freedom Unite. Let's keep it as it was, have minimal levels of, you know, quality of life improvements, such as having weapon previews there automatically without pressing select. Things like that is really basic stuff, and having all event quests loaded up. Just because you can revise weapons, whether it be optional or otherwise, I don't think you should. I think that should be kept away from this whole project. I think that's really dangerous, and there's a lot of negative potential there.
Yeah. Speaking of I mean, I have to definitely agree with the fact I like Frontier Hunting Horn mechanics a lot. Frontier added a lot of quality of life for Hunting Horn and makes the weapon way more fluently. Especially G-rank Hunting Horn with Extreme Style is amazing to play. It would be like an ice type thing and actually would support that. Yeah, I would do that too. I like the ice mod from Iceborne. It's incredible, but I wouldn't say it's a better version of Iceborne. I would say it's an augmented version. I think this word was already used, but I think this is a really fitting word. And the thing is about, I think this is not critique for you, Incognito Man, but it's the thing is, how do I say that? Yeah, as I think as Doom already referred, you have a lot of power in your hands, and if you give a weapon a lot of power, then people might call out, yeah, I mean, you give Hunting Horn now that quality of life. What about Gunlance and the super vibrant fire in Frontier? Or the reload shell with the AoE explosion on Frontier? What about the guard point in Greatsword? Or the super duper KO version from Frontier with Hammer? Like, then people want everything from Frontier in this game. So we have to be really picky about those decisions. On the Hunting Horn decision, I would be fine with that. Not that I think hunting horn is bad and needs some more quality of life improvement. I think the weapon does well for what it should do. I think personally Gunlance could need a little love in Frontier, in your Freedom Unite version. I think Gunlance kind of like loses the track of shelling in the end game. It's more like a lance with infinite combo when you say it with shelling and do poke style, poke and shelling. But overall, those changes need to be really picky if you want to transfer Frontier mechanics into Freedom Unite.
There is a point that Incognito is making to justify his own position, which I'm extremely concerned about. That is that if crossplay can happen, then it's okay to make these changes. The idea that it's okay to have the community split two ways, those with these modifications and those without these modifications.
Mm-hmm.
You've gone from introducing something that is improving the Freedom Unite experience for the community as a whole to literally dividing the community into two separate camps.
Yeah, that's...
Now, I don't know if that's actually going to happen. I don't know if there's going to be a whole lot of people doing the mod and then people not doing the mod, but that's not helpful. That's actually not helpful at all. You have the potential to do this, but just because you can, and just because it can technically work, doesn't mean that it's a good idea. It doesn't mean that it's something that should be done. As I'm starting to see, I'm getting more detail from what's being said here, and I'm becoming more and more opposed to it. The more that I think about it, the more I cannot support that. I think that's a really, really bad idea for Freedom Unite. Like we've started something, or rather Incognito Man, I should say, has started something that is really helpful.
Oh,
you have to draw a line and say, look, yes, we can do more, but should we? My opinion is no. We cannot go further. You cannot go further than that, in my opinion, because that's when you start making changes that you're not going to be able to control. Once the change has been made, that's it.
I mean, in the end of the day, it's your decision at the end of the day. But let me refer a little bit to what Attila said with the split the player base. This is what happened to Monster Hunter Iceborne. It's a very small part of the community, but a lot of people on PC got the idea to install the Ice mod for Iceborne. And Ice mod is basically, it got away with the Clutch Claw, spam, and all those things. It made combat more like Monster Hunter World. It did weapon balance changes. It did nerf Fatalis armor. There's a lot of plus and downs. And I think Ice mod is good as it is, but I never gonna see it as the better version of Iceborne. It's a good version of Iceborne, but it's for me not like Iceborne. It's a separated game for me. I would recommend Ice mod, probably even over Iceborne, but if you didn't play Iceborne before Ice mod, I would never recommend Ice mod. You know, first you have to go for the base game, and then you can do the sexy candy version of the game. So, and the same thing happened to this mod too. The Iceborne community was split in half, not really that dramatically, like not 50-50, but it was like a bunch of players got away from the Iceborne community because they wanted to play the Ice mod. And at the starting point of your mod, everybody wants to play that. It's like, oh, it's new, we want to grab it, we want to taste it. And they are like cocaine addictions and snort completely over. And they go to G rank and do those stuff and be really experimental. And give this whole thing 2 weeks and it's drying out. If that's happening, this is the split of player base we have. So for the start of, we could I mean, not we. I have nothing to do with that. I'm very pleased to test this mod as a player. But as a old boomer I would maybe go for smaller steps and see how it will feed the audience. And if the audience is like a hungry baby bird and wants to eat all the time more and more, there's sometimes the time that you have to stop feeding and now they have to grow up and stop shitting their diapers. So, speaking it at the end, I'm a little bit on the side on Doom, and I would probably just go slowly instead of like keeping the entire crazy frontier fantasy box over Freedom Unite and see how the babies are made or whatever, you know. It's Frontier is a very critical game in my point. It's very crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. Thanks, Incognito Man, for just clarifying that further. You're sort of just throwing out ideas, not necessarily what you plan to do, but what could be done. But either way, I mean, I understand your position on it now, a little clearer, but I think I've made my position on it very clear as well, and I hope that it has some weight, at least some, it's another perspective, but I think that what you've done so far is extremely good, but I think it should...
Yeah.
It probably sounds...
Bravo.
Quite nasty, but I think it should stop here. And if it doesn't stop here, then it should not go much further than this. Because sometimes when you have the power to go further, there's the temptation to do that, but sometimes it's actually better to just keep it where you have it, because then things get out of hand. Sometimes something that's special gets lost when you go too far.
Maybe
And I think,
when there are some weapon changes, maybe preferable, as I mentioned in Gunlands, that the shelling gets least productive in G rank and stuff like that, and those tiny little changes, if there would be like, a need of testing. I mean, I'm not advertising here me as a guy to test, but if you need someone to talk with that has, no flex, over 6,000 hours of freedom a night in multiplayer solo casual playthrough gaming and tested out all the weapons, I am here to spread out my knowledge that I have, especially with bow, and and that was for the memes. But I am very up for that. I mean, there's nothing more I love about Monster Hunter being a nerd and talking about things, tiny things in Monster Hunter we could have a grab on. And it's cool to see people working on that thing, because I have fantasies on 4U with a relic mod, but it's a very early steps on that, so not really sure how to say it. Additional changes are really right cosplay.
Anyway, just don't be too revisionist. That really is the point. They are games that, whatever. I suppose I've made my points, so I don't need to clarify them further. Obviously, Disco Greninja Frog couldn't disagree more strongly with my position. And if I interpret it right, he seeks to trivialize my points by saying that it's just boomer hour. Which is fine.
Hold on, I need to read it also.
No, it's alright. It's fine, because at the end of the day, if you don't understand the position where we come from, it's, it may have no relevance or basis in reality, but
maybe, sorry to slide into the conversation, but the thing about the Ice mod is not that it is completely a repolished version of Iceborne overall. Of course it's Iceborne and it doesn't change anything on the story in that way, but the gameplay aspect has huge impact in the game, and that is a relief to play. As a playthrough that I did on Twitch for the Ice mod with Charge Blade only, was wonderful for me, because I learned how to play Charge Blade on this playthrough. The changes for AED, SAED were perfect for me to learn the basics of the weapon, and not this savage chainsaw weird kind of Charge Blade thing. But they really hit at the point, and they wanted to do more, like change weapons even more. They wanted to bring out combo greatsword even more in the Ice mod, and there's a lot of things that Asterix wanted to do with it, but at the end of the day, he also get his horses down and just stopped off, and people were really fine with that situation. I think personally there has to be a little development coming up, and maybe there is a spot that you hit and it's for you, okay, now it's fine, now the game's done, and now we have to go onward, or maybe doing something different, or just enjoy the creative thing you've done there, which is already nice as much as I hear here.
Disco Greninja Frog, I'm going to pursue your point very aggressively here, because I This is extremely important. You have to understand that Monster Hunter has already evolved in the 5th generation to appeal to people who want to access it more easily. The worst thing that you could do to old Monster Hunter is to change it with the exact same philosophy in mind. The community needs to stay, well, you know, what right do I have to decide what the community should or shouldn't do, I suppose. But the way that I see it is that we shouldn't start revising, changing a game that exists in history, a game that people play, because it's not literally designed with that in mind. Because, and I understand that your position is, people should naturally be able to decide what they prefer, but I don't think people should be given the option. These old games exist because they're not made to be accessible. There are people who come here and play them, they learn what needs to be done, they deal with all the rigidity of what's there.
Are you prepared
So if
for
your
the Black
position
Radios?
is that it's somehow legitimate to have the series, officially speaking, literally evolve, or in my opinion, devolve, on the basis that some people need to be, coddled and given an opportunity to play the game when it might have otherwise been too difficult. To literally bring that into old Monster Hunter, you are effectively destroying, what I consider to be important. So I will forcefully and unreservedly rebuke you on that point and utterly disagree. Utterly disagree. I think that's literally the best way to ruin it. Ruin everything. Leave accessible Monster Hunter to the 5th gen players, please. For God's sake, please leave it there. Do not bring it to old Monster Hunter. Old Monster Hunter is its own thing, even if you don't appreciate it. It has its own dignity, its own identity, and it shouldn't be revised, it shouldn't be changed, and people shouldn't have the option, as far as I'm concerned. Can I control whether or not people have the option? No. This is in Incognito Man's hands. It's in the hands of any person who is able to make that change. But am I going to encourage it? No. Not at all. And I completely and fulsomely disagree with the point that Disco Greninja Frog is making in the chat.
Which is not taken personally. Like, we can have, opinions about things.
Well, yeah.
For
No,
sure.
I speak about it quite emotionally because, this series is nothing personal. Nothing that has been said so far is taken personally. But, and I don't make personal comments either. But, that's how much I disagree with his point. I think it's totally wrong. And it needs to be said that we've already got Monster Hunter changing with that philosophy in mind in the mainline series, and with Capcom's, not just.
Yeah, I find the discussion also
Well,
very
that's what Capcom's
interesting.
doing already.
I'm prepping for Black Radios.
Oh, you're still down for another hunt? Alright.
Yeah, one more hunt and then we Gucci.
Alrighty.
I like this discussion also because we have basically these two sides. We have the opportunity to create a crazy super quality of life enhanced mods, and then we have the people that maybe wanted to step aside and maybe have a look for what's going on right now. The version is currently out with the event quest and all those things, right? It's now the topic about stepping forward without real in-game changes for weapons and stuff like that, like developing the game even more in detail. So we can maybe say the boomer side and the guys that wanted to have something super new combined with Freedom Unite together, which is a very critical talk, because in one way we have a lot of nostalgic feelings for Freedom Unite, and the other way is it is super interesting, but I already played Frontier and I enjoy Frontier a lot. Like, really, I love this game. But if I would see too much aspects of Frontier, which is way more than the Hunting One quality of life change. I'm agreeing with the Hunting One quality of life change, but there's much more going on. And I think if we eat too much of Frontier cake, nothing will be anymore for Freedom Unite cake. Freedom Unite cake is getting moldy and not tastes well. And this is little bit of a nostalgic boomer heart I have here. I would hate it if I see Freedom Unite crumbling down, because there's something out there that is a mod that makes the game way more powerful, and people get this in their first hands before they do Freedom Unite, and it would crush my boomer Monster Hunter heart hearing that people got that instead of that, because it is more fresh, or it is more than frontier than everything else.
Well, this is the point. At the end of the day, you can't control what the community chooses to do. If there is
Yeah.
a community sentiment that says, oh, we want a streamlined version of Freedom Unite, and then someone is out there to make that, there's nothing I can do to change that, and I wouldn't seek to change that. But if there's a person here who's in the chat who says, I can do this, and they're open, I'm going to say, please don't. Because, if it does negatively impact the community to have this option, it's going to hurt me as well. Because let me tell you, and everyone has a different opinion. I can
Yep.
speak for myself, but others are in the same boat with me as well.
True.
I can't play New Monster Hunter. I can't. So please don't ruin my community experience. I can't play New Monster Hunter. Can't do it. I tried. I absolutely tried with World. Couldn't do it. I tried my hardest. And then I played Rise, and I was so utterly disgusted with it that I just can't do it. So, please don't bring that to old Monster Hunter. I'm so, literally, it's almost as if I'm backed into this corner where this is my only, I don't want to make it weird, but, this is the only place where Monster Hunter is safe, where no one can touch it because it exists in the past and it can't be revised. And then literally someone comes in and is like, ooh, I can revise this. Oh, but it's optional.
Yeah.
But then you're splitting the community at that point if lots of people want to do that. So, it's bringing instability into the community space. And quite frankly, I don't think that it's not a good argument for it to say, oh, people can just make up their mind and whatever should go happens. It's like, well, yeah, sure. At the end of the day, you can't control that, but should it be encouraged? No, not in my opinion. Not at all.
I mean, the thing is personally, a lot of people would be happy with buffs, but you know what really needs huge balls? Nerfing weapons. Let me say that you would nerf hammer in your mod. Just imagination. You would nerf hammer by the fact it does not the same damage as before, but the KO value is way higher. Similar to Frontier. I shit you not, half of the population in Hunsterverse Freedom Unite is burning. They gonna have the torch and the fucking forks and they want to stab you. They're like, my main weapon is crushed! No! We can't go fun on a Cantor anymore because no huge damage. Wow! Oh no! Nerfing weapons is crucial. I mean, you can nerf longsword as much as you want to, in my perspective, but that's something personal. But nerfing weapons is really critical. Like, would you nerf elemental heavy bowgun? The only really good way to destroy Gravios in fast ways. I think we agree with higher elemental stacks on Sword and Shield and Dual Blades, but would we nerf the higher winner of elemental power? Would we kind of nerf... Oh man, imagine nerfing Greatsword. Just nerf Art of Unsheathing to make it like crit draw. So King Attilard meta is not anymore. People would delete you. Remove auto reload. Exactly. Remove auto reload. People would kill you for that. No meta. Oh no. Boom. Mind
There's literally one game
destroying.
in the entire series that has auto reload like that, and that's Freedom Unite. You take that away, you've lost something special.
Yeah. Auto reload
Auto-reload
nerf.
wasn't like that in Freedom 1. It wasn't. It was called Rapid Fire in this game that we're playing now. It wasn't like that. There's maximum recoil for everything. But in that game, they made normal shots and elemental shots, no recoil.
Yeah.
So,
And
that's the Freedom Unite thing.
Those games.
It should stay there because it's special, and it's part of that game.
I mean,
not
if
just
you
the
would,
purest point of view, I
if you
think
would
it's-
honestly ask me, what would you do to nerf or buff a weapon? I can give you my honest opinion about it in Freedom Unite, how I feel about it. Like a generic question, what would I buff on Gunlance to make it more advertisable or like usable in G rank? Because I see barely people using Gunlance. I see always the same 5 weapons in G rank being used on Hunsterverse, which is not the entire Monster Hunter community is Hunsterverse. But let me say that Hunsterverse is a gigantic, huge player base, and basing on that is a good idea because a lot of people are casually there. There's some speedrunners there that doing, let's don't say speedrunners, just say competitive persons. So there's a mixed up amount of peoples there. So I would consider myself being an old veteran, and I think we had sniffed on all sides of the rivers. We got some competitive, we got something casually. I just also build weapons because they look cute and funny. But we have to grab all those people's like intentions and ideas and maybe what is good or shitty for them, and have to make a good idea for those weapons. So just straight up buffing shelling damage would be a solution, but is this really the thing we want to on Gunlance? That is the other thing.
Where is this Gravios?
Yeah, he should be a big black rock. He shouldn't be hard to find in a shining, glowing area. If I'm not mistaken,
actually
though,
hiding from
I
us.
just
Maybe
thought
he's
the
intimidated.
scope in Freedom Unite was more so stuff like accessing farm and smithy from the guild hall, even eating food there, and stuff like saves allowing to event change quests on your file, which is why I did also find the discussion weird, because I don't think completely revamping the game was ever the plan.
This is the thing, like, yeah, I mean, that came as a surprise to me as well. I mean, this is literally the person who, I mean, Incognito Man is the person behind FU Complete, and this is what he's talking about, so yeah, that's how we address it. But you're right, that wasn't really the original point of FU Complete, but again, it's a case of, oh, I have the power to do this, should I? And I guess that really is the subject here. Should he? My opinion is, fuck no. Fuck no.
I mean, if we can eat in the hub and change the equipment in the hub, which would be a heavy modding, but if this is all for like Hunter's quality of life, sure, why not? That
well,
sounds very
one,
comfy.
That has actually been implemented, but it's offline only, as I understand it.
Ah,
I don't think
okay.
there's a way to make it online
Okay.
compatible. I guess that would be another example of people needing to, like, if you're playing with 2 people, they would both need to have the mod. But even then, I don't know if what
Okay.
Man calls cross-play compatible. I don't know if that would be cross-play compatible.
I mean, I never played the mod. I should probably get my hands onto that. I would probably concentrate myself on that off stream. So, seeing what it is really. So,
Yeah, I suppose at the end of the day, you don't really know what's
my
involved
God.
with it because the first you had heard of it was from me.
I get raped by
If
a
you
lot
actually
of
look
higher
at all the
praise.
features, it's pretty good. Like, at the moment, it's good. And I think it's a really good thing for the community. But with great power comes great responsibility.
I mean, if the plan really is to revamp Freedom Unite with really heavy gameplay differences, it is definitely need to think through that. Especially on Nurse, because I know how fast people can get the torch and the forks out in Hunsterverse. I mean, I played support bow and I get shit on like over a week, and then I just mind crushed some people's basic idea about bow, and then I became a Hunsterverse bow main for no reason. I mean, like, hey, I play Greatsword Hammer like you guys too. Why am I the bow guy now? I didn't get it
I think
yet.
it's also very important to clarify that while we do talk about it as if people are going to be forced to do this, it's not quite that. You know, you'd be missing the point if you thought that was what we were talking about. What we're talking about is the community wanting to do that.
Yeah.
And if everyone does start wanting to do that, then people will be forced to go along with it, you know? Like, it's one of those things, so it's better not to have the option there. That's how I see it. Anyway.
I'm also a little bit afraid or like scared of the fact if people never want to play basic Freedom Unite anymore. because we have the revamped super duper version of it. That's what I'm scared of, actually, as a boomer hunter. If that is understandable, like in some sort, otherwise I have to just to explain it maybe. But I know what happened to the ice mod.
I mean, the game, it's the game that, you know, it was made by Capcom in a certain way, and it was made that way for a reason. And little quality of life improvements can be introduced that were literally the cause of hardware limitations, like due to hardware limitations and possibly other limitations, you couldn't have the weapon previews there automatically.
I just rolled the charge off Gravios. Wow, did that happen? The hell? Okay.
God, the input detection is bad. I just aimed my gun at Gravios, pressed the circle button, I think 7 times, and the gun didn't shoot. So.
Do you know what I'm currently thinking of just by thinking about revamping Freedom Midnight? Would you change something about lands? Like the basic lands, not gun lands, just the basic lands. Would you change anything on that? I mean, Capcom didn't do it for the entire games so far on lands. Lands didn't get any changes so far as I know. But
it's a good rhetorical question, but if you were to ask it with hoping for an answer from me, I don't think anything should be changed whatsoever. So
yeah,
no matter what, I think you're right in that if changes are going to be made, it's important to think carefully on it. But I'm of the opinion that nothing should be changed, because in the end, like, you know, Freedom Unite is Freedom Unite, and it should stay that way. So, and I think by making changes to balancing, you are actually taking away from that. So, and people who don't get that probably never will. So I don't think the case needs to be argued more than that.
Oh yeah. Oh, you shoot ice. Nice.
Yes. Or
damage.
Water, as it actually is. For those who aren't aware, there was a translation issue in the European and North American version. Basically, the kanji for water, which is mizu, and the kanji for ice, which is kori, they look very, very similar. There's literally a single little stroke difference between those two kanji characters. And the translators sucked so much that they didn't notice that. I mean, that's sort of very basic Japanese, but somehow the translators missed that and ended up calling the water thing ice instead. So.
The entire like explanation killed me in the point where you said it is just an easy kanji. So
yeah, like we're not talking, oh, these guys got tricked. We're talking this is like little children who speak Japanese get this. Like it's one of those basic things. You know, it's like being confused between an uppercase I and a lowercase L. You know, there's still a single stroke, but you know, you understand that there is a difference between that, and you need to actually check. Is it an I or is it an L? You check that, right? Well, these guys didn't check it. They just assumed, and they got it fucking wrong.
Kind of hilarious, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean that really is the best comparison that I can make, and yeah, it was pretty bad. It's not good. I mean, they were obviously paid to do a job, and they fucked it up. Anyway, we've got Ice Shot that has no ice at all, as you do.
It's kind of funny, you can just walk away from the heat beam in this game, and in For You, when he starts a heat beam, he is fucking shooting it in your face. Casually walking towards you. Gravy in For You is so terrifying.
Oh my god. Because I don't have mega potions, like, if I have to heal my full health with potions, that ends up being like 5-6 potions. I can only do that a few times. Oh my god.
I gotta admit, as a streamer, Freedom 1 is a perfect game to make huge conversations. Because it's relatively chill to play. I mean, you still have to activate your 2 gray brain cells in your head to play some sort of a thing. But it is perfectly for conversation, so I definitely enjoy that thing.
Yeah. No, Freedom 1's a good game to play. I would play it more often, but I'm very multiplayer focused, and it's hard, you know, to actually get people to play with when you're ready to live stream. I don't know how you are. I don't know if you know, stream at a specific schedule. I don't. I stream when I have time. And
yeah, kind of the same. I mean, this week is a little bit of an exception.
Yeah. Well, for me, like, if I happen to be ready to stream, it's more often the case that people aren't here playing Freedom 1, and it's hard. And also, when I am live streaming, I want to be able to get consistent hunts, you know. I want to be able to hunt with a group that will keep hunting for the duration of my live stream, and sometimes that doesn't always happen either, so it prevents me from recording games like these.
I think I have this sometimes also when I change Monster Hunter games. It's kind of hard for me to find a full multiplayer lobby if I'm not really like introduced or like see myself in other communities like HV or Citra. But I had this problem on Rise when I got to the real Capcom servers. I had a huge problem to find actually people on Twitch chat that wants to do some hunts with me. So I asked some friends of mine also, and I gotta be honest, I also asked other Twitch streamers if they would join and stuff like that. And since I don't really want to be the person that just wants up some multiplayer if he's pleasing, so I'm also playing other games in the meanwhile. So I kind of got the idea with the database thing and wanted to see what people play currently in their interest. And I was actually kind of shocked, and I thought you would troll me with Freedom 1. So I am actually surprised, but I gotta say, I'm having the blast of my life here with Freedom 1 here, so
yeah,
it's all good.
That's a good game. I mean, again, unfortunately, you've played a lot of it, so you're pretty numb to the bullshit, fortunately. But yeah, some people will pick this game up and they hate life. They hate themselves, they hate the game, they just want to die. But fortunately, we're past that point.
Yeah, I'm used to it. It's Freedom 1. It's how I expected it to be, so I'm living with it. It's okay.
Yeah, Greninja mentions in the chat that he would like to play with more people in the PS2 community. So would I. It's a similar thing there for me. Oftentimes, I can only really find one or two other guys to play with in Monster Hunter 1, and it's frustrating. And I was in the unfortunate position of finding these 4 guys who were hunting together consistently, and unfortunately there was no space for me, so I had to live with that.
No!
Hopefully you can get to the monster.
I could use fast forward, but people doesn't like it.
Because you need something?
No, I just wanted to finish the quest actually. But now when I see the dead corpse, I want to get some cards. No.
Yeah. You might be able to get a few. I don't think you'll get all 4, but I think you'll.
Okay, Twitch chat, are you fine if I do fast forward and abuse the multiplayer connection, or should I try normally? I just try normally for now, but I think I got the wrong way. Oh god, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. Oh no. Walk faster, Mr. Junter. Use your heavy bowgun as a gun lance and do the blast dash. Do the fast.
Yeah, exactly.
I just love blast dash, to be honest. It's kind of funny that I didn't miss it on Frontier. It doesn't have a blast dash there. It's just you and the gun lance and a lot of explosions.
Looks like you're gonna miss out. That sucks.
Komasek, yes.
Looks like you got 1.
Maybe more.
Yeah. Due to the connection, it's actually delayed.
2. No. Okay.
Did you get 2?
2 cards is okay. I got 2 Komaseks. I'm okay.
If we didn't have the connection issue there, you would have missed out on all cards, but you managed to get 2. So
nice.
That's pretty good.
Black Gravios Wing. Oh, is this a rare drop? I hope so. It would make me happy. Black Gravios Shell. You can get low rank items in G rank. Okay. Freedom 1 thing. Forgot about that. Portwiffer would be the next Monster Hunter ID work on. Either that or after 1.3 retire from Monster Hunter modding, lol. Oh, Gold Crown! Beautiful.
Very good.
That does actually sound like me saying nut, to be honest.
It's a button.
At least from far.
It's a button. There's a nut on it, like
Nut.
N-U-T, and there's somebody that says nut, like he had a
Nut.
Nut.
people like it. Nut. First, people thought there would be not as a sound, but it's not, and then the entire community became different. It became cringy and yeah. For the P3 modding, I would be interested what your thoughts about that would be. I mean, if you would ask me personally, Stephen Hawking nut. If you would ask me personally about if I have ideas for changing P3, I haven't yet, but I think about it before I go to sleep, and I wake up with ideas. That's how cringe I am. So,
That's great.
I have currently
Here's
an idea.
Fully translate the game, please.
Yes,
With that.
that would be brilliant.
I mean, it's kind of been 12 years, so, you know, maybe a full translation would be nice.
that's a good starting point. But I hope this is not like the word you're not aiming for. But that would be a good starting point. What I'm currently thinking of, because I got inspired by a streamer called Felix Cat. If you guys don't know him, you should definitely check it out. He is playing for you currently with a challenge called Relic Only Challenge. And I thought about a Relic Challenge only mod file for you. So making it like an enhanced mod for you for challenging the players by only using mods, and there's some description about it. If you probably follow him or seeing his stream, he made a entire playthrough so far. He is in the beginning of G rank and grinding weapons, but for me personally, I would.
I mean, I don't like the relic system, but if you
Yeah,
were to have a thing
me
where
neither.
it was relic only, I think that'd be nice.
Yeah, if you would like make it more rewarding to get those relics overall, like you get instead of 1 or 2 from the rewards, you would get like 15 or 20 items per haul. I mean, I did some save file editing just for information gathering, and I saw the likelihood of dropping a god charm or like a god level relic is very, very minor, and there's a lot of things I want to like get on informations before I talk with a modder about it. So yeah, maybe we can also introduce a G rank level on Portable Third, but then again it's a huge modding again, and I don't know if this is really what you're thinking of. A lot of people wish that there is a G rank in Portable Third, but actually for me, I like Portable Third how small and fast this game is, and it didn't really need a G rank version overall. But if it's a modded version and it's separate from Portable Third, why not? Yeah, it's a hard part about adding G rank, yeah. But this is something that I hear from my community, what they have wished for Portable Third. They're like, oh man, this game is so fast finished. It's just like 6 hunting ranks. We want at least 9. More like 12. It's like...
Yeah, unfortunately, adding a G rank is, I don't think, within the ability of Incognito Man. I mean, it might be, I don't know, but it's a huge thing. It's not just the monsters, it's the weapons, there's a lot. And to be honest, I don't know if you want to start making that many changes to it, because that's a big thing. Like, that's usually something you'd leave to the actual game developers to do, because the thing is, you've got weapon design changes as well when they go from high rank to G rank. So, I mean, do we really want G rank quests? I'd say not. I would say that G rank has already been settled with like the Ancient X monsters. Like, you've got these custom quests where it's basically G rank level and it's a challenge, because you know they're basically G rank monsters in a high rank game. But the game's so easy that a lot of people want that challenge. I will admit, like I never look at Monster Hunter games as being difficult or easy, and I don't consider that to be important. But Portable Third is really easy. Like, there's no challenge at all. So
I would probably say one of the top 3 easiest Monster Hunter games overall. But that's what I like about it. So easy to pick up, and it's a fresh experience before you're starting off a new high challenge. It's good to like chill out and still being in the franchise a little bit.
Yeah.
And you have the coolest food skill system ever because you don't eat
Yeah, I
food.
think
You
it's
just drink and bath, having a chill time. I like that.
I loved that at the time. I thought that was so cool, and I still think it's great.
But yeah, that's just the idea that I had, or that I just got from watching Felix stream and his relic hunts. And P3 is definitely a good starting point to mod. But I think I might get ideas tomorrow, or after I go to the toilet. I have the best ideas if I go shower or toilet. It's weird, but I do really. Technically, I could implement G-Rank. The file allocations are there to do it and implement it, but again, hardest part is coming up with things to add in the experience outside monster value damage boosts. I mean, a lot
Which
of
is
monsters...
really the point that I was making. Yeah, is the
Yeah.
idea that
Yeah.
you need to. There's so much that you have to add to a G rank to make it meaningful, and I don't know if that would be practical for him.
I mean, there has to be a system in G-Rank that makes monsters, or like makes something interesting, right? In 4U we have the Apex
And even
mechanics
things
and
like AI changes.
or AI changes. Yeah, exactly. That is really interesting. This is something that I completely forgot about G-Rank overall, because the movements of monsters are way more aggressive, and we probably would have imported from Monster Hunter Tri Ultimate, but then why would you play Portable Third if you have Tri Ultimate? What about Tic-Rex? Greatest problem ever. Would you import it from 4U? 4U is like Tic-Rex in 4U is meant to have 3D dimensional areas, and it can cause huge problems. I would probably assume. I'm not a
Probably has a
modder.
breakable back as well.
Yeah. Most monsters doesn't have it there in Tri Ultimate. And no monster has in Tri, but there was a new thing in 4U because of the mountain mechanic. So
I think the only monster that had a back break before 4th gen was Garuga, honestly.
true
I
that.
don't think of any others.
He had a special item in Freedom Unite, right? Oh
Yeah, Silver
no.
Pelt. I mean, all of them. Like, all of them had Silver Pelt.
Oh,
And
that's such
they-
an annoying
they
item.
changed it in. They changed it in the later games. They made it so that Silver Pelt was very easy to get, but oh god, it was annoying in the old games.
One thing, I just came up with an idea with Portable Third. Personally, in Portable Third, I feel like we have not a lot of weapon variations. I think we kind of stuck on certain weapons, like, for example, Greatsword. There's probably 2 Greatswords that are usable in this game, and the other ones are not even second tier on parallel. They're way lower. You use the Elytrion Greatsword for most cases, and maybe the Zenogre one. You also have Nargacuga Greatsword, but it gets out damaged by Elytrion by a mile. So you kind of like leave it to Elytrion and Zenogre Greatsword. And weapon variations is a different thing, because it would either attempt to have new monsters in Portable Third, which I, again, would love, and also would love to see, but it would be hard probably to implement, because how would you get those datas in the game and making new monsters? So getting G-Rank in Portable Third is, I think, more than I thought in the first place. It's more than, as you said, stats boosting. It is...
Yeah.
It's creating an entire new level in Monster Hunter. And that's a lot.
Which is why those ancient X quests really just do all that you need for a G rank. Like, all that can really realistically be done has been done with those quests being added as custom quests that you can download.
I mean, I would love to see Hollowed Moran in G-Rank in Portable Third. That would be kind of like an interesting idea. Not gonna lie.
You know, that... well, I suppose you'd have to change the AI again, but...
Yeah.
It wouldn't be too hard to do, because he's basically the same monster, just a color change and an AI change. So.
Yeah, he rams the ship in the very beginning of the quest. He is really aggressive,
comes in from
but...
the side, yeah.
Abyssal Gyrecross
Can't
wouldn't
imagine
be
how
possible.
climbing on the tusks would be.
Oh god.
Because, it'd probably be a mess in Portable Third.
Or Lucent Nargacuga would fit really well in this game, to be honest.
Ugh. Ew.
But we have no... Oh
hate
my
that
god. Thinking about the slime mechanic in Portable Third, would we actually change something about the
Don't
broken
do it.
thing? Don't
With
do
great
it.
power comes great responsibility. Don't bring slime, it was broken.
Yeah. See, that's all
Sliding
those
portable
thoughts.
third would be
The other thing is like, would we go for underwater combat or we stick to the ground combat? I not appreciate I like the idea, but the execution was bad on underwater combat, to say it in a nutshell. So I wouldn't love to see it in those kind of versions of Portable Third. It would be also hard for the PSP to keep on that, I think. And it's an entire area change also. So I mean, it would be cool if it would alter. Like, you have sometimes you can swim in the flooded forest and sometimes you cannot. So that is something interesting, but it would be super hard to make that. I would just assume. I have no idea. I'm a technical boomer again, but yeah, I would guess that. I had one last thought about it. I mean, would it be just putting in the old monsters we have in Tri Ultimate basically in P3, or would we do something new also, or something from Frontier? There's again another thing. We have the Super Nargacuga on Frontier that was super strong. The exotic
Here's the thing, I mean,
Nargacuga.
like you said, if we just bring everything from 3 Ultimate into Portable Third, why play Portable Third? You know?
Yeah.
Or why play 3 Ultimate? It turns it into one game, and it's weird. And then if you start bringing things from Frontier, it's not like Capcom would have done that at the time. Capcom didn't like.
Important
they realized
question.
from the bad community backlash that it was a bad idea to bring Frontier monsters into the mainline series, so they wouldn't have done that at the time. So, you know, I don't think. I think
You
again,
know-
we're at that point where it's better not.
You know
to
what
change
would be
it.
an important question for P3 is? Would we change the AutoGuard glitch for Gunlands?
Oh, that does need to be removed. I mean.
Oh no!
Yeah, that auto
I would get
guard is
offended. I would
stupid.
pick up my torch and fork and slay Incognito Man. I actually
You
think
would?
this is fun. I
You
think
would?
this is super funny. It feels
Do you
broken
use
as
that?
fuck.
Okay.
I do sometimes. I have actually 4 sets with this, but
I remember seeing it for the first time.
it is absurd.
back
It
then,
is
and I was
stupid.
I was so disappointed that they let that happen that I just refused to use it. I haven't even tried it before. Even though I've been playing the game since it came out, I've never tried it once because I was so disappointed with Capcom. For
I mean,
letting
you
that
can
happen.
do a playthrough with it. It's a pretty quick playthrough. I gotta say that.
Imagine, yeah.
It is.
The thing is, it wouldn't make sense to me because the thing with auto guard is that you literally just stand there and it guards for you. But I can't.
It
I
is
can't
way
make
more
sense of that.
complex
Like, I have
than
to-
it might look like. Actually, there are some iframes that are not blocked. I mean, there's some frames that
Oh,
AutoGuard
sure.
doesn't block.
But just the whole
actually-
idea that you can block while shelling, I mean, that's messed up.
The fun thing is you kind of like play around how fast you shell out to the monster and how fast you reload all the time. You don't want to run empty with those spread shells for sure. And you can also do shard shelling to do some more damage. And sharpness is your biggest enemy because you will drain sharpness really fast. How fast you shoot
Yeah.
your shellings all the time. So that's one thing. Dang it.
You know, we have been live for
6 hours and
6
41
hours
minutes.
and
Jesus
40 minutes. I mean,
Christ. That's a
it doesn't even
number.
feel like that. It feels like it's been more like 4 hours. At least for me.
Yeah, I am getting kind
Where
of.
did those 2 hours go? How did 2 hours disappear for me? I don't know. So,
I think we started all with the Freedom and Night mod thingy, and then Twitch had burned a little bit. But we calmed it down. I hope it was a not too stressful talk. I mean, it's a long time ago. I got something critical.
that thing
but
that
it
might have
felt
been a
not
bit more
worse.
heated than what you're used to, but I get into some really, really serious rants on my live stream, so that was pretty. I feel like that was
Oh,
pretty
okay.
agreeable. That was all right.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I do get a bit.
Is there
passionate
any
about
more
those
cut content in Portable Third? Is there some more interesting stuff like G rank upgrades for weapons and armor? I mean, the game stops at high rank and it has some event quests that have challenging levels like equal to G rank, but not really that much. So yeah, yeah, we all used the brains. And that's what I liked. Everybody had some creative ideas and had a stand-up point and wanted to defend it. And we didn't rip apart us in the words. So we are just like, okay, he thinks about that and I think about that. And we didn't try to you know, change minds. We just gave in a point and being really adult. I mean, I'm happy for you, Twitch chat. I'm very, very proud. we didn't we didn't really put on the torch and just trying to kill each other. That's pretty good. I'm very happy.
Yeah.
I know some Twitch chats would do it differently, especially longsword people. But yeah, we Gucci. Okay, do we have a double rate now, or are you streaming more?
I will not be streaming more. I typically only stream for like 4 hours maximum. A 6 hour, an almost 7 hour stream is very rare for me. I think I've only done that once or twice before. So
okay,
you know, I definitely need a break. I may stream again later on tonight. I need to eat. Like I woke up at 5:30 in the morning. It's now almost 1 in the afternoon. And I haven't eaten yet, and you know,
okay.
it's one of those things. I can't.
Do you have TikTok?
No.
No?
God, no.
There's a meme. When somebody explains something, there's a cute cat with a Mexican mustache that dances left to right and has a weird sound.
Oh.
I have probably to turn the sound a little bit quieter because it was way too loud. I'm sorry, but that was funny. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna rate someone. If you have someone on your recommendation, I'm gonna rate him too. Otherwise, I have some people on my list. There's a lot of people online right now. So, but I would give you the opportunity to rate someone.
Some guy just redeemed Tell a Story for your live stream. I mean, he's trying to go to sleep. Leave him alone. He's trying to raid someone so he can finish, and you're trying to get him to tell a
Hey,
story.
Baynes, man. Welcome.
What's wrong with you? You're
What
sadist
kind
or
of
something?
story you want to hear? Like a happy story, a sad story, or a you know, what is your intention on that story? In the meantime, we can maybe discuss about what kind of guy we rate. There's a lot of good streamers out there who
Just send him a private recording of your story to be recorded at some date.
Hello, it's me, Baynes. It's for your story. Snore.
So just a video recording of you sleep talking, and then it's maybe 6 hours of sleeping noises, you know.
Some story. Oh. I could talk about my weirdest scenario I ever had in Monster Hunter in my entire life. What about that story?
Sounds good.
Alright, let's do that. Not again! No! Not the cat meme! What the fuck? Okay, so in Monster Hunter Tri Ultimate for the Wii, there was a opportunity where you can cam and basically have a voice chat with people in the hub. And once I wanted to do some Black Gravios hunts, and I searched for a hub that wanted to hunt Black Diablos. Sorry, not Gravios. Diablos. So I got into a hub, and back in the day there was some system where you can choose a land, and in this land there are like 4 different servers, or like 4 different hubs or hosts, with the opportunity to name and title their room. And there was a room that is called RP Monster Hunter Real Life. And I was like, what is this meaning? I thought my idea was RP was like Rampage. Like Rampage, Monster Hunter, Real Life. And I'm like, oh wow, somebody was really going hard on this one. And I joined the lobby, and there were 3 people already, and I was the last one joining. And they were trying to do roleplay on Monster Hunter. That was the weirdest ever encounter I have in Monster Hunter my entire life. So those people were preparing for Diablos, and I came into the room and said, hey, what were you gonna hunting? Is it time for Black Diablos? And it's like, oh, who are you? You are a very rude guy without even saying out your name and all those things. My name is blah blah blah. And I'm like, is this a roleplay room? And somebody was like whispering to me, yes, it's role-playing. Dude, don't you know? Didn't you read the
Oh
title?
my God.
And I'm like, my name is Junter. Let's fight Diablos. I need materials. Okay. I tried to go to the roleplay thingy, and man, it didn't stop in the hunt. They got hurt. They did anime screams and did all those things. I have to abandon the quest after 5 minutes. I couldn't hold that. It was so cringe. They were like they were like, oh no, he ran over me. I mean, like, man, if a Diablos would ran over you, you would be squashed under his toes, and he would probably have chew gum under his toes, so he would flinch away.
No, I mean there's not many people playing 3 Ultimate these days, but you know back when it came out and for the first 2 or 3 years of its release, there were a lot of rooms, and I have to tell you, I never found a role-playing room. I'm sorry that you had to experience that.
Oh man, and the thing was, I was going away and I added one of those guys as a friend, and he coded me after that, or like he chat after that, like, you're such a rude guy, and I see you're also a German. I saw those Germans are always so rude. They can't go into their mind and do roleplay and do those things. And I was so pissed because he got. I was so pissed because he instantly go to the racist train, saying weird swear words in German, and I was like 14, 15 years old.
That's actually.
And the only thing I typed back is like, you fucking childish motherfucker, grow up and play a freaking game. And holy shit, I was so mad.
No, seriously, like that sort of behavior. I mean, literally, someone doesn't want to roleplay with you, and then you start attacking their whole country. It's like, what's wrong with you?
That is the darkest corner in Monster Hunter community I ever explored, and I gotta say, in this dusty, slippery cave hole of roleplay Monster Hunter, I will never gonna visit again. It was way too weird. End of story.
Sometimes you need to have like a mental problem for that sort of thing. Sometimes, not
I don't
always,
know.
but sometimes you do. And I think in that case, that was probably
Those people didn't
room
really
full
sound
of very
like
socially awkward, just messed up people. So
those
I'm
people
glad
didn't really sound like young in my age. They were way
sure they
older. Like,
I'm sure.
and I was so shocked. Like, I saw a lot of bullshit already in Monster Hunter, like bombing on a toppled monster, and we have a lot of other referments in this stream about weird gameplay multiplayer scenarios, but roleplay in Bonker Hunter? Like, what the hell?
I'm a hunter. My career is slaying the biggest monsters.
I mean, the hunter in the old games are pretty silent. They just grunt furiously with their weapon in hand.
Scope for roleplay there.
I mean, is this
aggressive men?
Can I grunt
like
also, or can I? I mean, I wouldn't do a painful female voice when I get hurt, but I wouldn't do that. But you know, I can grunt maybe. That's what I can do on roleplay. That would cringe the hell out of me. So, do you have someone to rate?
I don't think anyone's been put forward. So.
I want to try someone to rate Old Janish. What does he do? Maybe I can also recommend you another streamer, a friendly main of mine. Let's see, what does he stream? You're playing Tri Ultimate on the Wii console, right? Not on the PPSSP, Citra, I mean.
Yeah, I'm playing on the console.
Ah, okay.
I've been playing it on Wii U since it came out, so
I
I'm one
see.
of the few people still there playing it. So.
There's someone playing Frontier that I would assume to rate if you're fine with it.
Yeah, that's your thing. I'm not going to be raiding. I never do that, but.
Oh, okay. If
I mean,
that's
it's
the
your chat.
thing, I would like to thank you for the call and the stream. That was amazing. It was good times. We should definitely repeat that in close future.
Oh yes.
You
Definitely
so
should.
far.
I mean, it can't be too regular a thing because it's an awkward time for me to get up.
Yeah, I get that.
Definitely worth it, but
I mean, I have to think about if you are in the nighttime, it's for me in the morning, right? So it's basically reverse. We can maybe try it this time, so we have like we're quit. Everybody did have an early stream, and the other one has a night stream, so we are kind of equal in that.
We can see how that works. But yeah, it'll definitely be one of those things we need to organise.
All right.
But yeah, I absolutely enjoyed that, and thanks for. I mean, for everyone who doesn't know, Baynes was the one who approached me about this. You know, he was setting up his little live stream dates, and he sent me a direct message one day, and I was like, yeah, let's do it, because I think I had talked to you about it at some point before then as well, that we should
Yeah, we should hang out together. And we were always
and,
only slightly treating, but this time I was brave enough to type the school letter with "Will you go with me? Yes, no, or hell no." So hell no was the answer,
was
and
good.
all good. So
glad we organised it and got it happening, and yeah, it's definitely something we need to do again for sure.
So yeah, I would just end up the call and wish you a good day, and I hope I can sleep now. We'll see how it goes, and yeah, have a pleasantful day, Doom.
You too. I'll see you soon.
Bye bye.
Now, see you.
So, humble peasants in Twitch chat. I appreciate it 100%. The stream. That was way more than I expected as a fun level. I thought we would only stream for 2 hours, but he opened up the Uno reverse card and said, you can decide now how long the thing goes, and I think we got into very good discussions and interesting talk overall. However, stream is over. Longest date on the Data Baynes thing, very surprisingly. Today, on the 27th of August, which is right now, we are going to have another date at the night time, 2 hours earlier than normal on the date. You can see the schedule on my Discord at the Data Baynes channel panel. So if you want to be interested in my Discord, thank you for posting it out, Hilard. So you guys stay tuned. And the next date is with Sherilyn, a Monster Hunter Portable third player with Gunlance as his main weapon, and we're gonna do some event quests and arena quests in P3. I don't know if we're gonna do only duel, but I think he is definitely up for some multiplayer action in Portable Third. So if you guys be interested into that, we're going into this game in about 17 hours from now. So we will see us there. For the person of rate. Speaking about that, we're gonna rate Mega Raider. Long time didn't see the stream, so I would like to join some multiplayer hunts if you're okay with that at some point. Sure. I am never the person that says no to someone on multiplayer joining, for sure. Discord Ninja. So, we're gonna rate Mega Raider. I just want to quit it kind of fast. I'm actually getting kind of sleepyhead. So we see us in some time. I'm gonna do some announcement also before we starting off 2 hours earlier, or like 2 hours before the stream starts, and you guys get definitely informed, and also do a little bit of a review of this day of the stream in my Discord. So I wish you guys a wonderful day or night, wherever time zone you live in, and we're gonna rate Mega Raider now finally, and I wish you guys a good night. I go to bed, get some sleep, get some energy, and pumping up for the next Data Baynes date with Sherilyn. Bye bye, guys.